we move it further in our country?
I have a strong personal conviction, which is also supported by the position of my church, that genuine religion has to do with God, and God is one. Therefore, the same God which we all worship, in which case we have a common ground. Secondly, that common ground is for goodness, is for peace, is for mutual respect, is for respect for human life. Whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian or you are whatever, if you deny these things, whether by word or by action, you cannot claim that you are being religious.
The Pope says he's trying to bring the church to the people, to give the church a new meaning for the people. He doesn't want a rich church. He wants a church that touches the lives of the ordinary Christian. How would you describe this move?
There is no doubt that Pope Francis has come out very clearly to, as it were, encourage the church not to forget that the basic purpose of our being around is so that through us the world might be saved. In other words, that the church is not a club of the few people who are going to heaven. I used to say it often here in my cathedral, that the church is not a reserved coach that is going to heaven, leaving everybody else behind to hell. No, the church is a community of believers who have imbibed the message of Jesus Christ and who, through their lives, spread this message of God's goodness to the rest of the world. Which means, technically speaking, it doesn't mean that everybody must be a member of the church. But what it does mean is that everybody must see in us what it means to be children of God, whom God loves. Everybody must be able to see in us who are Christians the essence of the message of Jesus Christ, who carried his message so far that he was ready to die for it, and in fact did die. Now, what the Pope then says, therefore, is that we shouldn't waste too much of our time. Well, we shouldn't spend all our time only on what you might consider internal affairs of the church. And when you do that, you end up with all the quarrels, the kind of thing you mentioned before. Who is bishop, who is not bishop? It may be important who is bishop and who is not bishop, but at the end of the day, what is important is not who is bishop, who is not bishop, but whether the people are witnessing to the gospel.
What will John Cardinal Onaiyekan would like to be remembered for when you retire, so many years after you leave office?
And that will not be my headache. By the time I retire, before I die, my major problem will be how to get to heaven, because that's the last lap of the journey, of the long marathon.
But when you look back, what do you think, which principles have sustained you?
The principle of joy in the fact that God has called one to serve, and you do your best to serve God. And you can't serve God without serving your neighbor.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Chair, Mr. Ilu.
You've been listening to my conversation with John Cardinal Onaiyekan. I am Obiora Ilo from Abuja, Nigeria, thanking you for joining us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by the vote.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good morning and welcome to a brand new day. We are in the middle of the week. Today is Wednesday, the 25th of June, 2025. Thank you for joining us on our early morning show, Signature Morning. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and as always, we will have our newspaper headlines and review coming in a moment. Welcome back, and now to our headlines this morning. We're starting from the Nigerian Tribune. And on the Nigerian Tribune, we have INEC PDP meets behind closed door over National Secretary position. That is on page 15. Senators bemoan further extension of 2024 budget implementation to December 31st. Seek probe ask whether Nigeria is broke. And that is it for the Nigerian Tribune. And moving over to the Daily Trust, we have just one headline on this newspaper, which is INEC to PDP adhere to Supreme Court judgment. You can find that on pages 3 and 4 of the Daily Trust. And finally, to the Guardian newspaper, we have Tinubu farmer-header conflict, an opportunity to structure social stability, food security. 53 suspects arrested over Benue Plateau killings, says IGP. Lagos to begin digital numbering of houses from July 1st. 2024-2025 fiscal policy crisis, project funding, execution stall over poor budget implementation. FG Lagos Ekiti to check obstacles hindering ease of doing business. Hyprep yet to attain 80% restoration of Ogoni polluted environment. And finally, on the Guardian newspaper, fresh PDP LP defections to APC as opposition parties battle internal crisis. You can find this on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. And that is all we have this morning on our newspaper headlines. And moving over to our review this morning, we have Chris Maduka in the studio. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. And welcome to another day of newspaper review on Signature TV. Welcome, dear viewer, and let's review together.
Yeah. So now on Nigerian Tribune, one of the headlines we have there is INEC PDP meets behind closed door over National Secretary position.
You know, Uche, my father said, if you go to a native doctor to do charm or juju for you, you know, and the native doctor said, go and bring the intestine of an ant. So that is part of the ingredients to make the concoction of the juju or kite or ibubu for you. Just go back home. Know that native doctor is just indirectly telling you that this juju cannot be concocted. Every other party in Nigeria hold their meetings, NEC or National Working Committee or any kind of party meeting. But when it comes to PDP, they will drag who will write the letter to INEC. Which of the court mandated secretary that the INEC will honor their letter to allow PDP to hold their National Executive Committee, whatever meeting. And then you come back to ask, the court, the Supreme Court ruled, but INEC, as far as I'm concerned, are still suspect. They have to decide which of the court ruling they should abide by. You see, this is a PDP and INEC juju. This one, they are taking it to closed door meeting. It shows that so many things that are running under the ground that I've just said PDP, sorry, PDP. Even the members of PDP, the members of the National Working Committee, all the big men in PDP, are the ones who cook this soup that made the lizard to lick the soup until he lost all its teeth. Unu bundi PDP big men, unu want to ofe ngweleji alacha kweze. After all, is the rat in the bush that invited the one, and the rat in the at home invited the one in the bush and said, hey, come on, there's meat hung over the fire in the house where I stay. No matter however way PDP you make your mad, you rely on it. But he has shown that you also, members of PDP, can be a disappointment to the whole people who have put their faith in you. And now, you find a lot of defections one by one. You know, you have to set your fire on, your PDP house on fire so that you have reason to go to another place who you plan to set on fire tomorrow. The world is marking all of you. After all, in APC as it is constituted now, who is there that didn't start from PDP or all these allied parties? So all you politicians are just playing with the mind of people. You are mind benders. Bending the mind of Nigerians when it's convenient. Like my lecturer told me. He said, you students, when you graduate, you just go. For youth service, you go. It's only when you need them to write a reference letter for you. Some of them don't even visit. They will send the letter, their supervisor, right? So, but my lecturer told me, you think we lecturers are red curtain workers? You know, they call it commercial sex worker. You come anytime you want, you pay, and then have your, they make you happy. That word make you happy, you know, is popular now. It has gone into Nigerian dictionary. But then that's what Nigerian politicians think about us as voters. They are not going with any ideology. They don't have any standing. One chance. Yahoo politicians. Jumping from fire to just like that. And they will always find reason to justify. So, go to closed door. Even go to closed holes. Meeting can be held in bunkers. Go there and hold meeting. Come back. We are here waiting. But I've told you, no matter how you make you are, the way you make you are mad, you lie on it. PDP, you have all planned it to destabilize the party. Go ahead. And the people outside are helping you. Oh, this one dragging, go forward, do this. To any home meeting for how many years? You cannot hold until now. Let's go with Jared.
All right, we have Senators bemoan further extension of 2024 budget implementation to December 31st. And are asking whether Nigeria is broke.
You can imagine how confused Nigeria is. Who are the people asking the question, Uche? Senators. How God help us. Oh, the senators are asking whether Nigeria is broke. That the implementation of budget has extended, of 2024 budget has extended to December 2025. After all, they are waiting for the president to begin the implementation of 2025 budget so that they quickly get to their own court. I don't even know why they are worried. Should be the allowances and what they carry home, 29 million. Nothing has dropped from it. They are not all salary. It's just 70,000 that they managed to squeeze out, and they said is a law now that some states has not paid. They are not talking about it. They are asking us, senators, distinguished senators, have the mind to ask Nigeria, is Nigeria broke? So Uche, is Nigeria broke? The woman who played music said, if you ask me, who do I ask? If you ask me now, who I go ask? So if the senators has asked us, is Nigeria broke? We will wait for who will answer the question. Don't you see confusion? You want us to review the newspaper headline, senators are bemoan. What are they bemoaning? Are you owed salaries? Is the allowance owed? They paid your house wife allowance, pay your children allowance, pay gardeners allowance, pay PA allowance, pay you driver's allowance, pay you wardrobe allowance, pay you furniture allowance. None of them is owed, and you are bemoaning. So if the senators want to bemoan, let them come and ask me how to bemoan, because I've been moaning here, bemoaning, and nobody has thought about it. Every day in Nigerian newspaper, there are issues to bemoan, and these ones are bemoaning and asking questions they should be answering. Good luck, distinguished senators of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ask me, I will answer. Let's go. We will answer. When I go and find out from the budget and office, I will tell you whether Nigeria is broke.
All right, now on the Guardian newspaper, we have Lagos to begin digital numbering of houses from July 1st. Now, I'm struggling to understand what that is.
Yeah, digital numbering is numbering of your houses that you can be internet compliance. If you Google it, you see it, and you're looking for, this Google map when you are looking for houses. When the thing is compliant, it's imputed in the system. Every number will be computer compliance. Anywhere you want, you click and see whether it exists, and that will save a lot of issues. Lagos was popular recently, where people will invite children and young Nigerians for interviews, and they will go there. They end up using them for ritual, issues, killing them or harvesting their organs. So with the digital numbering, probably such situation, if you are leaving house, you drop the number where you are going, everybody can Google. You can even Google it before now, know who is there, what the nearest locations, who borders that place. So you can tell your people, I'm going to a house, the nearest thing there is a central bank or CBN, and you can use landmarks. Also, a lot of things about digital numbering of houses. When we are youth corpers, we did what we call geocoding. We are doing analog numbering of houses in Ibadan. That's where I serve. Ibadan is another staccato city, one of the biggest in Africa. When we use copper, one of the things corpers were doing in Ibadan, what we call geocoding, it was one of our assignments. We go numbering houses by analog. Now, computer will do it. But you have to do what's called general GPS picture of the whole streets and everything. You put it in the system and you will number it. It's not the one that all those analog house numbering system, you have one house, one here, and probably this plot was not built. When they come for numbering, they won't give an empty plot. They give, so it will be staccato. So when somebody is looking for, you might find number one here and trek for another 10 minutes and ask. And what we tell you, you go to, I'm sorry to say this, go to our friends in Yoruba land, you're asking somebody there, please, I'm going to number 2 Badiwe Street. Say, he will do hand like this. Meanwhile, you are very close here, you will do Before you know it, you will put hand like this, you find yourself walking in Alaska. You go and you're looking for one number, but with this, if you click it, Google will even announce when you are in front of that place, Google will tell you, you're here now. That number 1 Badiwe Street, that kind of thing. So good luck to Lagos State. Of course, Lagos State should have digitally numbered their streets 10 years ago. But if you start now, like Dibo said, so at least let there be something that Lagos is using their big budget and the internally generated revenue to do. Because Lagos is being almost overbuilt. So governors are looking for, what do I do? They will come and ask, what is next? So digital numbering become a big project, which is supposed to be something Google has done for Lagos State long time. It's just it shouldn't be a big project, but we have to give a super heading to a project so that money will come out. Let's go.
All right, and still on project funding, we have 2024-2025 fiscal policy crisis, poor project funding, execution stall over poor budget implementation.
Poor budget implementation will come. And that's what we were saying earlier. They even get the National Assembly people, the distinguished senators confused that they're asking, are we broke? So we don't know. But the poor budget fund is going to continue because all of them are not thinking about this. They are thinking about defection. They are thinking about next 2 election that will be in 2 years. That is the concentration of Nigeria. No project. The ones that some governors have started to scratch the surface, then they mass the money. They are using some of these governors are going to use the money to buy their way for return. Some of them that need to come back. That's what they're talking. Everything has stalled. Nigeria has come to a standstill. We are thinking about 2027. In 2025, mid-year. That's the country we're living in. So project fund, who is going to look at the project implementation and budget? All those ones are second hand. They will be on the KIV list until all of them defect, bought their way for second tenure. Then we can look back. And that is the concentration of Nigeria. So Nigeria is a country that they follow the trend. The trend now is which party? Uche, when are you defecting? Because me, here, I don't even know where I belong to. I don't know because I'm confused. I don't. When I wake up, I just close my eyes. I can defect in my dream. So defection is the season. Let's not talk about project funding, execution, stall over poor project. Well, nobody is talking about that. That even the people that will be questioning, call the budget office, call the all these people to order are asking us, then they are confused. They are asking whether Nigeria is broke. The body is the distinguished Senate that should be asking this question. What is happening to project? What is happening to budget implementation? They have budget committee at the Senate and the Federal House of Reps. And we are here.
Now, still on the defection, we have fresh PDP, LP defections to APC as opposition parties battle internal crisis.
You just want me to say about what I've just... But that's good. You see it. You see it. Fresh PDP, LP defections to APC. Good luck, our progressive Congress. You are making a lot of progress. So everything we have talked before that are topics and the problems in Nigeria is not the concern. The concern now is wherever you can come, we have a Bahama, come in, we are going somewhere. The bus will still be overfilled. Register another bus. Still, I mean, I have APC 1, APC 2, because the first bus is getting overfilled, and already there are some signs squeaking on the tire and all that one. So overloading is an offense. I hope the political Federal Road Safety Commission is watching the bus that they call APC for overload. So that's those people who will climb under one mandate, but no problem. Only selected children also turn up and we give you one mandate, you didn't finish it, you jumped in and you come back for campaign. We are watching. If this thing they are planning are depending on Nigerians to vote for them, they are coming. You didn't finish the mandate I gave you, you come back. We gave you mandate under LP. We gave you mandate under PDP. You have jumped base and you come back. Like my father will say, you know these old people, they will speak Oyibo. You come back incognito to ask for vote. God will punish you. No problem. Is in Nigeria just for selfish reason to destroy a structure? Why not to resign? My concern is jumping ship. You carry my property. Uche, I make you a reverend sister under Catholic Church. You waka enter another religion. Totally, not even Christianity. Ooh. You've not removed your vow. You've not denounced it. You carry even your veil and everything, your dressing go. It's not an error of judgment, an error of the people will look at issues that will spoil and they are going, what will our children talk about tomorrow as Nigerian politics? Can somebody do it from all those places we learned about parliamentary democracy? Can you jump from Republican to the Democratic? Can you jump from the Conservative to any? If you want to go, you change and shed all things that they belong to them and move on. You cut to the head of a horse, go and put it on Nama, and cut to the head of a giraffe, go and put it on them of goat, and you move on. What will you have? You have what they call political mulattoes and confused society. That's what they're building. What is the ideology? Somebody is a labor. From all I know, they have a well-planned ideology that should guide us. Now, look at where we are. And all, this is just starting 2 years to time. Every day, they are defecting. And nobody is asking questions. And the ones that are defecting into are not even asking. If you come with smelly issue, come. If you are shirt in the smell, if you not bath to since, what did you do? Nobody, just come. But the snake that beat PDP, he will soon use his tail, the rattlesnake, dangerous. He will use his tail to touch APC. And the thing will round up.
All right, we have high prep yet to attain 80% restoration of Ogoni polluted environment.
Say it again.
We have high prep yet to attain 80% restoration of Ogoni polluted environment. Still on The Guardian.
The Ogoni Polluted environment is a major project. It started under Buhari after stress, after a lot of campaign and stress. A lot of people paid with their life about the environmental degradation of Ogoni land, the land that is laying the golden geese, where oil exploration has continued over decades. And if you go to the environment, no clean water, no agricultural land. They can't even fish again because they are mainly fishermen, because oil has soaked and polluted everywhere, deep down, up. If you get to see video documentaries on the pollution and the difficult situation in Ogoni land and other lands in Niger Delta where they, not to talk about the environmental one, the gas flaring. Now they started and said they are going to clean it up. We do not expect, with Nigeria being what Nigeria is, where every dead man they carry his corpse, another person will think is a log of wood until effective. Nigerians are good at that. It's happening in Ogoni. Everybody somewhere far off at the other end of Nigeria is using petrol. His concern is about the cost of fuel. Nobody has asked where this thing is coming from. How are the people there living? And clearly, in this century, everybody knows what this environmental degradation can do, even to the life of people. You go to Ogoni land, you can't see any clean roof. Almost all the people are dark. I don't know. I've been asking that question. There are times you have what they call dark suits with rain. It rains dark rain. There are issues of environment. Now, if government is clean, and since it started almost 8 years ago, we have not had near this one. They're trying to sound politically correct. If we put a call across to Ogoni land, people staying on the site, they will tell you Nigeria has now achieved 20% in this mega project. And this multi-trillion-dollar project. So at every time they will delay it, and people are dying, fishes are dying, the environment is gone, children are being deformed from birth, and some people are smiling to the banks. They can be in Abuja heading Ogoni land cleaning. So they visit and fly in with motorcade and pilot security guard them. They visit and it will be in the news that they, will come and go back. After years, they will think people will now start asking what's happening. They will come in the news and tell you Ogoni land cleaning. If you want to clean somebody's house, you should locate. Just like the president has ordered the CDS and IGP, go to these locations. If possible, stay there. So if you want to clean Ogoni land, let the people who are cleaning Ogoni land go there and base, so that they will monitor the result. It's not not cleaning. And they need to use mouth. You can use mouth to put fish inside your soup. Now hand. Nigeria, we don't know what hit us. We are not at home. When we begin to be sincere with politics and follow it, even if it's one policy, follow it to the end and then can it as a success. It's not here cleaning Ogoni land, here doing this one, here doing this one, here refurbish a factory, here do this and refinery, do all over, nothing. Before you know it, everybody concentrate on returning for another election. Everything will stop like that.
All right, and just very quickly before we end the review this morning, Tinubu is saying that the farmer-herder conflict is an opportunity to structure social stability and food security.
Very good. It sounds like project topic. If you have not done your project, I would say, let's pick it as a, farmer-herder clash, opportunity to structure social. What opportunity? At whose cost? This opportunity is coming. My little knowledge of economics says opportunity cost, forgone, alternative. The lives of Nigerians, how many, since this madness came, how many decades? How many? Yesterday I was seeing figures in the front page of newspapers, and people were doing comparison. People that have lost in Nigeria, they were killed during this madness. Above the population of many countries, over 20 countries accounted that what we have lost, people died, are more than the population of about 12 countries. It is still an opportunity. to create whatever until we see the opportunity. We have bled enough. Nigerians have died enough of this thing. Is a war. So if you are creating opportunity out of it, quickly do it before we finish. Because if Nigeria finish, there will be no opportunity. If Nigeria finish, there will be no opportunity to do anything. So the sooner we do what we have to do now, the better for us to move on and do something. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for your review this morning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
All right, and we'll be coming right back in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
It was a show of grassroots participation and gathering of party faithful and aspirants as the PDP held its delegate primaries across 6 area councils in the FCT: Buari, Kuje, Kwali, Abaji, Gwagwalada and the Abuja Municipal Area Council. Following a closed-door briefing with election officials, Chairman of the Election Committee and PDP Chairman of Plateau State, Honorable Chris Hassan, addressed journalists at the Buari Town Hall. He emphasized that the exercise was not just about winners and losers, but about reaffirming the PDP's commitment to internal democracy and party unity.
Today's election is the election of our candidates to contest the chairmanship of all the area councils. Here we are in Buari. So far I've been briefed fully by the electoral committee that is here at the moment. And the briefing is wonderful. In the thinking of the party, you know, our party motto stands on justice, fairness, equity. And I assure you that from the arrangement they are making, you see it's going to play itself greatly here. I can assure you the spirit of People's Democratic Party is going to be very, very fair. And you can see democracy playing itself here. I have no fear based on the arrangement now. And I want to assure you that and our conduct, our caliber of people that come out to contest is the best so far. And we speak with the people on ground because power belongs to the people.
Voting proceeded across the 6 area councils under the supervision of party officials. Many stakeholders described the process as calm, credible, and devoid of violence. At the close of voting and collation, Honorable Hassan personally announced the results for each council area, highlighting the transparency and orderly nature of the process.
We thank God that the elections went in rancor-free. And here are the results of the election. For Kuje Area Council, we had 2 contestants, Jigo D. Michael and Lami Zakaria. And Jigo had to withdraw. He withdrew his candidacy and he has written a letter to that effect, which will submit to the National Secretariat. And then Lami was the only person that contested in Kuje Area Council. And by the electoral process and powers conferred on us, after the accreditation, 30 affirmed to his candidacy. So the 30 delegates voted in affirmation. And by virtue of electoral law, he has been declared unopposed and ready to contest the 2026 local government election in FCT.
In his closing remark, Honorable Chris Hassan described the entire process as free, fair, and a true reflection of PDP ideals. He stated that nobody was cheated and that the primaries were conducted with integrity, noting that the party is now better prepared to face the 2026 general elections as one united front.
I want to gladly announce to you that elections were rancor-free and went in smoothly in respect of the ideals of our party. It is our desired prayer that we work towards the success of this election come next year, 2026. You're welcome and I appreciate all your.
Party stakeholders at the venue commended the process, calling it a model for grassroots democracy within the PDP, with delegate elections concluded in the FCT. The party says it is focused on strengthening internal structures ahead of 2026. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back, and now on to our first conversation of the day. We're looking at Igbo philosophy, revisiting or deviating from the Igbo philosophy. And our guest is joining us via Zoom. He is a professor of philosophy. He's recorded as the father of contemporary African philosophy. He's a scholar and an activist as well. His name is Emeritus Professor Uzodimma Nwala. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, lady. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Can you give us an overview or just what the Igbo philosophy is about? What are the tenets, of Igbo philosophy?
Well, Igbo philosophy is like any other philosophy. The difference is that at this stage we have been articulating it. We've been dealing with what we call the traditional fields of Igbo philosophy. And that traditional field contains most of the principles which they explore through scientific methods. More so through the highest level of scientific method. The Igbos, as come to be known in history, are part of the original stock of human beings in the world. They were there for Egyptian philosophers. We could read about it. They were there before the philosophers. And traces of Igbo thought, philosophy in our language as well as been traced even the Igbo philosophy has to do with our view of the world, our view of reality, how we understand our place, cosmic system. How to understand the cosmic system. It is not so much of what people regard as superstition. It was a white man who followed and tried to be great at civilization. The Igbo philosophy has to do with the fundamental principles of reality, the creation of the world, how the world came about. What is the structure of the world? What are the basic principles of the world? What's the place of man in the entire cosmic system? These are so much fundamental issues of human society. Trying to deeply explore in our exchange of
All right, and then looking at the oral traditions and things like that, in what ways is the Igbo philosophy rooted in things like oral traditions and cosmology and proverbs and things that actually make up the Igbo as it is?
Well, coincidentally, many of you are children of God and God, and that you don't get a those of us in some great cities, great criteria. Those are way of great balance.
Prof. Uzodima, can you hear me? All right, it seems that we're having some network issues with our guest, but we'll be back in a moment and we'll continue the conversation.
I'm hearing you. Are you not hearing me? No.
I can't hear you, sir. Please, it seems like we're having some network issues. Like I said, we'll go on a break, and when we return, we'll continue the conversation.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
On Igbo philosophy with our guest, Professor Uzodima Nwala. Can you hear me, sir? All right. Now, before we went on that break, we were discussing on how, oral traditions and cosmology is part of, Igbo philosophy and the roles that they play. So please, can you continue with that, sir?
I'm saying that the Igbo philosophy has to do with the understanding of existence, understanding of the origins of the world, structure of the world, functions of the world, principles of social life, human existence, all the things we study, what we call cosmology, cosmogony, on this. Also, the values of existence, nature of social organization, nature of human value, what is good, what is right. All these are content in fundamental systems. Find them in our faith law. Find them in our social practices. We find them in the existence of the organization of our society. We find them in our religious institutions, the so-called shrines. All these are embodiments of the movement of our society. You may also know that what some of the critics is there is we wonders in sleeping. Yes, modern science, they are also after that. What we call the cycle and yes, forefathers were able to effect change. Effect change on something without touching it. The kind of things they will do. Our forefathers were able to sort of events from there. Our forefathers were able to move instructions. Somebody can come to the divine essence. By the time the divine called goes to the house, just what the wonders we have lost as a result of the assimilation. Need us to the fundamental principles we are forefathers.
All right, now how would you say that colonialism and education modernization has challenged or altered when it comes to traditional Igbo values and philosophical values?
Let us look at the most tragic aspect of education we have here. That tragic aspect is to see that philosophy began in Greece. When that challenge makes assertion that we began in Greece. They know that satisfied many great actors. Even Egyptian civilization has civilization, the Negro Africa. If you read the books by Patrick Achalon, we see very wonderful institutions where she tries to trace fundamental elements of traditional thoughts, traditional principles, traditional concepts in Chinese, Russian language. So the Negroes have been there. Kajin wrote a book that says we were there before Adam. So the problem we have today is that we are made to think that the world began with the coming of the white man. That everything we have today is solid white man. No. The white man himself has the origins of their own civilization from Egypt. And Egypt has it from Sudan. So when we remember the fundamental basis of our existence, what we should do today is to try and go back to the fundamental ways in which we live for the white man. Take, for example, we have to go back to the ways our forefathers organized our society. Right from childhood, from the conception of the child, to the birth of the child, to the teaching and working of the child, to the 8th grade organization, to the moonlight song, to the dancing clubs, to the family practices, where most of our youth are. Our marriage ceremonies, to our burial ceremony. All these fundamental principles forgotten and we followed widely. In more recent times, I was quite happy to see some of our reverend fathers and sisters participating in Igbo cultural festivals, participating in the dancing and ceremonies, which are conducted according to the fundamental principles of our tradition. Today, our youths have lost contact with the origins. They are no longer initiated in basic values of our society, the basic principles of our life. That is part of what we are suffering today. Our society is becoming more and more violent. Yet, incidentally, the white man does not forget the fundamental origins. We remember what happened in the burial of Queen Elizabeth, but found that traditionalists in England carried some grounds, some shrines to go and conduct some sacrifices as part of the burial of Queen Elizabeth. They have not forgotten them. So I think it is necessary for us today to go back to the fundamental origins, to the way our forefathers organized society, to our various ceremonies, the way we settle disputes, our communal legal system, the way we share assets, settle disputes, discipline, the way our women were organized, the way our youths were organized. We need to go back to those areas. We need to go back to the fundamental system and fundamental authorities in our society. I'm talking of leaders of Ginger Congo. All these are of our traditional society. We should go back to them. We should not forget them because being driven by serve as origins.
All right, now talking about going back, to our traditional roots. Now, in recent times, we've seen cases of young people talking about going back to their father's religion, and we also find situations whereby, in the pursuit of material success, a lot of people are also going back to the traditionalists and traditional religion. Now, would you say this is a case of revisiting or a case of deviating from what the Igbo tradition is all about?
A good deal of it is the case of deviating. Let us look at the way our children today pursue money making. They pursue money making without values, even at the risk of sacrificing human lives, at the risk of committing all kinds of crimes in order to make money. That is not original with us. I remember my own father was the priest of the bodies. He was also head of community's justice system. Tried all kinds of crimes from youth, crimes committed by the youth, by the women, punishments, various forms of punishment, fines, including banishment, including even death sentence. Our society was, I would say, pure in a life sense. They have fought all kinds of crimes, all kinds of business. Their wealth must be acquired honestly. And if you do, they give him title. They don't give title to criminals. Before they give you title as a rich man, they must know the source of the wealth. So we must find a way to come back to those fundamental ways and people organize society. And get back to how we organize our youth, including the cultural activities that make youth life meaningful. What I'm talking of is that I'm talking of all those moonlight songs and plays, all those dancing clubs, all those hunting clubs, fishing clubs, great organizations, all those forms of apprenticeship and so on and so on. All those marriage initiation ceremonies, we must find a way to recover them and try to build them up in the ways we develop our children.
All right, now let's look at the leadership system, among Igbo people. And we know that Igbo tradition has a system of things like title taking and kingship as well. Now, how would you say that political leadership among Igbo people in our world today has deviated from, the original idea of what it means to be a leader, leadership by merit and by wisdom? How would you assess the current state of, the Igbo political leadership today?
There's no doubt that we live in a very chaotic world today. Chaotic world which has been molded by the political order, by the political system. Crime has become a mood, the principle of acquisition of wealth, acquisition of honor, of men. This was not so, as I said, in the days of our forefathers. For you to play a role in society, you must know your background. You must be an honest man. For you to recognize and respect a society, you must have some titles. You must have title of title deriving from their community. If you are a farmer, you must belong to the cause of the organization of the young title men. I am an SJG. If you are a young man, you must belong to an organization of this. If you are a woman, you must belong to an organization of women, and you must be respected by other women because they see leadership roles. The same thing happens with the elders. You must belong to the for society, SJG society as well. So our traditional society was organized on basic values and respect for the role you play, the honorable role, spiritual and the moral role you play in society, but not because of wealth. And if you are wealthy, they must know the source of your wealth before you respect your money. So today we are driven by Western materialism, which has really destroyed our society, which has made our society a criminal society, which has made our politics a system. It's unfortunate what we have today. It's no social order, it's a chaotic order. And of course, incidentally, you can see how even our people cooperate with those that are coming in to destroy our people. There is collaboration between some of our leaders. Many of our leaders depend on the Fulani for their political position, for their political authority. So we are now, we've forgotten our background, our roots. We must find a way to go back to our background.
All right. And now looking at religion and spirituality, when it comes to Igbo traditional spirituality, do you think that both Igbo spirituality and Christianity can coexist philosophically? Because sometimes it seems as if the both religions or the both spiritualities have some conflicting values, and in our world today we find people who are also in the religious space, Christians and also traditionalists as well, or believe in some parts of the Igbo tradition. So do you think they can coexist, and how?
Some time ago, I attended a ceremony, as I said before, where I saw Reverend Sisters and Reverend Father dancing with the tool of traditional burial music, traditional burial music. I know some of them have also taken part in traditional title. I know also that some of them belong to various organizations in their communal societies. Now, you see, it is true no society is pure. Our traditional society has its own problems, its own challenges, but it has a mechanism for purifying the society, has a mechanism, fundamental principle to make sure evil does not coexist with goodness. Evil people were points in society. They had honorable leaders of engaging. These were the custodians of our society, of the values of our society. We don't have them again today. What you have today are people who are pursuing wealth. People who can see the way they run from one political party to the other. They want to join the political party. They are no longer capable. You don't have politicians anymore of any value, of any honor. When you have a politician who want to be rich by all means, who want to pay taxes because of the money that they get various corrupt ways. So I think it is possible for even the contemporary Christianity to coexist with traditionals. Insofar as Christianity recognizes the fundamental principles embedded in our traditional society, doesn't look at it as superstition. Obviously, there are some superstitious elements in our tradition. There are also superstitious elements in Western society. We can also join those superstitious elements and hold on to the fundamental values that can make human society more honorable, more worth living, not the kind of thing we have today.
Yes, and I would like you to please speak more on, the demonization, or should I say the idea of traditional practices being diabolical, because there is this notion or this perception of people who practice traditional religion being termed as diabolical. So can you speak on that?
Like I said, I have seen some priests participating in traditional rituals, various ceremonies, naming ceremonies, tattoo taking, and so on and so forth.
Can you hear me?
All those more fundamental values. Are you hearing me? Hello?
All right, please go ahead. Go ahead. I can hear you.
All those traditional systems were embedded in fundamental values. All those societies have their principles and values. You dare not engage in any corrupt, in any crime, and still be welcome, be honored, whether it is organization of young girls, organization of youths, organization of women, organization of men, of titled people. All these we have their fundamental values and principles. Members must respect that. If you are found deviating on those fundamental values, you are punished.
All right, now let's look at
society.
All right, let's look at the role language plays when it comes to preserving Igbo cultural identity. I mean, in recent times, you also have situations where we find the younger ones or the younger generation not knowing how to speak, their native language. Now, how in what way or what role exactly does language play when it comes to preserving culture and, Igbo philosophical identity?
Language is the embodiment of the culture of the people, of the visions of the people. It also expresses, identifies negative elements which society causes. Language is such a rich thing. It's either expressed in direct sentences, or expressed in proverbs, or expressed in idioms, or expressed in folklore. Expressed in parables. There are very rich forms, language, which embody the values of our society. So I believe that those people who teach Igbo language to them should not be more concerned with just the syntax of sentences and so on and so forth. They must also interested in the embodiment of values, embodiment of our history, embodiment of our culture, language. That is the way the youth were brought up in those days the moonlight place, the cultural organizations, the age-grade organizations, and so on and so forth. Society has various ways of educating and bringing up young ones according to the fundamental values of society. It's also in those countries that negative and negative values are condemned and exploited. So today we must challenge our language teachers to try and be also interested in those aspects of our language in folklore, in parables, and so on, which embody the fundamental principles of our society, of our life.
All right. And speaking on, folklore and how language can be used to pass. Now, with the rise of, like Western and digital education, most of these teachers don't even know, or most of these parents don't even understand these proverbs and these folk tales and these parables that are supposed to be passed down to the children to teach them not just the syntax of their language, but also other things that make up the Igbo ideology. So now, how can these things still be passed on and it will still be understood generations to come, because it seems like it's been lost already?
Incidentally, the older generation was able to articulate our language in basic forms. There are certain very great literature which were created by some of our elders. Itawana, who wrote on ENUGU, and other books conveyed fundamental values of our society. ENUGU was once this. There are other writings, one by the slogans. So I think we have to go back to those forms of literature that convey values, convey history, convey all those things that make our society worldly human society. We must get back to them.
Do you think that globalization is a threat of some sort to, Igbo tradition as it stands now?
Yes, I think globalization has its values. It also has its limitations. Globalization is negative when it tries to expunge fundamental principles and organizations of our society. Those fundamental principles and organizational forms, which we know preserve human society, make human society meaningful, make human society spiritually and morally upright. Those elements should be preserved, and we should not allow globalization to erode them. Made reference to forms of educating the youth. Forms of those organizations and those forms of education embodied in the very fundamental principles which you don't encounter in globalization. Globalization is important in the areas of enhanced scientific knowledge, enhanced technological advancements. Incidentally, as I said before, some of the fundamental technological and scientific principles we have today, our forefathers knew about them. I remember one of our great scientists, Professor Animale, who once told us that science was moving to the point where it can predict events 1,000 years before they happen. That knowledge, that form of reality, that form of element was also available in our society. What you call soothsaying, what you call divination, those are forms of penetrating reality. You see some of them manifest today in various forms of technology, internet, and so on. Our forefathers were way ahead of a good number of things which we have today discovered as new forms of communication or interacting with war, of knowing about reality. So I believe that we have to be very careful, how we look at the various forms of modernization. I mean, a good deal of society today, you and I know that our society has become bankrupt because of the negative forms of modernization. Our politics has become bankrupt. See the kind of government we have today. See the kind of what is happening among our youth. Get rich quick. We must find a way to arrest those things. And the only way to arrest them is to try and go back to the fundamental ways our forefathers tried to sanitize society, try to bring up their children as honest people, dignified people, honorable people, and hardworking people.
Okay, now speaking of revisiting, the Igbo philosophy. Now, in your opinion, what exactly does it mean to revisit Igbo philosophy? Do we mean, is it more of preservation or a reform or full, restoration or bringing back everything in its entirety? So just shed more light on the idea of revisiting the Igbo philosophy.
Well, I am an author of a book called Igbo philosophy. And that was a book that enabled the world to really believe the Africans have philosophy. And I went on to introduce the teaching of African philosophy, the universe system. And from there, it became a global mode of study. African philosophy became a respectable area of study in the world through my humble efforts. What I think we need to do is to patiently look at the way our forefathers conceived the world and compare them with the way modern science conceived the world. In many cases, we find equivalence. In many cases, we find that what the Western science has enabled us to do is to be more mechanical, to reach that reality in a way everybody can see. But in the case of tradition, a good deal of it was a function of spirituality, a function of inbuilt spiritual, intellectual, high-level intellectual perception. The world. It was not so much mechanical. The mechanical aspect, there, like techniques of modern science, but in doing it, we should not be carried away. We must not lose sight of the fundamental values underlying knowledge, underlying tradition, underlying occupation, underlying lifestyle, underlying marriage, underlying bringing up of children, underlying the way society organizes itself and purifies itself.
All right, and while we are talking about revisiting the Igbo philosophy, can we also throw light on what other current practices that show clear deviation from what the philosophy, represents?
Well, I would say the various forms of get rich quick practices, various forms of cultural thinking. Many people have converted traditional religion, traditional philosophy into maybe a mockery made an instrument of deceit. When you some of the things are used against today, how to make money quickly without even history. On gambling, those ones are not part of our culture or tradition. But people, they must know the source of their wealth. And the making of money was guided by certain fundamental principles of truth, of honesty. You don't cheat your parents. You must be honest in trade, you must be honest in farming, you must be honest in relationships. So I think we have to get back to the way society emphasized morality, emphasized values. That is the problem of modern society. That values modern society has gone bankrupt. It's now who you are, the kind of name you have, the kind of title you take. Doesn't have to do with the fundamental values, how you've acquired your wealth, how you have made your name, and how you are using those opportunities to make society better.
And speaking of deviating, when we see, just like we mentioned earlier, about how we find people in pursuit of material success, they go overboard to certain religious practices. Now, do you also think that, you know, the traditional concept of what we call nsani, which is abominations or taboos, do you think it is still very much active or still feared, or do you think it is now a situation where it's actually people have no regard for it anymore, and so they go ahead to, you know, do these atrocious acts in the name of tradition?
The problem is that even the study of tradition is no longer taken seriously in our formal educational system. It's no longer taken seriously in our educational system. That is a part of the problem. If we did, we'll be able to know the limits, how to draw the limits, how to identify honest endeavor, how to identify corrupt endeavor. There were corrupt people in traditional society, and the traditional society has a way of purifying itself. There are systems of making sure values are encouraged. Honesty is encouraged. Honesty is part of the organization of society. And today, we don't have, nobody cares about it. Even a religion, Christianity has lost grip itself, lost grip of itself. And all kinds of people now use Christianity to make money for the sick people, to commit all kinds of crimes, including human sacrifice as well. The only way we can do this is to make sure that honest elements in Christianity, honest elements from society, join hands in recreating modern society. There are honest Christians, there are honest traditional people who still live. The best way to go about is to start by emphasizing those fundamental ways tradition tries to purify itself. Those traditional ways tradition organizes itself, the youth must be organized. And there must be principles and forms of organizing the youth. Young women must be organized. The women must organize themselves, not necessarily as members of Mary or Agnes. You are women of black community who are here to preserve religious, moral, whether Christian or traditional values of the society. To make sure women live well, women grow honorably and become honorable mothers. So we must find ways of ensuring fundamental values are embedded in our social life.
Now, in what ways would you say that we can effectively, transmit our culture down to the younger generation without sounding too archaic? Because, some youths or some young people are of the opinion that some of the tradition of Igbo people are a bit outdated or too old, and it's not practical in our modern world. So how do we transmit our culture and our traditions without, sounding too outdated or too backward?
I think where we have to start is examining what we call modernity, what we call as a civilization, and also identify the things we identify as engaged, identify as backward. We'll find them both in modern Western society. We also find them in traditional society. But traditional society was stronger, has stronger embedded mechanism for purifying itself. There were various organizations have codes and rules for purifying themselves, to execute women and multiple types of people. Today, most of the modern organizations we have, the only values they expound is values of wealth, making various names and titles. Where they and if you find people taking titles, it's a lot of their honest. It's a result of their experience. Even when they put some of them that in some forms of public spirit, lose to buy the people, to deceive the people, and they put themselves on the people. It's not that much, it's not the kind of selflessness that you find in tradition.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Emeritus Professor Uzodin Manwala. Thank you for, having this very enlightening conversation with us this morning.
Thank you very much, young ladies. Thank you very much. I hope you understand their hand on the table, please. That's deeper. Principles, deeper ideas, and what I've tried to make for you.
All right, thank you so much. And that is it for our conversation on revisiting or deviating from the Igbo philosophy. And we'll go on a very quick break, and when we return, we'll continue with our conversations of the day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back, and now we're going in for another interesting conversation on the power of a woman. What exactly is the power of a woman? Where does the power of a woman actually lie? Well, we're going to be having this conversation with Rhoda Onwuka Odi. She's joining us via Zoom. She is a journalist, a gender activist, and an author. Good morning, Rhoda.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so what exactly does the power of a woman mean? Tell us what that is about.
Okay, the power of a woman is about a novel I wrote. And the storyline is about the strength of a woman. And the main author, the main person in this novel is Amara. Amara, who is a lady that came in to a violent family, The father was a drunkard and then a drunk. And then the mom, who happens to be the breadwinner, instead of the dad, because the dad wanted a male child. And for all the 5 children he had with the wife, he ended up with 5 female children. And he was so, he wasn't okay with that. And then he maltreated the family. So Amara came from this home and was married, eventually married off to a very rich man who in turn treated Amara so bad. And then from there, Amara picked up courage that she was going to make it right with her own children. And funny enough, Amara too ended up with girl's child, but with all her strength, putting things in place, came out to train all the children into responsible girls, who in turn came to the rescue of their dad. So it's all about the strength of a woman, how the women child struggled so hard to come up with something in life, because Amara children ended up with good professions. Some were medical doctor, lawyers, and then I think it's all about strength of a woman who could not give up, a woman who in all odds said, no, I'm going to make it in life. Yeah, that's all about the storyline. And it's a true life story, you know. I had to come.
Rhoda, but looking at the society now, when you look at the society, how has society, you know, perceived, you know, women in general and their strengths? And how would you say that that has changed, you know, over the years?
Actually, when I view the society of yesterday with women to society of today, actually, we're really trying. And I thank God the women folk has been given rights somehow. We're really trying in this dispensation. I think is a good one. And I know we'll get there by God's grace. Yeah.
So now let's look at, you know, our tradition, you know, as African people and as Nigerians as well. Now, how would you say that tradition, you know, views the role of women in when it comes in society, rather? How would you say, and how would you say that that has impacted, you know, how women thrive in society?
Okay, talking about tradition, I think it's still an 70-30 thing. Tradition has not really given a woman that field, that free land to soft landing. Some tradition were still way back, while some they're doing well. But in a society, like I said, in a society where up to 90% of giving women that soft landing to operate. But I think our tradition should do more to promote the women, to encourage them, and including the society at large. We should give the women the chance to operate and then know that a girl child is a blessing and not a curse. Thank you.
Okay, so in what ways would you suggest the society to help women to, you know, come up and show whatever power it is that they have and to be relevant in society? Can you just tell us what are your thoughts? What do you think society can do to help with that?
I think we should be given a chance. We should be given the benefit of doubt. We should give that checkmate us behind and give us that benefit of doubt to strive on, to try. At least we should try in the politics. Like, let me take politics in an environment right now. We are in the political era. If a woman is given that chance, like I was discussing with a friend, I said, when will a woman become the governor of a particular state? I have not seen, but I have seen an emergency governor, at least in Anambra State, that the then Virginia Etiaba came in as an emergency governor. A woman, and when I was reading the history, I saw that during that space, she did great. Yeah. So a woman should be given that opportunity to try. In the politics, yeah, a trial will give us, it will convince us. So let us give that woman encouragement. The men should come in, give us that encouragement to come into politics, to become the governor of a state, starting with the governor of a state, then we can hit to the presidency, president of the nation. I think doing that will help us a lot to explore more.
All right, but Rhoda, when we talk about the power of a woman, can you please, aside from, because when I asked that earlier, you spoke about the book that you wrote, but can you just, aside that, what exactly is this power of a woman? Can you just tell us what that is, specifically?
Specifically, when you come to a woman's strength, is filled with emotion. A woman emotion, a woman can draw emotion in so many places. That will help her to put one or two in place and to work hard. A woman don't give up. A woman wants to see the best out of what he wants to do, 100% well done. So coming to the strength of a woman, the strength of a woman is something that is in us. In us, we gather that strength. And when God said a woman is a helper and builds, it's all about that strength. Going spiritually to the strength of a woman, it's all about wanting to make it right, putting her emotions into it, wanting to achieve it, keeping the home, combining it with his job. A woman would not want her home to fail as well as her job to fail. So, in fact, if I should say it, a woman's strength is a whole lot. He wants to keep everything in place. He doesn't want a no for an answer. He doesn't want a scattered place, a scattered thing left undone. I think it is in us. God has made it so that a woman is meant to keep. So I think that's where we draw the strength and the power of a woman.
Okay, and what women exactly, can you tell us, women in society who have used their strength, or who have exhibited strength, when it comes to impacting the society positively?
Okay, let me go to Dora, our own Dora, the late Dora Okiere. When he was I think NAFDAC person, she was so great. In fact, the death toll, minimized. I'm not saying she's God, but she tried in that field, making sure that the drugs we took were well made. And she stood her feet. I think that's a kudos. Then when we talk about the Delta woman, the finance woman, Okonjo Iweala, who is doing great in the World Bank, if I'm right, she did so well, and she was the one that brought IPPIS in the Federal Civil Service, and that was a very good one. We're not complaining. Civil servants can say a lot of things, a lot of good things when IPPIS came in place. And lots of them, so many of them, if I want to mention them, there are many, too many of them in Nigeria. So if we give a woman a chance, we support them, the male child now, the male amongst us. If we support women, I think we'll go a very, very long way, yes.
Now, earlier on, you mentioned, governance and, women being in positions of, authority, like governance. Now, what unique leadership styles would you say that women possess when it comes to taking up such very important positions like that in society?
I think feminists. I think feminists. Diligence, diligency, to be diligent in their work, the firmness. A woman wants to get it right. A woman doesn't want to, say no, or maybe go for the least. A woman wants the best. A woman wants it to be, she wants a diligence thing. She wants to get it right. She wants, continuity. A woman will not have the mind to stop a halfway. Let's talk of rude. When a woman, I've seen women in the local governments, I don't want to mention their name, but I know a friend was one time caretaker of a local government. And then when she came in, there was a road leading to the farm. She never allowed that road to, oh, it's not my project. I think I should start with mine. She told me, Ruth, I think I should finish up this road for the sake of the farmers. And when I came back to that local government the next time, it was a done deal. So a woman who wants a continuity, because she has that emotion already in her. She doesn't want people to suffer. God has made us that way. So a woman wants it to be right. A woman wants it to be good. She wants to stand on the good way, the femininity, like Dora Kinyere. She will say no to the bad thing because she knows that her children is there to tap into this. When it's not right, she will not feel good. So I think a woman wants it to continuity, wants is firm, is diligent in what she's doing. She wants it to be done well. So,
all right, now looking at our society, what would you say exactly are the barriers that are stopping or preventing women from, rising up and doing all these things that you've just mentioned?
In fact, the male folk, they don't trust the woman. They don't trust the woman. The men want to have it all. They think when the Bible said they are the pillar, they are the head, they are the head. A man don't want a woman to challenge. They don't want challenge. So that is it. The men want to have dominion over everything, want to be there everywhere, wants to, So if the men should give we women some time and trust and that trust, that confidence, they don't have confidence in the woman. They will say, that woman, she'll just, So men want to dominate. So if the men should give us chance, like I said, they are really trying, looking back and then, as it is today, I think they are trying, but we need more. We're yearning for more. If we have more, I think things will go on well with us.
All right, but why do you think the men don't trust the women, when it comes to taking up these positions?
Like I said, they believe we are the weaker sex. The men think the women are the weaker sex. But we are not. We are not. The women of today are very strong. They want to see things done well. We're not the weaker sex. But I think if they are by our side, behind us to supervise, they can supervise us. When it comes to giving us those things to do, they should supervise us. They shouldn't talk down on us. I think with that, just a trial will convince them. They've not tried. When they try, they will now compare and see that I think a woman can do a lot.
But so far, you've only mentioned men as being the barriers or the things that are preventing women. Now, are they the only, the only reason why women are not coming up or are not taking up these positions? Women themselves, would you say that women have supported women as they should when it comes to encouraging them as well to show their power and, be relevant in society?
like this brought me back to what happened yesterday, where the office I went to yesterday. I went with a man to get an appointment with a particular politician. And then when I got to the office, the guy who followed me to get a particular room number of the office we're going to, he came back disappointed. He said, Rhoda, I've told you that wherever a woman is, she wants to make things very difficult for you. I said, how do you mean? He said, if it was a man, at least he would have given me the room number easily. I said, wow. I think we need that support. Like you said, women supporting women. But I think that mentality is coming. But we need more support from our fellow women. Like the other day, I was in a car driving my girlfriend, and the woman driving the car ahead of us was driving somehow. And my friend, when we passed that car driver, he said, hey, Ro, I told you she's a woman. She's a woman. So everything bad, our own woman will now say, it's a woman, it's a woman. I say, if it's a... So my take is this. Women too should support their fellow woman. Give them a trial. That's self, she's a woman, she will not do well. And we as a woman too, we should start building ourselves more. And then again is also what I think can also draw us women back is family consent. At times, our families will not even allow us to do more, will not have the support of our family. They will say, do you think if we go there, you will survive it, and the rest. So if all of these are put in place, I think we'll go a very long way.
Okay, but do you also think that these barriers, come from when you spoke about lack of trust? Now, we also know that we've had a few women, or we've also had women who have shown their power and been in positions where they can impact positively. But do you think that this distrust is coming from a place of inadequacy of some women who have been given the opportunity but have not lived up to expectation, or have not done what was expected of them to do?
Yeah, thinking back, I've not really heard or seen any woman who has been given an opportunity that has failed. It's just that same spirit of, not knowing how to do it well. I know she may not be able to do it well. Insecurity, like I'm not secure about this woman coming in, that not being sure, So it is what is killing us, that conscience. I don't know if she can do it well because she's a woman. I don't want to give her a chance at all. So going back, memory back, I've not heard or seen any woman who have been given that opportunity that have failed. So what we need is a trust and opportunity. That's what we need to do.
Now, you spoke about help and encouragement from both the men folk and the women folk, and you particularly emphasized on the men. So now, what kind of encouragement or support or help would you say would be very useful to women at this point to help them to grow? Can you just, tell us what those things are?
Okay, the things there is provision of we should be giving that competitive environment. Give us that environment. Give us that task. We need a task to go. You don't just keep us behind and want us to do. Give us that task from the little. I know if you give us that little task, we can do plenty. So give us that task, give us that field, that sportsmanship, give us that field and that enabling field. Let me just say a playing field. Give us that. Like you come to parties, political parties, and then you see about more than 20, 30 political parties fronting only the male. No woman there. I could remember the last election, Dr. Sarah was the only woman that was given a ticket to contest. There wasn't any woman there at all. So if we are giving that field, that enable us, give us that field, that opportunity, that permission by husbands to go on. You know, at times, even if you get that field, your husband will say, don't go. And then you will just relax. So for those who are married, if the husbands can support and say, go ahead. If the parties can support and say, okay, we're giving you that moral support, please go ahead. We'll support you. That will be very good. So the main thing is to give us that enabling field, give us that opportunity. We need the opportunity, and once we are given that opportunity, I think we'll do well, just well.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Rhoda Onwuka Odi, talking on the power of a woman. Thank you so much for your conversation this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very grateful. Thank you so much.
All right. And that is it for today's morning program here on Signature TV. Thank you for staying with us all through our newspaper headlines, review, and our conversations this morning. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and make sure to stay tuned as we'll be joining our Abuja studios for the continuation of the program. Good morning.
International communities observing
Just finish the
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
communities observing Thursday.
Where the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. As the dust for the 2023 general election settles, the Nigeria navigates the complexities of the current administration. Attention is already beginning to shift towards the next general electoral culminating in 2027. The period between now and then is not merely a waiting game, it's a crucial phase where political dynamics will be shaped, alliances formed or broken, and the groundwork laid for the future of the nation's democracy. Understanding the potential implications of current trends and challenges is key to anticipating the political landscape that will emerge. On the other hand, the media often plays a crucial role in creating, molding, shaping, and reflecting public opinion, especially in a political build-up, which is why it is often called the fourth estate of the realm. The Nigeria's Union of Journalists, which is the union building journalists in Nigeria, is 70 years and still counting. But what role does the media have to play in the build-up to the 2027 general election in Nigeria? A nation with low trust and fragile belief in the media due to lack of respect and free hand to operate. And to have the conversation on political build-up and the media in Nigeria, our guest standing by on Zoom is Mazi Ken Ofoma. Good evening, Mazi.
Good evening. My pleasure to be here.
Okay. So far, looking at the past elections and the role the media played in conveying information, disseminating information to the citizens and people and the world at large, and what the media is, the state of the media currently, how would you assess the role the media plays? Do they always project the right information, or do they really sweep things under the carpet for certain reasons?
The traditional role of the media is to inform, educate, entertain, and also to serve as a watchdog of the society. In other words, to investigate and expose certain things going on in the society, especially within the government. And that is why it is also provided in the Constitution, Section 22, gave the media the role to hold government accountable. And so that role has always been played by the media, especially the mainstream media. Without the media, it will be like the society will be in darkness. The media is the light that shines into darkness and clears the way for citizens to understand what is happening around them, what is happening globally, what's happening in government, and what have you. So the Nigerian media in particular have always played that role. Even the advent of social media have also helped. We have also seen influx of non-trained journalists in the social media aspect of it. But any properly run media outfit by professionals always play those traditional roles expected of the media. Thank you.
Okay. assessing the current political situation in Nigeria, there are lots of defections from opposition parties, widespread of coalition, and so many things that has been going on in for the build-up of the 2027 election. How well do you think the media is assessing, getting the proper information on what is going on, and how are they really putting out this information out there for the best understanding of the people?
Well, I think they are still playing that role. If you watch if you watch the television or listen to the radio or read the newspapers, you discover that the media have always been there probing the activities of the political parties, the party in power, the All Progressives Congress, and also following up with the developments in the opposition parties like the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, the Labour Party, and the others. I see how they are highlighting the crisis some of these major opposition parties are having, from PDP to LP to NNPP to SDP. Even without the media, we wouldn't have known, for instance, that yesterday there was crisis at the national headquarters of the Social Democratic Party, where some people were alleged to have forced themselves into the office, and it was announced that the national chairman was removed, even though he later issued a rebuttal. So, of course, also what is happening in the PDP, even today, the meeting the PDP had with the Independent National Electoral Commission, and what have you, is the media have been beaming all this information to the people. And they have been also interacting with the electoral body, INEC, to be able to get the program for the parties ahead of the various activities, especially the off-season elections that we'll be having in Anambra this year and Osun next year, or towards the end of the year. So they have been doing that. They have been covering and trying to bring information relating to activities of political parties ahead of any general election or off-season election. Thank you.
Okay, looking at the current widespread of artificial intelligence and generation of information, and these, because of this, you cannot really have power over information that goes out there. You can't really, tell which one is authentic or not. And how prepared is the Nigeria media towards the dissemination of misinformation to the people? Because with the artificial intelligence, you can make up even videos and pictures and make it seem really, really realistic. Are we really prepared to, battle against artificial intelligence when it comes to the widespread of false information?
Yeah, I think the advent of artificial intelligence, it has its pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages. And it is actually helping to fuel fake news and what we call deep voice. And but if the onus is not just on the media alone, it is also on the public. It's also on the public to always verify, have multiple verification channels before consuming any information or video, because some of them might be product of artificial intelligence. AI can even clone people's voices, can clone people's images, and make that person speaking as if it's in real life, whereas it is artificial intelligence, AI generated. So it's a worrisome development, but there are also aspects of it that help the media, especially even the newspaper and the television. With AI, you can conduct interview. You can also in the newspaper, you can use it to also track information that is stale, information that has been published by any other media organization, and what have you. Because of if you have the right algorithm, you'll be able to dictate reports sent in by reporters across. There's some of them that have been published in other media establishments, and what have you. So it's something that will require more training and retraining, and for the media to practitioners to master the use and also deploy same in a credible manner. But like I said, for those who want to take advantage of the AI to dish out false information, or the onus is on the people to always cross-check and double-check whatever information or video that they see in any of the news channels. Of course, they can even clone major news channels as if it is coming from them. But when you go to the original website of any of the news channels, you will discover that such fake videos or information are not there. And of course, each time such a AI-generated information is used, those media organizations that their channels were being cloned always issue a rebuttal to deny that it's fake. I think it has happened with Arise Television and Channels Television, where they had to come out to deny that an AI-generated interview with between Charles and a news anchor, and the presidential candidate of Labour Party in the 2023 general election, P2B. There was a time an AI-generated interview was going on, but the Arise News Television had to issue a rebuttal that it was really indeed AI-generated news. It didn't come from emanate from the station. So it's a challenge, but we'll continue to improve and continue to expose those who want to use it to misinform the people. Thank you.
Let's, just before we round up, let's look at how this will affect, or how this has affected public trust in the government, in politics, whereby media-induced preference on political party or religion over policy, putting their own sentiments over the political policy that various political parties or leaders are portraying out there. How has this affected the trust of the people and political accountability as well?
Every media organization, whether newspaper, whether radio or television, they are rated based on the quality of news, the quality of programming. If you are such at display bias, either religious or political or ethnic in your news items, it will show. And by the way, every newspaper or television have a code. Broadcast, you have a broadcast code. And for newspapers, you also have some code. You don't just expose or lend your medium to maybe begin to showcase ethnic, religious biases. You have to stick to the rules of only conveying news that is professionally treated for the purpose of informing the people. And so, but if any media organization that begins to run contrary to that, even we begin to lose either viewership or readership, and the rating will also drop. And so, if you watch all the national television stations, there's always some kind of competition about those that will give more credible, more wide, far-reaching information and more timely information as well. The same thing with the newspapers. You have to continue to give credible and truthful, factual information in order to make your audience rely on you and continue to watch you or patronize you. Because the more readership or viewership you have, the more adverts or commercials you attract. So that is why that effort by all the media organizations to maintain high standards. Otherwise, you yourself will be undoing your own organization by making more readers or viewers to abandon you and take to other alternative news outlets. So every newsman, every publisher, every journalist, every editor, every news anchor, they are all familiar with this and they are always conscious of that. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look at journalist safety and press freedom. I mean, when it's time for elections, you realize that journalists are posed to lots of threats and so many things due to the election pressure. And just to get it clear, what arrangements are being put in place in order to get journalists into safety at every single point in time whenever they are on the course of duty?
Usually, there is always a retraining program, especially ahead of any general election. Some of them are sponsored by, some international organizations. Some are sponsored by local organizations to expose journalists to some risk factors and to also understand how to go about their duties in violent prone areas. So those trainings are given because you try to remain alive to report events, and you should be able to also develop the sixth sense to know environment where crises are on the air. Begin to look for a safety, and also how to interact with the law enforcement agencies. So those trainings are normally given, and it also goes with the experience. The older you are in the profession, the more knowledgeable you are on how to handle conflict situations. Because the election is always in our line. It's usually a very conflict situation where political parties sometimes engage in higher hoodlums and thugs who sometimes use firearms against each other. So if you're a trained journalist, you should be able to understand the situation and avoid being in the crossfire. So these are things that are, even some organizations have developed a handbook, a sort of handbook that you can pick and read in terms of election coverage or coverage of crisis situation, including riots, demonstrations, and what have you. So there are handbooks that can help. in situations like that. Thank you.
Okay, Mazi, NUJ at 70, NUJ had just turned, the National Union of Journalists had just turned 70 recently. And just in a nutshell, what do you have to say about this?
Well, it's a milestone. Personally, I was there in Abuja. It's a milestone. The NUJ, Nigerian Union of Journalists, is the oldest media profession. The parent body to any other media-related organization. In fact, in that event, we had one of our veteran journalists, former governor of Ogun State, Segun Oshoba, who happened to be the father of the day during the 70th anniversary in Abuja. In his remarks, he did indeed say that he highlighted the primacy, the prime position of NUJ above every other associations. In his words, he, in a jocular manner, described the Nigerian Guild of Editors as a social club, the SWAN, Sports Writers Association, as a social club, the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, MPAN, the Women Journalists, Nigerian Association of Women Journalists. All these other associations he described as social clubs because they are all outfits, offshoot of NUJ. NUJ is a body that covers all of them. You have to be a journalist before you become an editor. It cannot be Guild of Editor. Not everybody will be Nigerian Guild of Editor member. Not everybody must write that if you are not writing sports. Not everybody will be Nawaj. If you are not a woman, a journalist, not everybody will be a publisher. But everyone must be first and foremost. So marking 70 years is indeed a milestone, and the occasion was used to highlight the challenges, the achievements, and also to celebrate our early, veterans who even paid the price, and some who have left marks in the profession. So it was indeed a very eventful celebration that attracted who is who in the profession, some governors, some politicians, and what have you. So it was a good one that was well celebrated by journalists and well-wishers across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution on the program.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our last guest for tonight.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finish the Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Being a woman encompasses multitude of experiences, perspectives, and identities. When we consider what it means to be a woman, it goes beyond biological definitions. It is about embracing the unique challenges and strengths that comes with being identified as female. The historical significance of womanhood is a complex and multifaceted topic that has evolved over time. It encompasses the roles, rights, and experiences of women in different societies throughout history. Let us explore this salient topic that would shed more light on the struggles, achievements, and contributions of women that have shaped our world. And to have the conversation on the power of a woman, Barrister Callista Eugene Uzo, a legal practitioner and human rights activist, is standing by on Zoom to join us on this conversation. Good evening, Barrister.
Good evening.
Okay,
Good
welcome to
evening.
Signature Evening, and our conversation is just on the power of a woman. You are a woman. Would you just, so that every other person who is not a woman would, get a moment to step into our shoes, would you tell us who a woman is, what a woman is to the world and society as well?
Thank you very much. Good evening, viewer at home. First and foremost, it is very important to know the meaning of who a powerful woman is. To me, a powerful woman is one who is confident, who is resilient, and who is true to herself. A woman who's ready to take the horn by the bull by the horn and do that, which most times the men think that women can't do. I would simply say that a powerful woman is the biblical definition of a virtuous woman who keeps her home. And we've had likes of Chimamanda Adichie, Dora Akunyili, late Dora Akunyili. We have Ngozi Iweala. And so these women are women who are virtuous, who have worked so hard, who have created positive impact, who have given other women encouragement to know that they can get to that point where they think women can get to. And so I encourage us, most women who are always looking at these other parts of it, that because I'm a woman, I can't do this, I can't get to that level. I encourage us to impact such women who are not strong enough, who are not true to themselves, that they can get there irrespective of all odds. Thank you.
Being said, how do women cultivate in the face of cultivate resilience in the face of personal and societal challenges?
Thank you very much. Like I said earlier, most women are being put backwards because of the thing the women can't do what the men can do. But if you begin to seed it down you, that you can do that even much better than what a man can do, then you can do it. I give an instance. At one stage, as a legal practitioner, they say, women don't do the job well. They don't have clients. And so it's always difficult with the women to go into practice. But I tell you, we have very strong women who practice, who win cases in court, who challenge the male folks, and they even do better. So I encourage every woman out there, first look within you that you can do it. And for sure, I tell you, you can do it. Thank you.
Okay, Ma. Thank you so much for that response. Let's look at the role that self-belief plays in this situation. Self-belief such as she believed she could, and so she did, play in enabling women break through difficult situations.
Sorry, I didn't get that, please. Hello?
Okay, I said let's look at how self-belief has helped so much, has helped women so much. I'm talking about affirmations, daily affirmations such as she believed she could, and so she did. The affirmations like that in order to help women push through situations. What role do they really play in enabling women break through barriers?
It plays a lot. It goes a long way. In answering that, I would like to list some traits, okay, of a virtuous woman in this context. For a diligent woman, a hardworking woman, a woman who has wisdom and who is resourceful, definitely can attain that desired goal. Going back to the biblical description of that, like I linked that up with being a virtuous woman of the Bible, talked about in the Bible. You don't just sit down. You don't just sit down and think it's going to fall, manna is going to fall from heaven. Believe you can do it. Stand up. Get up. Put in your best. It's not all about sitting down and crossing your legs. No, you walk towards it. Walk towards it and you're going to achieve that. Okay. And I'll also use myself as an example. I recall when I was in school as a student studying mass communication. I from day one I wanted to study law. But they will tell you you're not a rich man's kid and all that, and it's just coined for those rich people. But I said no. All I need to is to work hard. All I need to is to study, write the exams I was expected to write. And then finally I made it. I studied hard. So if you have it that I can do it, then you can do it. But first and foremost, not just saying you can do it and you're sitting down there. If you're saying you can do it, get up, put it in practice. And that way, I tell you, you're going to achieve those. Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's go on a short break. Let's go on a short break.
Okay.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The things I don't even know what we're doing here. We are bridge.
Welcome back. We have Barrister Kalista on Zoom, who has joined us on this conversation on the power of a woman. Barrister Kalista, on to the next question. Women are empathetic in nature. We are prone to being hurt, we are easily affected by so many things. So how can women really balance assertiveness with empathy in a world like this?
Example. Okay. Having to be your mother, you have work to do at home, and you have to be in the office. And most times, you're not able to do those home chores you're supposed to do. And then sometimes you have little conflicts with your, person. I'm giving an instance. It is always needful for one to get to have the achievement planned. You should have like a list on how you're going to manage yourself to avoid negative feelings from those whom you should attend to. For instance, if you know you are going to the office in the morning, it's necessary that you have to put those things at home in order before leaving. So when you plan yourself having the time to do things at home and having the time to do that in the office, then you're not going to have issues. If that answers your question, I hope I have not derailed.
Collective power. Let's look at collective power and solidarity. There's a saying of women, when women support women, incredible things happen. Why is sisterhood so important in order to help, even if the sisterhood, wherever the person is from, whatever the tribe, whatever the religion, it seems like sisterhood is so important. Therefore, the term when women support women, incredible things happen. How well are women out there to give the support for all women, for every other women, and have a collective drive towards achieving a particular goal?
Yes, that's true. When women support the allies, we're bound to get to the heights, I must say. I would encourage every woman out there, irrespective of tribe, of your profession, of what you do, to always encourage. There are some of us out there who do not really know, their rights. And as a legal practitioner, I try as much as possible to get them to know the things they ought to do at a particular, situation where they find themselves, and try to give them possible advice that will end them well. And also, in terms of those women who are confused, for instance, they may be scared that they don't have anything doing. For those women who are undoing, who have enough, they could extend, helping hands to get them something doing. And that way, you are actually making a downtrodden woman, giving her hope. And I would also advise that most women, because they depend on men to do everything for them, they tend to become lazy. So in this situation, it is advised that they should stand firm, go outside, look for something doing. Whether you are a professional or not, believe that you need to get your hands busy on something. And that way, you will put an end to several conflicts. Let me give an instance here. I think that is about 2 days ago. I had a young girl come to my office, and she was all in pains. That she ran and then got into a relationship because she needed someone to take care of her. A relationship where she gets beaten up every day. And my candid advice was, you are so young. She's 24. You are so young to get into this kind of mess. You mustn't force him to take you in. You can get something started. And so I asked her what she could do. She said she could make sales. And that was it. And so by I asked her to come back tomorrow. Definitely she's going to come back tomorrow. And I'll do my best to see how I can help her out, to at least to get her started. So I am encouraging every other women out there to assist those women who are not able to stand by themselves. At least get someone started, give someone hope. And that way, we can see us grow.
All right, then, let's look at social transformation, whereby how can we redefine societal power structures in order not to make women feel like they need to take power, but make them believe that the power is already theirs. In a nutshell, we're just rounding up.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna use Chimamanda Adichie as my case study. This is a woman who believes in being a woman does not stop you from going there. A woman who builds a home is a woman who can get to the heights. Chimamanda Adichie is known all over the world. She's not a man, she's a woman. And so let's keep pushing. When we keep pushing, we'll get there. We women should not be discouraged by the men factor. They always are at the top. I believe that when we push, we'll be there, and the society will accept us. Definitely will accept us. Also, I'll be looking at Natasha. Yes, I recall when it was as if she wasn't going anywhere. But everyone supported her. So many supported her. And she's still fighting. And I'm proud of her. And I know we'll all get there. Thank you very much.
Okay, Barrister, thank you too for your contribution on this particular subject matter.
Thank you.
Okay, and after the interview, we are going to head into our news and events for tonight. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Back in the news and events, first and not least, victim of Ezeagu ritual killing laid to rest. The victim of the student who was a victim of the Ezeagu ritual killing that happened a few weeks ago, where a ritualist hideout was uncovered by the villagers and security agents, and one of the victims was laid to rest sometime during the weekend, towards last week. This is the report on it.
Master Chimaobi Emmanuel Eze had a great ambition of what he wanted to be in life. He was writing the West African Examination Council exams as a launching pad for that future that he had yearned for. To his parents, siblings, community and the society at large, that future has been obliterated by the evil desire of one man and hirelings who have no regard for human life. Chimaobi is only but one of the numerous others of different ages who may have met their untimely death in the hands of Levi Obieze, whose house was dotted with multiple shallow graves before its demolition. At the burial of Chimaobi were his classmates, schoolmates, teachers, relations, community members, religious and political leaders. At the burial mass held at St. Anthony's Catholic Church, Agbaumana, the Auxiliary Bishop of ENUGU Catholic Diocese, Most Reverend Dr. Ernest Obodo, urged students and the young generation to work hard and shun all forms of evil. Bishop Obodo made it clear that those who strive for genuine success must work very hard, insisting that there is no shortcut to enduring wealth.
I'm come here to make a statement that even as expiring dates, no matter how much evil somebody is, a time will come when it will be the evil will cut off with him, will catch up with him, and they'll suffer for it. So the soul of this young man was so strong that even though he died, every evil that this man and his cohorts and the community came out, and everybody has opened their eyes to this evil. We pray that God may grant Chimaobi Emmanuel Eze eternal rest in heaven and give peace and progress to the family he left behind. And my advice to young people, especially Chimaobi's classmates, is that they should work hard, because there's no good in making money easy. Nothing good comes easy. I said it in the homily. Anybody that wants to succeed must do it through hard work.
The chairman of Eziago local government area, Vitalis Ndu, called on the people to be more vigilant and watchful and raise alarm anytime there are strange faces in their midst.
The message for them is that we need to be more vigilant. We need to be more watchful. Chimobi is more like a sacrificial lamb, so that his death and the revelations will not be in vain. So the students also should read carefully and be vigilant. There is no shortcut to life.
The member for Eziago constituency in the ENUGU State House of Assembly, Chima Obieze, said the ENUGU State Internal Security Law has made provisions on how to check crime in the state.
ENUGU State Internal Security Law, and basically the law seeks to checkmate the activities of all these spiritual practitioners in the communities. Part of the things that the law is going to provide is that every president general of a community must once in every month give a detailed security report of the situation in their community. Strange faces, strange events, strange actions must be reported so that the government will be prompt in checkmating activities of such persons.
Make sure that our security men are up to what they are meant for. People are afraid, but now the government is offering help, coming to the grassroots to tell you, if you feel you cannot confront that person, go to your PG, go to the Reverend Father, go to the local government chamber and say, this is what I've seen, this is what I think is happening. Then leave it. Then the authorities will investigate that, and then definitely, if there's nothing, no smoke there, the person will be apologized and say, okay, sorry, we got this information, that's why we did this. And then, but if something very unusual is happening there, the government has the right to step in and help the people.
The people of Umumba Diago in Eziago local government area had earlier announced that they had banished Obi Levi Obieze and his followers from the community for alleged involvement in human rituals in the area. They also organized a special church service, which they said is for the cleansing of the land following the shocking revelations about the ritual killings. Obieze, whose vehicles and mansions were demolished after the incident was made public, was arrested by immigration officers at the Badagry semi-border, from where he attempted to escape from the country. In Enugu, I am Lilian Wali, reporting for Signature TV.
And the next story is on the road to progress, a painful journey for Abakpa. It is no news that there has been a lot of construction going on around the Abakpa axis, and this has inflicted so much pain on the people. Thereby, they have to trek a certain distance from wherever they are coming from before they can have access to tricycle and buses or whatever means of transportation it is that they aim for. Let's look at this report.
In the heart of Ababanike, a major suburb in the Enugu Capital Territory, the bulldozers are on duty, so are the tippers. They are there to achieve a common result, to revolutionize the road infrastructure and ultimately boost the economic activities in and around the corridor. This is, however, coming with immense pain and stress. One of the most pressing concerns is the sudden increase in transportation costs, with tricycle operators charging 400 naira as against the usual 250 naira for the same distance. This development has made that mode of transport unaffordable for some commuters.
But for me to load at Texaco and follow the lake road we have,
go and do that, I have to charge you 500 for it. Then coming back, I will charge you 400 and drop you here. Get to a destination. Sometimes you get issues with your passengers because they will actually drop them at the normal bus stop. You drop them here, you start having issues with them. It's very, very difficult. We are really finding it difficult, as you can see.
The keke drivers, however, justify the increase, saying they have to navigate through congested alternative routes, increasing the operational cost and reducing their profit margins. The driver complained of a decline in the number of passengers, translating to reduced income.
You cannot carry 2 passengers there, 600 to all the way to Aba. You talk of the fuel consumption, the bad road from this Tazol or Ogoni. Understand? So you must be complete a number before we cannot carry you from that Cascona to Aba. Because the 300 is 1 2. Then that one is not even up to the money we buy fuel. It's just that we don't know what to do again.
Chomona, a student, recounted the daily struggles she faced since the road construction began. Forced to trek long distance to access transportation, Chioma described the exhausting experience of walking to distant bus stops and how she struggles to compose herself for lectures.
And for me, like as a student, because at first the bus we normally like park at its park, but now we have to trek like very far for us to get, to the bus stop for us to get bus. And before we get to school, we have been like exhausted and tired.
Echoing Chioma's sentiment, Chris Aniborgo expressed his frustration on how the project impacted his daily life.
It's not been easy for us, those of us living at this axis. You can imagine the distance we now have to walk down, down to where we can now begin to board vehicles to take us to where we need to go to. So it's really not been easy. It's been very tough.
They pleaded with the contractors to finish the job early.
I plead for the government to please hasten up in the road construction, because it has been hard for us students in particular, because honestly, it's so tiring for us.
We will endure for now. But then we appeal to the contractors to hasten up.
Emmanuel Moses, a furniture maker, expressed his distress, revealing that his shop has been marked for demolition by the government even when it was not supposed to be affected. Moses appealed to the government for compensation because of the imminent loss of his means of livelihood.
Actually, I have a showroom here where I drop all my stuff. So yesterday again, we had a complaint that this whole place is still going again, and they're expanding the road, and it's still a challenge for us. I think the government should compensate us.
The Ababa Road construction project, though a welcome development, brings with it pains, discomfort, and agony. But as the saying goes, there is no gain without pain. And need we say that you cannot make an omelette without breaking the egg? From the streets of Ababanike, ENUGU, Ogoni reporting for Signature TV.
Welcome back. Benue bleeds again. National portrait over on ending killings. A few weeks ago, it was recorded that there were killings in Benue State by farmers' herders clash that happened in Benue State, and this resulted to the killing of about 200 people. Let's take a look at the reports.
Nigerians are crying. Benue is bleeding. Who do we run to? These are the questions we'll be asking Nigerians today on the state of Abuja.
How can a fellow human being take his own brother's life and yet live happily with his own family? It is really alarming. If our leaders that we trust, that we voted, and we gave our mandate to represent us, they cannot represent us, it's not by force to be there. The best thing I will advise is, if you know you are not capable, you resign. Then let someone that will be ready to defend us, because our security is one of the main things that we want. If you as a leader, you cannot defend the citizen, then you are not worthy to be a leader. We should be able to sleep with our eyes closed, having you there as our commander-in-chief. So to me, what is going on in Benue State, the state government need to come in, the federal government need to come in, the security, all the chief of army forces, everybody need to come together. It's a collective responsibility. If there is love, if there is oneness, if there is unity, we are to put hands together and fight this thing to a stop.
Over 230 people be just a death, just a one day, particular a day. Then if our politicians are not going to take action, then we as the youth, we have something to take action by ourselves, because we are not going to continue to be living on all this kind of action. No job, nothing. The killing of innocent people is much on this country. The Plateau, Benue, some of the northern parts, all this killing is much. So our government not supposed to know what are they going to do for us, because there's no time. There's no time. They're hungry. When Nigeria start their own, don't say that the youth are so. No, they're supposed to take the action right now.
As you say that they give youth, like some people are graduates now and they don't have work. As you some people study police, all this kind of police force, navy, they don't improve the job opportunities and make sure they help you.
For me, I blame it on the rulers of that particular community, of that particular state they call Benue, because before a particular people would be able to make move in a state like that, there must have been a confirmation. Okay, you people should come in. We'll give you a particular space here to stay and do whatever you want to do. You understand? So all this thing falls back to the government. It's like we don't even have a president in this country. Sorry to say that. There is a man on Instagram, his name is Very Dark Man. He is the one fighting for the people of Benue, which is not right. We have a president. All we need is just for him to make a declaration of this is what should be done, or you people should do this particular thing, and we get to understand. But he's not doing anything. Rather, the masses are the ones trying to find solutions to it. Let them look at the system. The system is faulty. The whole thing is on the government.
We can't be a country that the law always protects the government, not the youth. Just look at what is happening in Benue State now. Up till now, the government have not said anything about it. Was Benue not part of Nigeria? Up till now, this kind of thing happened in Port Harcourt. It takes less than more than 3 days before the government speak. Why the government are turning their back against us? Why? What have we done? What is our offense? Let them tell us. Let them come out properly and tell us that this is what you people have done. Very simple as ABCD. We are tired. We are tired. If they don't want to tell us what is our offense, let them tell us that they don't want us in the country. Let us leave the country for them. Simple as ABCD. We are tired.
President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, please, this is same your people. This is people you're ruling over. Please, we are begging you. Act very fast on this life. And to the governor of Benue State, actually, since I've been seeing all these things, I've never heard anything from you. I don't know where you go. I don't know what you are doing. I don't know. What I'm just saying is, why you never show your face? I been because you never reach your domot.
That's the opinion of Nigerians calling on the government to end the insecurity in Nigeria. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Welcome back. Vote or go to jail. Lawyers fault bill on compulsory voting. There was a bill that was passed few weeks ago, let me not say months specifically, on the compulsory voting. I mean, it's supposed to make Nigerians vote by compulsion in the coming election. Therefore, if you don't vote, you'd either go to jail for 6 months or you pay the fine of 100,000 naira. And some lawyers has come out to fault this particular bill. Let's take a look at the report.
Two lawyers, Clement Chukwuemeka, immediate past vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and Ugo Agugam, who were guests in Signature flagship breakfast program, The Signature Show, faulted the bill on several grounds. They said the bill was the very opposite of the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees free choice as against compulsory. They warned that the bill could trigger civic disobedience, which could lead to civic unrest.
You begin to address what are these issues? Is it to make criminalize voting, non-voting, or to begin to find a way to curb these things that you know are the reasons why people are not coming out? So if we are now like saying, oh, we are not interested, we are not going to vote, find out why. Votes must count. People must be encouraged. Insecurity, these are things that make people not want to vote. These are people that engage and vote out. Take care of all those things. You don't need to make laws to say, oh, if you don't vote, you'll be killed, you go to jail, you pay 100,000. This law will not succeed. If made into law, the bill will not succeed. If it's law, it will not succeed. In fact, people will observe it in disobedience. Then what are we going to be left with? Chaos.
Let me just be a prophet in this particular aspect. This allegedly or alleged what's it called bill is indirect way. Let anybody mark it today. It's an indirect way to bring out anger in Nigeria so that there won't be anybody to vote and they will not manipulate and call results in the next election.
The two lawyers acknowledged that though some countries like Australia and a number of Latin American nations have such provisions, those countries have created a voter trust by making their election processes transparent and credible. In contrast, they said, the Nigerian voter has no trust in the election process and its outcome.
In Australia, you pay 20 Australian dollars if you do for not voting. In Brazil, same way, there are compliance. If you do in Singapore, in Peru, in Uruguay, all these countries, they are all implementing compliance and compulsion and all that. These are countries that their democracy are working. We do not have trust for what they are saying, and I want to draw their ears that they should not only be implementing laws or trying to put up a particular bill. They should first of all go and erect as many as beautiful prisons, because I will be the first. I will be part of those that will be getting into that prison. I align completely with the president of Nigerian Bar Association in criticizing this, and that we are aware that we will lead a massive protest against this.
As public opinion weigh against the bill recommending punishment for not voting in an election in the country, the House of Representatives, which has passed the bill for the second reading, if public opinion count in its decision, will be output to justify its final passage.
You are not supposed to be forced to vote or be voted for. If you are forcing me, that means you are intruding my privacy and you are trying to impose something on me. So I don't think I should support such a bill. Everybody should be given free hands to operate. If I want to vote, fine. If I don't want to vote, I should be left alone. So you shouldn't compel me to vote to the poll, except you have a mission behind it.
Trying to put this bill, if they ever pass into law, they will see the level of massive protest they will never anticipate. Because let us face it, who are those who are going to suffer if this is made law? The masses. None of those so-called big men, nobody will go to arrest them because they didn't vote or didn't come out to vote. You see the masses. So what they should do is to go back and do the basic thing and then get it right.
With the prospect of the bill turning into a political bobby trap, there is a doubt that President Bola Tinubu would stake his presidency by signing the bill into law. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
good evening,
Lovely
good morning.
to see you again.
Whenever you're watching this.
Yeah, I know you missed us. We missed you too. Right?
I told you they missed you.
You people have to miss us. How can you not miss your favorite talk people?
Ew.
I don't understand. We are always talking on this show.
But that's the whole idea.
Yes, and we're always arguing. So if you don't miss us, I pity you.
Nice.
Anyway, welcome to Chatbox on Signature TV. Yes, as always, I am one of your lovely hosts. Uchenna.
Pick one.
Host.
Of course, your baby girl Queen will contact. We have a very interesting, triggering, agitated, heated,
preach, my sister, preach.
Conversation.
Oh my God. If you watched our last episode, you will remember Coco. I mean, Coco, you know. Yeah, so I mean, we didn't want to let her go because I mean, who knows when next time to see her again. So, welcome again to another conversation.
Guys, you really need to blush. I think
an important personality on this.
Okay. So she has a very interesting story to share with us, which will be leading us to the conversation we are going to have today. Yeah, I'm very.
Make sure to sit back, grab your popcorn, your drink, everything.
Apple, anything you want to eat.
Yes, so and also make sure to join this conversation on our social media platform, showing right now on your screen. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh yeah, Coco.
Over to you. Easy. My Chalubu.
You look amazing by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I would say that a friend of mine related a story. So it's hard to say, but I think it's relatable to most successful people, especially women. So there is this girl, she's a career person, and then she met this young man. And let's say, okay, already made man. He's rich, he's worked to do this capable, and then he wants this girl to, abide by his rules. Let me use myself for an instance. Okay, for instance, let me use myself. You want me to abide by the rules. You want me to do everything you want me to do. You want me to stop wearing short skirts. You want me to stop wearing bottom shorts. You want me to be a defense. No, I'm not listening. No. Okay, so you want me to be a different kind of human being. Bro, you don't like makeup. Bro doesn't like colorful hair. And then when I met you, I'm courting the girl. So when I met you, we're doing relationship, all these things, you didn't say it. You're beautiful, let's hang out. I'm asking you the important questions. What is your goal in marriage? Okay, how do you see marriage? How do you, how are we going to handle some kind of situation? You are not saying it. And then deep down, you know the kind of person I am. You know the kind of job that I do, that I love career. I am driven by it. I've been struggling for years, right from I finished secondary school, I went to university, I'm pushing to do my master's. I even want to get my PhD too.
Okay, so that's what your friend was.
Yes, that's what she was doing. So she wants the next level of her life. She wants to get something, but in career, she doesn't know how to do business. She's not a businesswoman. And then this particular man is saying that no, you must do business. It's either you do business or a relationship is over.
Okay.
Because hold on. You just still coming up. You must do business. So if you don't do business, you are done. And you will leave this your career. I'm not giving you an option of doing this business and doing your career at the same time. You have to choose between this relationship. As everybody already knows us, our entire family, all my friends and family, they already know that you are the one I'm going to marry. You've not proposed for me, there's no ring on my finger. You're already commanding me, you're telling me what to do. You're saying I should lose everything I've worked for. You get, I should leave everything I've worked for. and come and doing business. Business is not bad per se.
Yeah,
But this man wants me to leave it, and but the question is, are you going to leave it? Like, what is she going to do? She loves this man. They have been together for years, and she's scared. Do I leave my career and choose this relationship and this business? Because this man is saying business will bring us a lot of money, to do that, a home together, empire, money, flowing, importing, exporting. Leave that your career is nonsense. What can he bring? How many women are leaders in Nigeria now? What can he? What is the impact? Being condescending and all that. Wow. Okay, what can you offer? I beg, come and follow me, join me, let's do our business. There's nothing you can do. If they give you account, you manage business, you control things, that's my wife. Those kind of
you have said a lot. That will bring us to our topic. Wow. Can you change him or her? That's the question now. Because we started from the story of you don't like makeup, you don't like short skirt, you don't like colored wigs, right? You don't like this, you don't like that. And you met this person like this. Like if let me speak it in Igbo. If we find girl, a choya, you saw a fine girl walking on the road with all these things you have a problem with. Everything, if you're seeing your red flag, you saw your red flag in your face, and you went and collected your red flag, and you're trying to turn your red flag to white. I don't understand. How make it make sense to me? How do you intend to do it? You shall paint your white, or do you want to wash it? Because me, I don't understand. I think we have to answer that question if we can change the person or not. You saw somebody, you picked the person. I don't know. I had a lot to say, but let's be taking it one after the other.
The thing is, as you all can see, I am in a state of utter confusion. And I'm trying so hard to wrap my head around all these things that because it's crazy. I can't find it. First of all, this your friend, did she by any chance happen to tell you the age of this man?
Well, yes, she did. Okay. But I've gone out with the man and I've told oh my God, the man is the girl with the soul, and he is older. Let's say late 30s. Yes, that's what I'll say.
That's right. That's what is popular. Well, for one, you're late 30s. I don't know, maybe it's just me. And I'm now talking from a personal angle. You are 37 or 38 or 39, right? Or 36. Okay? All of these things are late 30s. Yeah. And for some reason, you're not married. You now have a baby mama. You are not bad B. For those who don't know what bad B is, bad B is people that are married and are divorced and now want to go for second round. You are not in any category. That is the reason why you are single. Because you are going after people that don't want you to go after them. And somehow you want to impose yourself on them because you have money. That's, if you remember our last episode, Odogu Parara, that's one of the things we were talking about. That's it. No, because tell me why you see. No, this thing is. I get your point. Because I don't understand. Make it make sense to me that you see somebody, like she said, that the person is a walking red flag. Like the red on our come change. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? And then you left the girl that fits perfectly into your type. And then you want to go to another person that does not want any business with what you are doing. And you don't want the person to change themselves for you. First of all, I know that the girl might be so in love, and love is a beautiful thing. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But I pity you.
Love is not enough.
I always say I pity you because I say I pity you for people that
because love is not enough.
Because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, if
love
you
is
change,
but it's not
if
enough.
you change your life trajectory or your life goals and your life plan for somebody else in the name of love, it might work the first few months, the first few years, but I'm telling you, for
as time goes by,
resentment will start to trickle in. When you start seeing women doing what you've always wanted to do,
you become bitter.
and you see them being successful, you see them doing things, you see them achieving heights, and you sit back and you're wondering, this could have been me.
Yeah.
I could have achieved a lot.
Yeah.
If I had continued like this. You might not even enjoy the business. Do you understand?
You know, apart since you're still talking about can you change him or her, apart from the whole career oriented thing there,
even behave yourself.
Thank you very much.
Because I'm going to always okay. Yeah, you know that's why I like it. Our mind, you know, sometimes our mind used to
marry
used to align.
Because me, I don't understand.
My sister.
You saw somebody that is rude.
Nah, my sister.
You saw somebody that has attitude.
Mm-hmm. Somebody that if you talk one, they'll talk 100.
If for I don't know how to use my language. I think it's
no, so that it will help us to understand.
You saw
better.
Domestic violence somebody. You saw someone that has disrespect.
That is aggressive.
The disrespect is showing. He has anger issues. He or she actually has anger issues. You understand? Once starts like this now, the whole compound was here, our boys and all that.
And then you say,
and you say you can change.
They will change for me.
They will change for me. I love him.
Are you saying going to change?
No,
are you trying to say that people
people change is the personal
thing? Therapy.
So you agree that people change?
Hold on. Just people change. Let's understand ourselves. Okay. People change out of personal want to change, not because of somebody else.
Not because
somebody else came into their lives and they decided to change, or this person helped me.
Come on, people do change for people.
And my
I'm telling you, I have a relationship that I needed.
At this point in time, I think you actually
hold on. See, excuse me. I understand what you're saying. You understand? I get you perfectly, my darling Coco. But what I'm saying is that, like now, let's say we are in a relationship, right? Cool. I get bad character. And my character is.
You're seeing it too.
You know I have bad character. Now, when the problem is where I pity you, it is if you after seen everything, you still decide to be with me with the mindset that you will change me. You don't know if I want to change. You don't know if I'm willing to change for you. Do you understand? You don't know if that thing I'm doing. I'll give you an example. You don't know if that thing I'm doing, I like it so much that I can't just leave it. Do you understand? It's one thing for me to say, I love you. And I know that you don't like this thing. And I want to make the effort to change for you. That's a personal choice. I'm not changing because you want me to change. Or because you are, I don't know how to change. Or because you are there because you think you can make me change. No.
It's going to be an eyesore. The person will be doing mirroring your
yeah.
You'll be showcasing what you feel you want to see.
It's not a matter of I changed. You can say yes, she was kind of like she made me change quite alright, maybe because I love her. But at the same time it was a personal choice. I had to make the effort.
Yeah. Now I get your point.
I had to make be intentional. Do you understand? I had to be intentional. Now if you're not intentional, I'm sorry, you wait 1,000 years and I think you grow old and you say, I can't change.
I just shout.
You cannot change anybody.
Oh my God.
You can't.
So, unless they decide.
Unless they decide to change for you.
Okay. Now, is there any other factor that can change a man?
And see, this factor
that's the only factor.
See, even if you make the best food on earth, you do this whole style and bed. Nothing. I'll give you the example. Okay, you met someone that smokes. You know this person smokes. You met him smoking or her, whoever. Even if he's a girl.
Because girls smoke.
Because girls
I know crazy girls.
Saw the girl, she smokes. you met her, she smoked. You could go out, she smoked with your male friend and all that, and you had the intention that she would change for you. When you people might, and once you start giving birth, you don't have the time to do that. And once there's something going on in the family, she will not have the time to do that. I'm sorry for you. Because this, you know, there's this thing about addiction, right?
Yeah.
You know, there's this bread and butter that comes with addiction. It is very difficult for them to detach.
When you go out,
it
smoke.
takes
She will
time.
smoke, on fan, open window.
You know, take everything she needs to take to
Then, when
and brush her teeth, everything, you know,
everywhere.
nothing, no trademark, living in
She will
pretense.
hide the cigarette well, or she will hide the whatever well.
To you, my wife has changed.
My wife has
She's this, she's
changed.
that. Now, do you know what will happen to you when you tend to find out? You'll be devastated. You will be hard to go.
And tomorrow
you will
you
be
and
trained.
tomorrow
You will feel
I
lied
trusted you.
I trusted
But
you.
why do some
Everything
women
you-
still stay in that kind of, you know,
Oh, they don't have a choice, madam.
environment?
They don't have a choice because
How many times you don't have a choice?
Wait, excuse me.
most
excuse
of
me.
them don't have the
Wait,
choice.
you mean the women that stay in relationships where their partners are doing things they don't like?
Yes. In the name of our, he will change.
My sister, number one.
When you
They are
meet a
praying to
romancer,
God. Oh,
you are
my
still
God.
there.
I don't mean
The
to
God
sound
that is sad
I don't
will
mean to
change
sound I don't mean to sound insensitive, but I feel like they're delusional.
They lulu.
They are in a state of serious delulu.
Okay.
When I mean you are in I don't know how to explain your level of
delusion
and stupidity. That's what it is. Because they cover their delusion in the law. You understand? You know you can be in law, but your sense is a thing.
Your sense no
You know what
their sense
know
no
what you
dey.
want.
Our generation doesn't
The sense no dey.
Now, some people, their level of delusion, it comes without sense inside the law. Do you understand? So another thing is, some people are also desperate.
Yeah.
Some people is desperation that's causing it. They want to be in a relationship so bad that they will take anything as long as they're in a relationship, and they will cover it up with the whole I can change it. Some people, in fact, 90% of women that say I can change you know that they cannot change you. They know
there's something
in
behind
their heart of heart deep down, but they keep saying it to make themselves feel good. You know when you're lying to yourself, so that you know that moment when you're trying to lie to yourself in the hope that maybe it will be true.
That thing is belief.
What? Do you know what that thing does to your mental
health? That's why I keep
health?
asking, why do they keep saying, like, why are you there?
Do you know it affects your mental health?
You are delusional and you are desperate. And another thing is, you really don't know what you want.
Exactly. Because I mean,
because if you are a person that
you
knows
will
what
take a
you
walk
want,
from
you have
very
emotional maturity, you have boundaries,
Yeah.
healthy boundaries as a person.
Yeah.
There are things you will not take, no matter how much you like the person. You will tell you, there's some people that will tell you, I like you, but this thing is something I can't.
It can't work for me.
That is like where I draw the line.
Yes.
It's something I can't tolerate. It's something I can't compromise on. You know, there's some bad. Nobody's perfect, right? Now there's some imperfections that you can handle. There's some imperfections you can tolerate.
I mean, the flaws are.
Those are like human. There's some flaws that you can actually tolerate. You can consider. You can manage, and there are some that you can't. And it's a personal thing. Like everybody has their individual.
Yes.
Now, what you might tolerate, I might not tolerate it from anybody. It's a personal thing.
Yes.
So, except you have that level of emotional maturity and healthy boundaries to know what you want and what you do not want, you will keep being in a state of delusion. You will keep lying to yourself,
deceiving
yourself and the people around you and the people that
boys
love
have
you.
to go male and female actually.
Yes,
it boils down to both male and female. Set of standards.
Because some women too, also aside from some men that also have that habit of being controlling and telling you what to do or having some kind of nasty behavior. Some women too have nasty behavior.
Very
some
nasty.
Women too are controlling.
Manipulative.
They'll tell you the kind of people they want to come to their house.
Very manipulative.
They will tell you, oh, this is your friend. They will start from one friend first. They will start from one friend though. This Ike, his behavior is somehow. I'm not comfortable with him in my house.
Of course,
You as the man, you say, okay, I feel, you will not be coming to my house again. Tomorrow it will be John. Next
Tomorrow is
tomorrow
one
it will
thing
be Peter.
like that. This color of your shirt, I don't know. Are you ready
Like
for that?
Tomorrow you'll be like, hey, this thing that you're even doing. I don't know. What do you even say you're doing? Baby, no, you cannot be doing
That's change your job.
No, now. You want to, no, now you cannot be married to me.
Can you not see Mommy Vero? How the husband buys a lot of goodies.
You know, this is not even. We are trying to make it look not great. We are trying to cut it.
Okay, we should wait.
In a way, I feel like it's narcissism. Because what we're talking about, I'm going to take this home and relate it to my friend. Because she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't want to lose her man, and she doesn't want to lose her career. So at this point, what would you want the person to do? At what point do you say, okay, this is a no-brainer for me? Like, what is the breaking point?
That's why I said all the things you said now is personal to each and everybody. And I also said that if she goes out of her way to do something against her person, you have to first know yourself, love yourself, be okay with yourself before you start wanting to attach yourself to
somebody else.
Now, if your attachment to somebody else is going to diminish you as a person in any way or form, that is a problem automatically. So, because like I said, at the end of the day, she will end up being in a position whereby she starts to regret. She starts to feel resentment within her.
She wouldn't even be happy.
That if they end up getting married,
she won't be happy,
right? And she ends up dropping her career and doing what the man said she should do. Like I said, at first she might be like, okay, let me try. I can manage.
See, that's a problem. No. Because she's thinking that, okay, my career is not even working. Do you understand? No, she has not gotten to the point that she wants. So,
but she has goals.
You know when a woman is defenseless, you get like you don't have any points. Like you don't have anything.
She's trying to make an excuse. She's trying to make an excuse.
No, let me finish. No, I'm just telling you how she feels. So she doesn't have anything to put on the table. This man is a narcissist. Like he manipulates you to see that you are nobody. And you are being cheated.
Does she know that he's a narcissist?
She doesn't say like that. No, it's not like that. No, no, don't say that now. No, I understand.
That's what I'm telling you, that she's making excuses for
him. See, we all know what we are doing.
That's why she said at the back of her mind. How do I make her see at the back of her mind?
For her to be making excuses.
She does need someone she doesn't know.
This girl is willing to do anything for this man.
She's making excuses.
At this point,
she doesn't know she's making excuses. You know this whole thing that you don't know you're making excuses.
She's delusional. She doesn't know
that. So how do you pull out somebody that is being manipulated from a narcissist person? How do you pull that person out? How do you make her understand
constant motivation?
I don't motivate her. Me, I don't tire.
Constant conversation.
You want to be with
make her know that you can do it.
Yes, make her know that she has to be with somebody that uplifts.
There should be a lot of these things to distract her from that thing.
You have to be with a partner or a husband or a boyfriend that uplifts you. Do you understand? That makes you believe in yourself. Now, anybody that does the opposite of that is not for you.
He's not even helping.
Anybody that loves you wants you to grow as a person.
Yes.
Anybody that loves you knows what you love.
Yeah.
And knows what you have a passion for.
Yeah.
And anybody that loves you will motivate you to be the best that you can be in whatever you want to be. Now, anybody that tries to make you do otherwise,
or make you feel less of yourself,
or make you feel less, because I heard when you said something about the man said even women.
Oh, this is your work that you're doing. What has it
women? How many women are
all that? I'm even going to say
that he does not even rate her.
It's so bad.
I want to say
he does not even rate her.
I have something to say. I have a problem with this men that you want a business to be professional, okay? Like all those at Chalugo that want to finish secondary school, university, and they are not thinking of anything. They are just and they have waiting for Ogoni to come and carry them out of their father's house. You saw them.
You did not go for them.
And you saw a lady that is 9 to 5.
The thing is crazy.
She wake up in the morning, she goes to work, come back, she dress file, send the quiet picture. Let me even use myself as an example.
Baby, you're so
beautiful. let me use myself as an example.
The one that is more painful, they will keep quiet, some people now marry.
Now you see me on air, you see how I talk, you see how I communicate, you see everything. You like it. You like the way I dress to work. Oh baby, you're out, you see you like everything. Oh, she's my kind of woman. Then you now marry me. And then you have a problem with me being on air personality. Then there's something wrong with you. You need help. And if you want help,
you are a wicked person.
There is, I don't know, deliverance needs to be casted on you because you saw your type, you didn't go for your type, and you're coming to me to disturb me.
Show your friend this.
I need our audience to comment so that when I go home, I can tell her to please. I have a surprise for you. Please go to Spiritual TV and watch this show.
Yes, friend, wherever you are the
we need advice.
You will cry and you gonna learn.
It's very dark.
Are you a Raquel fan?
But on a nutshell, let's call it spade. Nobody can change anything until the person decides to change. And you won't go and see. You see your type, go carry your
go and follow the person.
Leave on that person's child that you want to strength now.
Please. Let the people that like us baby and let them follow us.
You know, say they try to controversial. Never tell me if I go tell and say, baby girl, leave your man.
I said, baby girl, you are the Lulu.
Does that the Lulu mean she should walk away?
My dear, run. Not run. My dear, run.
Tell her I said she's making excuses for him.
Precision.
And until she stops making excuses.
With precision.
If you're seeing this, run.
Thank you.
Run. This one is for you, especially. They said you should run. So
I'm so pained.
You are so pained. Anyways, yeah, we don't have much time again, so that's much we can take on our conversation for today. Make sure to help us tell her friends in the comment section. Make you know me like say we be bad people. Please, thank you. Anyway, catch you. See you.
Follow us on all our social media platforms. See, if you're not subscribed, I don't know how you're going to. I don't know how you even get to see the next episode.
I pity.
It is when you subscribe, you get notification. Oh,
yeah,
it's on right now.
Yeah.
And it's only when you subscribe you will know that they've actually dropped something in this platform that you will be able to watch it before episode and drop a comment. So make sure you comment all that social media. Yes.
Can I be calling for your show every day? I love.
No problem. It's not like that. Interesting conversation for us.
We are local.
International communities observing
When the main market is in chaos, people are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back, and that's all we have from the chat room on Chatbox. Thank you for joining us at 7 p.m. up until this hour. I am Queensley Roland. Tomorrow we meet again at 7 p.m. to have other conversations and other subject matters. If you're just joining us, don't forget to go through our social media page, our YouTube page, to revisit the conversation that we had tonight. Do have a good night rest and see you tomorrow.
Good afternoon. Welcome to another edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV, where we tend to give you interesting stories, interesting dramas, trending stories on social media, literally everything that has to do with the entertainment industry. And today is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Don't forget, I always have movie train for you. I have interesting movies I'm recommending for you this weekend, and I'm going to review the tourist video today. I'll try my best. But first, let's delve into the stories of today. Nigerian actress and filmmaker Ogoni Boli has weighed in on the ongoing conversation about originality in the global film industry, asserting that Nollywood surpasses Hollywood when it comes to storytelling. In a recent interview, the 47-year-old Edo-born actress argued that Nigerian filmmakers consistently produce unique and compelling narratives, dismissing the notion that Nollywood films are overly predictable. She said, and I quote, "Our movies have become so much better than they used to be. We've always had good stories, so stories have never really been a problem." Oboli further emphasized that originality is one of Nollywood's strongest assets, in contrast to Hollywood, which she suggested frequently recycles narratives tropes. She believes Nigerian cinema offers fresher perspectives and untaped storylines, addressing recurring criticisms that Nollywood plots can be formulaic. Oboli was quick to challenge the standard. She pointed out that many Hollywood films, including blockbusters, follow clear and predictable pattern. For Oboli, the essence of a great film lies not solely in its ending, but in the depth and richness of its narrative arc. She also praised the increasing global appeal of Nollywood, citing data from platforms like YouTube that reflects a growing international audience for Nigerian content. With over 2 decades in the industry, Ogoni Boli remains a vocal advocate for the power of Nigerian storytelling and a reminder that even in the world of franchises and formulas, originality still matters, which I totally agree with her. If it comes to Nollywood evolving, fact, truth, they've actually grown. But the only problem I noticed in Nollywood is most times they don't use casts that are more than 10 maximum. I don't know the reason for that, but maybe for cost and all that. But if it comes to evolving, true. And they're saying that Nollywood are usually predictable. That's because we are so used to Nollywood movie. If you speak to a Western person, a white person, they will tell you the same thing. I've actually had a conversation with somebody and she said their movies are very, very predictable. Now, another good thing about Nollywood is that they give real life story, like something that could happen in a daily life, not just tales or fiction or something, or make-up stories like we usually see in Korean movies, we see in Indian movies, Z World and all. Their love life looks like, oh my god, you know, it's something you always it's something we envision, we want it to happen. All right, but Nollywood gives you a clear story of how things are done real life, whether it comes to business, love, name them. You know, there was something they actually did earlier this year that I thought it was maybe a trend, that most Nollywood movies, especially on YouTube, they started, you know, creating movies that have to do with faith, that had to do with hope. Christian movies, yeah. Christian movies, you see stories of, oh, how to build your faith if you're a TTC mom, if you're trying to get a job, if you're fighting anxiety and all that. So their stories, Nollywood stories, in as much as we Nigerians, we can predict that, oh, of course, happily ever after. I mean, every story would have happily ever after, but according to her, it's not how it ended, it's the depth of the movie. Because most times, I don't know for others, but personally, if I'm able to understand a Hollywood movie is towards the ending, but at the middle of the movie or from the beginning, you're trying to figure out, okay, what's going on, where are they driving to? And I'm going to give example of the trending Cena movie. At the beginning, I couldn't understand what's going on, honestly, but when it got towards the end of the movie, then I could tell what is really going on. Same thing with Sirens. I think I've actually recommended that movie. I did not understand what was going on in the beginning until I, started approaching towards the end. All right. So if it's about Nollywood, and we don't even take time, most times our movies are just maximum 2 hours in YouTube, in the cinema, in Netflix and all that. But we always have a story to tell from the beginning to the end. You could understand it. So I think we should give ourselves a plus to that. I've had a whole lot of actresses and actors saying the same thing. Of course, it can never be the way Aki and Popo used to act, the way Nkemowo used to act. Name them, Sam Loco, may he so rest in peace, the way they used to act, because they too, if you're talking about Nollywood in general, they too bring real life to it. All right, they put depth to the story, and you think this is real life, like, I'm not saying that, there's so much drama or exaggeration or whatever, but the truth is, when it comes to Nollywood, we've actually evolved starting from when we started till now. So there's no comparison, literally. Okay, so still on the same course, seasoned actress Stella Damasos has spoken about the challenges of Nigerian actors bagging Hollywood roles. She explained that the Hollywood stereotype of Africans, which she said Nigerians don't fit in, is the major stumbling block in Nollywood actors getting Hollywood roles. The movie star claimed that the Hollywood stereotype of Africans is that all Africans have East African accents and are as dark as Kenyan actress Lupita Nyong'o. She said this makes Nigerian actors misfits for Hollywood roles. She explained that most Nigerian actors who have bagged lead roles in Hollywood were raised abroad. She said, and I quote, most of the Nigerians who have done big screen movie in Hollywood are people who were raised in England. Most of them have a different type of accent, and they said to me, we want an African to be very dark. That's the kind of African that we are used to. We are not used to your kind of African. We want Lupita dark. You are not dark enough, and you are not white enough to be half caste. So it would be hard to please you. You are not mixed race. Then your accent, you don't sound American or British, neither do you sound African. And I'm like, how do you think Africans sound? Because Africa is full of 1,001 countries. And inside those countries, we have different dialects and different accents. Now, yeah, this is her response, because same here, I'm going to give the same response. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. What do you mean, Sarah? Tell me, how exactly do you want me to sound? Because when you come to Africa, we are so many. Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, name them. So if it comes to color, yeah, but of course you could tell an African person. What do you mean you want Lupita dark? What do you mean you want us to sound some kind of way? Really? And this is really not encouraging. I mean, because I would really emphasize on the fact where she said, if you see them parts of a Hollywood movie, it's because they probably grew there or they schooled there or something. All right, but if you're from Nigeria and you're expecting to be, not like you're from like you're based here, and of course you're in the movie industry and you're expecting to be part of a Hollywood movie, it's gonna take a whole lot of time, which I don't even understand. I mean, I'm very good at this role. So your problem right now is my color, and the way I sound, you want me to sound some kind of way that you envision in your brain. It's funny, but it's not funny because somehow it looks like a look down on us. I mean, you want to look Peter kind of dark. I don't know, because of course when you come to Africa, we have like how many shades? We have the melanin, we have the caramel, we have the black, we have fair. You know, our shades of color are different. So if, anyways, maybe it's some sort of maybe the way they do their whole professionalism thing. So if we have to put an African person in this movie, the person has to be this black and not this black, and the person have to maybe speak like a Nigerian, should have a Yoruba accent, should have a Ghanaian accent or some sort. Maybe that's their law or something, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not following. I'm not getting it. So these are the issues. These are some setbacks for us. It's not that we can't play that role. No, we can play that role, but they have the way they envision their thing. I think their own thing now is not really about the talent, but right now about the way you sound and your color. So that's literally the problem. Let's fast forward to the foreign scene. Using software to enforce a teenage social media ban can work in Australia, the head of the Australian Age Insurance Technology Trial claimed on Friday, but stakeholders and advisory board members say they have not provided enough data in the preliminary results. Organizers of the trial, which concluded earlier this month, gave no data findings as part of preliminary results published on Friday, and offered only a broad overview which did not name individual products. Since the Australian government announced the legislation last year, child protection advocates, tech industry groups, and children themselves have questioned whether the ban can be enforced due to workarounds like virtual private networks, which obscure an internet user's location. Advisory board members, International Center for Missing and Exploited Children CEO Com Ganon said he was concerned about the lack of circumvention testing during the trial. Ganon is also concerned about the lack of data he has received from the preliminary testing, a worry shared by stakeholders. John Payne, the chair of Electronic Frontiers of Australia. Organizers of the trial say they will deliver a report to the government next month, which officials have said will inform an industry consultation ahead of the December headline. The Australian ban is being watched closely around the world, with several governments exploring ways to limit children's exposure to social media. To think that they will soon ban TikTok in Nigeria. Anyways, let's listen to this.
They show each other, yeah. And they just, and then you look at the comments and they're all like, oh, yeah.
It's too early to say. The board hasn't actually been privy to the data that underpins the results, and in order to do a very sober and critical assessment of the technologies, you need the data. We don't have the details in relation to each of these vendors, their technology and how they process the data. Particularly the collection and storage of biometric data is an extreme worry for us, as it should be for any individual, particularly if that data is then used as a means of granting access to a website or a service. If that is compromised, it can't be replaced, like a password can be replaced.
But it's sort of the buyer sort of that thing where no one's really cut off network. No one's kind of
this whole social media minimum age gating policy is the Trojan horse for digital ID in Australia. So it's not just about the kids, it's about every adult that wants to access social media will need to go through some sort of gating process, which attenuates behaviour to further validations of identity online.
Wow.
Why don't let me go back.
What I would say is, in order for legislation to be operational and actionable, you have to have a multifaceted approach in relation to testing that technology for its implementation, or even, while they're saying they're not recommending something, they're talking about age assurance, and as part of one of the prima facie things that you need to look at for age assurance is, how do I circumvent things? Young people are early adopters of technology. They move fast, they move quick, they will adapt to roadblocks very, very quickly. For me, I do believe age assurance is essential. I do actually agree with the concept of age assurance, but what I want to agree with is technology that's going to actually be implemented with a child agency, a voice to it, with robust testing and technology, and that the government can actually invest both socially and economically in a response that's going to actually minimize the harm, but also promote the safety and responsible social responsibility within Australia. Australia is on the cusp, and a lot of eyes are watching them. I deal with people from Europe, from the US, from all over the world, and they're saying, we're waiting to see what Australia is going to do in relation to this solution. And I'm saying, well, so am I, because we don't know what the solution is. Even though I'm on the advisory board, I'm as much in the dark as members of the public, and I just don't think it's right. It's not right.
Nigeria received 119 Benin bronze from the Netherlands on Tuesday, marking one of the largest restitution of colonial-era artifacts since British force looted the treasures from Benin City in 1897. Dutch Education, Culture and Science Minister Epo Bruins said in a statement that the decision to return the bronzes was based on recognizing their looted status and affirming they should never have left Nigeria. The National Museum in Lagos will house 4 of the returned pieces as seen in the video, while the remainder will be stored at the new Oba Ovorowem storage facility at the National Museum in Benin City. The restitution is part of a growing international movement to return cultural treasures removed during colonial times, as Nigerians seek to recover thousands of intricate bronze sculptures and castings seized by British soldiers during their 1897 raid on the Kingdom of Benin. An official handover ceremony is scheduled for Saturday, June 21st at the National Museum of Lagos. The bronzes, created by skilled artisans of the Benin Kingdom between the 13th and 18th centuries, are considered among Africa's greatest artistic achievements and have been the subject of decades-long repatriation campaigns. Take a look.
wants to get it back, he's got a long way. So it's amazing how encyclopedia, it's like a dictionary. It's a coded word that it's embedded.
All right, thank goodness they brought it back. Somebody was saying something to me, but I'm not going to say it. It's fine. That's all we have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, Movie Train is up next. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the movie train segment, and first on my list is The Residence. This is a series movie. So The Residence is an American mystery comedy drama. I've actually seen it, so if you've not, I'm recommending it to you. It deals with my mental health. It's a comedy drama. Of course, it's a drama, but comedy. I did not see comedy in it. There's no laugh inside it, because Detective Coop, I won't say that woman is crazy, because at a point I thought she was, where she uses, what's that stuff called again? She uses it to, find some birds, study about birds, and later on, after studying about the bird, she come back to asking questions. In fact, where I got mixed up was where there's some stuff she asked questions literally more than 10 times. Now, you can't tell me that from episode 1 to episode 5, you still haven't gotten the culprits. You're still asking questions. Only for us to find out that, okay, after a series of asking of questions, she couldn't get the murderer. She left, she disappeared, and was found in a world where people do not know. I don't know. You know, in some sort of an island. Maybe she's hiding in a tree or something. You know. Now, senators were... I'm spoiling this movie, but I'm sorry. It's going to deal with your brain. If you're not... Because you're literally going to go mad. Let's move to the next movie. Chetam Season 2 is the next movie, actually. So Chetam is a 2024 Showmax original Nigerian telenovela, executive produced by James Omokwe and written by Ifeanyi Barbara Chidi. It stars Oluchi Amajoyi, Kingsley Nwachukwu, Ruby Okezie, Kalu Ikagwu, Nonso Odogwu, Nnamdi Abo, Jesmai Uhuru, Lulu Okonkwo, Omanadi, Valerie Odunukwe, and Ugonna Ukore. Now, Chetam revolves around Adanna and Nnanna, who found a once-in-a-lifetime kind of love and fought against all odds to stay together. Chetam explores the love story between Adanna and Nnanna, young lovers who battle the spiritual and political forces in their way. Stream all episodes now. The extraordinary love story of Adanna and Nnanna, young lovers. Okay, that's just a repetition. So, I've not really seen this movie, but I'm interested because I've literally missed epic movie, like real epic movie. Those ones they used to act in those days. You know, that shows the real Igbo culture and tradition, you know, fighting for your love and all that, when you have a whole lot of battles coming, both political, family, and all. So if you're looking for something like that, this is the right movie for you. So if you've seen season 1, season 2 is out now and you can go stream it. But if you haven't, in order for you to understand, go and watch season 1. Then finally on the list is Forever. Forever is an American romantic teen drama television series created by Mara Brooke Aki, loosely adapted from the Judy Blume novel of the same name. It was released on Netflix May 8, 2025. We still have a little time before I review the tourist visit in Dubai. So I want to give my 2 cents on Straw. In fact, Tyler Perry needs to give each and every one of us a therapy section that he is going to pay, because that movie dealt with my mental health. I recommended that movie last week, and of course it's everywhere. Everybody has seen it, everybody has cried, emotions rolling, even even parents and grandparents who were crying in that same movie. I don't know for others, but personally for me, where I got emotional was when I saw her properties outside under the rain. And when I got to find out that, oh, her daughter died 24 hours ago before all this happened, I was dumb, but not really emotional. I'm like, where did I miss it? Do you know I have to rewind to go and understand what was really going on? In fact, I've watched that movie like twice. Yeah. Now, Tyler Perry did a good job. But where did he miss it? At what point did that doctor, that bank manager, find out that the daughter was dead? Because I don't know, I can't remember when, they came to whisper to her, the daughter is dead, don't worry, don't just leave her alone, you know. I didn't see that. So at what point did she, because it told her, your daughter died 24 hours ago, and she went back to the manager and she was like, she died. And the manager opened her mouth and said, I know. How did you know? How did you know? Please tell me. Now, I'm going to give a very big round of applause to the script writer that made that movie, because, of course, you want to make everybody be emotional. There's something that Tyler Perry said that got me wild. He said, it's a movie to tell you how expensive poverty is. I can't really remember the words literally, but of course, it's very expensive, and it tells the story of people. It broadens our eyes to tell you there are people that suffer like this, and there are single mothers that have struggling issues, and it's everything boils down together. So yeah, That's all for the movie train. Let's review the Dubai tourist visit. So we had a tourist visit Dubai few days ago, and we got some exciting clips to show you, and also to share an insight on what we would want our country, Nigeria, to emulate, because people travel far and wide just to enjoy this view in Dubai. And of course, it's not free, they pay for it. So I think if our country can maybe put an effort to entertainment and tourism in the country, it will improve our economy, in the sense that people will have to travel down here just to have a beautiful view of nature and events, just like we have in South Africa, Cape Town, we have in Kenya, we have in Dubai and the rest. People literally leave Nigeria to travel to Cape Town. People literally leave Nigeria to go to Kenya just to feed giraffe. And Nigeria do not have that. Of course, yes, we have a whole lot of problems, but I just feel this could help, you know, boost our economy too. Money coming back to us, because people are coming here to have a view of things. We have beautiful natures. But let's take a look at that. This will run for like 20 minutes, and of course I'll sign off. So yeah, enjoy.
One. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for the beautiful. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the leadership. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa. My name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm focused on trying to fix Africa's complex development challenges. And healthcare delivery is a significant development challenge. On average, African countries spend about $30 to maybe $150 per capita on health annually. For comparison, global health spending per capita is at about 1,100, whilst countries like America could spend upwards of $10,000 per capita. this disparity is quite obvious in our everyday experiences, but I mean, it became very clear to us during the COVID-19 crisis. My guest today lives in this world of global health. He's a Nigerian epidemiologist, public health physician, and the World Health Organization's Assistant Director General for Health Emergency Intelligence and Surveillance Systems. Dr. Chikwe Hekwazu served as Nigeria's Center for Disease Control, DG, the agency responsible for protecting public health and safety through the control and prevention of communicable diseases in the country. He was on the front lines of Nigeria's fight against COVID-19 and was a very calming figure for those of us who lived through those troubling days. Dr. Hekwazu trained as an infectious disease epidemiologist and has worked in senior public health and leadership positions in several national public health institutes, including the National Institute.
Thank you for the work you're doing, driving thought leadership on some of the topics that are most important for us. So really excited to be on your show and the opportunity to share a few thoughts on the work we've done.
Fantastic. And we're living in quite interesting times here with profound challenges across multiple domains: global health, democracy, technology, innovations, climate change. Hopefully we can cover many of these topics today. But let me start by again congratulating you and your wife, Vivian, on your recent book, An Imperfect Storm, A Pandemic and the Coming of Age of a Nigeria Institution. I mean, it chronicles Nigeria's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, through the lenses of NCDC. So my question is, what motivated you and Vivian to document this particular institutional journey at this specific moment in Nigeria's public health history?
Yeah. So thanks, Patrick. Let me answer this question in the most honest way as I can. I think many of us, as we go through life, you think that maybe there are aspects of it that might be interesting for others. So as we went through this pandemic, no doubt we felt, this was unprecedented. So there were decisions being taken there wasn't anything to reference on. So, and every day, it got more. Imagine the decision to shut down a country, to shut down the airspace, to stop people traveling, to close schools, to close markets, so these were big decisions. And every night I would come back and tell Vivian, listen, you wouldn't imagine what we did today. We were testing Mr. President's family because his chief of staff had just tested positive, So there were such monumental decisions. And I would get home at 11 p.m. or 12 p.m. and she would be awake waiting for me, and I would share my experience of the day as quickly as possible so we could still catch a few hours of sleep. And she was making notes. And it was these initial notes that led to having something to start off with. So I think a lot of the credit goes to her for those notes that she kept. If not, the idea of writing a book would have remained as an idea. So one thing is wishing and wanting to do something. The other thing is actually being able to do it. So those initial notes enabled us to have the first 10, 15 pages of what would then become the manuscript of An Imperfect Storm that we put together. But we felt, listen, we knew, and this happened, that there will be a lot of literature coming out of the rest of the private sector comment. In this case, it wasn't an option. The public sector had to deliver. So that's kind of why we thought about this name, both the imperfections of the context of the health challenges, but also the imperfections of the political and socioeconomic context in which we all had to respond. And there wasn't any running away. We couldn't jump into our private jets and go to Europe. It was closed. So we had to sit down in our own context, despite all the challenges, and manage it within that context. So I think that's what led to our choosing this name for the book.
Exactly. And I'll come back to what you touched on in passing about private sector's role in global health. But before we get there, before leading Nigeria's COVID-19 response, you had managed or at least worked in a few other outbreaks like Ebola, Lassa fever, and other infectious diseases. How did these early experiences shape your understanding or approach to institutional building at NCDC and inform your current work at the World Health Organization?
Thanks, Patrick. I'll answer that in two ways. Firstly, on the professional path, in the work we do in public health, very rarely would you see a doctor that would tell you very early in his career that public or population health is his priority. We all are, most of us are driven by, the euphoria and satisfaction of solving clinical problems for individual patients. So, and that was my path for my early years. But when I, having trained in Nigeria, I got a really random opportunity to be engaged in public health, and then started working in national public health agencies, and recognized that a lot of the challenges in our country and the way healthcare is delivered is not really about the expertise of individual doctors, and that's also is demonstrated by the incredibly successful cadre of the export of Nigerian doctors around the world. But really, it's about how do we organize ourselves as a country to deliver on healthcare that is very complex and protecting the health of individuals. The second point is on institutional building, right? I fundamentally believe that we cannot build our country if we don't build our public sector institutions. In the private sector, there's an incentive to build great companies, and we have demonstrated that we can build great companies in many aspects. But in the development of public sector institutions, I think that's work in progress. And that's why another reason I felt it was so important to write this book. Like you rightly said in the beginning, I think maybe half of it is about COVID and the response and the personal stories around it. But the second part, and maybe the part that is more important for me in the future of our country, is what it takes to build a public sector, a functional public sector institution, and the fact that it's not rocket science, it can be done. And I hope that in the 5 years of work that we did at NCDC, we demonstrated that this is possible, so that others can also not give up without trying and can build on some of these lessons and go ahead and do greater things.
And I, like you, I really like that second part of the subtitle, which is the coming of age of a Nigerian institution. Can you help me just elaborate a little bit on the key transformational moments that marked NCDC's evolution from the point when you met it to when it had to face this, really unprecedented black swan event that nobody in the world kind of prepared for, and how it was able to rise and become that Nigeria's primary public health institute that gave us hope and that we felt could help navigate us out of this thing that we didn't quite understand.
But let me start at the end. Sometimes in the later stages of the outbreak, when I would board a flight in Nigeria, and every airline would make this announcement that following NCDC guidelines, you had to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I almost felt, in what world am I living in that this small parastatal is defining how we all are behaving, right? But, thinking about cut people to cut ribbons, but, we have to imagine the state of play when we started. When we started, and just how the business of government works and the opportunities to improve. When I was appointed, nobody gave me a letter appointing. If you tell this to people outside, no one discussed. No, and it's not like this was just in that era. It's still happening today. I was told that I had to find my letter in somewhere called the Office of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation. Obviously, I'd never worked in public service, so I had no idea where it was. So I had to find someone that would take me to this office, and they would go through a series of files, and they opened the locker somewhere and pulled out a letter, and and then I could actually, because other than that, I just had, what was in the media. And so the point I'm trying to make here is there's no example of a successful country that has grown without building an efficient bureaucracy to serve the country. And we have to really focus on the building blocks of a country. So the letter is just one example. The institution I was asked to lead had no act establishing it. So I couldn't be given a tenure of how long I would serve because there wasn't any definition of that tenure because we didn't have an act. So the first defining moment for me, the almost most important one in my first couple of years, was taking a bill, firstly writing the beginnings of a bill and taking it through our houses of parliament, the House of Representatives and the Senate, and through the readings and the subcommittee hearings, the public hearing, and ultimately doing the legal drafting with the drafting committee. You have to learn all these things, and ultimately getting it signed off by Mr. President. And NCDC was one of only 2 new parastatals that were established under President Buhari's tenure. So he was very conservative in the establishment of new parastatals. So I think that carrying out, leading the process that led to the act and everyone that supported that process, for me was a defining moment. And then there were many, many others in terms of the teams setting up a first emergency operations center, taking over the field epidemiology training program, going around the states and just leveraging on the power and support infrastructure of the state. But ultimately, I think it was the response to the COVID pandemic that really put NCs in the consciousness of Nigerians. And I hope, despite the various, limited resources that we had, that at least we didn't add to the plethora of stories of occasions that the country failed its people. And that at least on this one occasion, I wouldn't say we were extremely successful, but I think I can start up by saying we did not fail Nigerians. And to me, that in itself makes me incredibly proud and shows me that many things are possible in our country. By the odds.
I want to stay on this question a little bit further because, so many people in the private sector, folks who haven't done work in government, may think about doing work in government, but they don't understand how broken things are and how they need to dig very deep within themselves and their character to find, the motivation, the inspiration to build these institutions because they're important. I remember the early days of NCDC. You had actually invited Next Year to come do some pro bono training for your people, and we did that because we trusted in, your leadership, et cetera, et cetera. We didn't even know that COVID was going to come. But if you could just walk us through some of the mechanics of the very mundane things you had to do to build up this institution, not knowing that you had to face a global pandemic, and what were you thinking? What was the motivation? Because I think it could be useful for some other people thinking about going down this line.
Yeah, so Patrick, firstly to say thanks a lot for your support at the time, and for which I was very grateful. But sadly, I must inform you that you were not the only one in my network that I tapped into. I literally tapped into everyone I knew that could do anything that I thought was helpful for the work I thought we needed to do, which brings me to the first point to answer your question is, this is not a walk in the park, right? To take up public sector leadership is an opportunity, it's an honor, and it's something that we really have to, if you decide to do it, you cannot do it as a side gig or, be preoccupied by other issues. You really have to devote yourself to it fully. It's very rewarding, I can say that for free, but it is hard in the beginning, especially in our context. But it is possible. Something that we have in our context that I have rarely seen in any other country, especially on the continent. and many people have said this, but I'm a living witness to it. I'm not saying it hypothetically. It's the energy and the entrepreneurial energy of our people. But it's very hard to see because you could enter an office and you see a civil servant, and this anecdote is used a lot, eating granite and banana and not appearing not to have anything to do. It is the same people that when you are able to unlock the thing that is inside of them, that will go over and beyond to deliver on something that they believe in. But it will not happen on its own. And in government, there are not those incentives that naturally lead to high-performing organizations. It's just not there. So you have to bring them in somehow. And when you come into a new government parastatal, people often they're excited in the beginning, but they think, this one will come and make noise and then go back and he'll be the same as others, right? So you also have to show them that you're in this with them for the long term. And I think once I got to that stage that they knew that I wasn't going away, I wasn't going to stop, and that you will come early, you will leave late. If you expect them to do it, you have to do it. If you expect people to do the grind, you have to do it. And if not, we're very good at pretending to do stuff. So I do think that running public sector institutions is not rocket science. We can do it. Our expectations are actually fairly low. So once you push a little bit, we have to push. Things begin to work. But we also have to recognize, and I don't want to be sentimental about this, public servants are paid very poorly in our context. And to expect miracles out of people that we are not paying is a miracle. And miracles, we know, rarely actually happen. So
actually, that was supposed to be my follow-up question. But how do you motivate people who are poorly paid? How do you get them? How do you unlock that spirit? You talked about unlocking that thing in them that gets them to do the work. Poorly paid, not well remunerated. Some of them might feel this is a dead-end job. They took it because they couldn't find something else. How do you get this same group of people to rise to the level they rose, during the
I can't
COVID?
have the answer for every other sector, but I can share a few examples of what we did. Firstly, the one I shared of yourself role modeling the things you want colleagues to do. Secondly, I had to show them that I was also interested in their own progress, right? So every single opportunity, you spoke about the one you came to do for us, the same way. I worked abroad for many years before coming back to Nigeria. So I had a broad global network. Every institution I worked with, I asked them, listen, how can you support my team? Can you offer us training opportunities? They say, okay, we'll find one. I said, can you give us 3? We're a big country. We might end up with 2, right? Up till today, 3 colleagues from NCDC are today in Japan finishing PhD programs. I hope they come back. They are the future. So there are many of those opportunities that, yes, led to the development of the institution, but also led to the individual progress of the people. And you have to when you lead an institution in Nigeria, you can't just be an MD. Your father, your mother, your problem solver, your family mentor, you have to take the whole package. So I think it's a combination of factors, but I want to end not on a euphoric note. I do think if we want our country to work, we have to think of the whole thing, our public service. I left fairly happy with the work we did, but I now, on reflection, know that we cannot change Nigeria one parastatal at a time, or one ministry at a time, or one DG at a time. We need to really think, if we want our public service to work, what are the fundamental changes that we need to make our entire public service work? And we won't be the first country that has done it. We can go to understand what makes their public service a little bit more advanced than ours, and take the best ideas from these for our own context.
And I know you've given it some thought, and we will definitely come back to that question. But I wanted to spend a bit of time talking about that COVID period and how leaders have to make high-stake decisions with incomplete information. So when you walked on stage every night and spoke to Nigerians, it gave us hope. We trusted that what you were telling us was true, but we also knew that you had incomplete information. So how did you navigate that tension in Nigeria's response strategy?
So, Patrick, this is a very hard question, and it's one I struggled with. And at the time, I wasn't even sure that we were succeeding because I had different influences and, sources of advice. And sometimes the advice was, listen, don't share this with people. Others, had a different point of view. I think my basic principle in communication is to be as honest as possible. And this is not always the advice most government leaders are given. And very often we're advised to, manage information and, don't scare people or don't give them too much. But I tried to be as honest with Nigerians as I possibly could. One reason is, people are smart. There's a lot of information out there. TV channels were running 24/7. There's social media. So it was almost impossible. I tell you, one time I ran into a little bit of a problem, and I shared it in the book. We were running out of reagents at a critical point. It was a Friday. We had just scaled up our testing, but one critical reagent, our normal suppliers didn't have any. But I knew, this is Nigeria, I knew someone would have this thing somewhere in this country. So I put out a tweet, or what was that? Twitter is now X, asking for this particular reagent, right? Nigerians came after me, hammered me. You guys are unprepared. Why are you going on social media looking for basics? You should have had this and blah, blah, blah. But, and I wasn't, the first hour, I wasn't sure. I said, man, what have I done? But, right about an hour later, I got a call from someone who knew someone and said, listen, I found someone that can supply this. They will bring it to NCDC today. Don't worry about paperwork. We'll sort it out next week. Don't worry. I trust you and I'm delivering this to you. So, on the one hand, I had been battered publicly. On the other hand, I was right that somebody in our country that we criticize so much was ready to give you, literally millions of naira worth of what you needed without any guarantee or assurance that you would actually pay. So in that hour, you saw the best and the worst of our country. And that's really why I think there's so much in it. And to make these hard decisions is never easy. It's always a little bit of a gamble. And you just have to trust your instincts and do the right thing. And more times than not, I think you will come out vindicated.
Fantastic. Now, let's switch a little bit to the World Health Organization. From your very unique vantage point, what do you see as the most critical gaps in global health surveillance systems today, particularly in the global south? And what innovative solutions show the most promise in addressing these gaps?
So I think if I start with the challenge and I'll get to the opportunities, the challenge obviously is that the people that we expect to do this work are the same poorly paid civil servants that we've talked about. And some of us, when you're in Abuja, you maybe even have access to some resources and at least the city is fairly decent. When you think that where the biggest risk for the emergence of new or old infections is not in Abuja city center, right? These are in the most challenging contexts that we have. And that is where we expect the most important work to be done. So it is hard, our country is big and complex. We have a very high population density in the middle of the tropics. So if I were a virus and I would think, where should I come out? Nigeria is probably one of the best places in the world to multiply, right? Flip it to the other side. The opportunity is, the technological opportunities that we have today in data science, in analytics, in laboratory diagnostics are incredible, right? So it enables us incredible opportunities to detect, probably to respond. But we have to bring this together. And I think that's where institutions like NCDC and similar institutions, especially at the state level, are so important. And these are not things the private sector can solve. And I think in things like public health, our justice system, to an extent, police, the areas where our criminal justice system, the areas where, unfortunately, there are no examples of successful outsourcing to the private sector, that every country has to define the investments it needs to make for these things to be delivered by an effective public service. So there are opportunities, there are challenges. If we had a good public sector, we can bring these together and create value for our country.
And we're again back to this private sector. What role can it play? The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted these very stark inequities in global health resources and vaccine access. The private sector stepped forward in Nigeria. CACOVID, stepped forward in a big way. Gavi and a few of these associations also played a key role. Multilateral institutions helped. Are you saying that there is no way, given that we know where the governments in Africa are today, we hope that they transform, we know it's difficult. Are you saying there's no way the private sector can bring more of its abilities to solve problems, bring some market-facing solutions to the global public health challenges we face? There's got to be a way.
Of course they can. Of course they can. And it's in that intersection. Let me give you another anecdote out of the book, which I hope everyone on your show reads, and those watching it later. Just in 2018, I started in 2016, 2018. I was trying to set up a foundation to support the work that NCDC was doing. I thought this would be a no-brainer, given the Ebola experience just a few years ago. So I went around our big conglomerates in Abuja, in Lagos primarily, and Port Harcourt, knocking on their doors, writing letters, setting up meetings. I did manage to gain a few meetings here and there, but nobody gave us any check, right, of any amount. So, after putting a lot of effort, and there was a big meeting in Lagos, I got both my ministers of health and the minister of state to attend. Everyone attended. Everyone said the right things, but nobody put any money on the table. Fast forward 2020, first few months, my phone was ringing off the hook. I'm MD of this. I'm calling from offshore. I'm manager of everybody wanted me to pay specific attention to their needs. How do they manage their group of execs or their expatriates or people offshore? And I said, guys, I was literally begging you guys to support our work, and you didn't think it was important enough. So anyway, at the end of the day, together with Zuera in the Dangote Foundation, and a few others, we agreed, listen, I don't have the mental bandwidth to speak to each of you individually. Can you please help organize yourselves? Thankfully, Zuera were thinking in the same direction. And then they took on the responsibility of organizing themselves, formed CACOVID, and came back to us and then asked me, what are my priorities? I said, these are the areas I would like you to support. They took our advantage time, apart from the building of the isolation centers and stadiums, which I never advised, but happened. But in most of the other areas, credit to them, they took our advice, supported us together. My lesson out of this, and I think, is we can't invest in our fire service when the fire has started. Exactly. Right? It's a waste of everybody's time, effort. We need to be able to support. If we think institutions like NCDC are important, we need to set aside part of our corporate profits to say, listen, how do we support these institutions that are important to ensure that when our bottom line is threatened, they are there for us. Mm-hmm. And I think, Patrick, that's really how, I don't think the private sector can do our work, but they can definitely support the work we're doing through innovative arrangements that happen around the world. But we need to find this intersection in our own context in a way that will work for us.
Is there a particular message that we can be passing across to the private sector now to say, thanks for what you did during COVID, but this is what you should be doing now that we don't have another pandemic, in preparation for the inevitable, but also in building up our health systems? Is there a way we can shape that message that it can resonate with the private sector and bring them to the table? Just from your reflections.
No, I think there are many ways. I don't want to go into specifics, but just this awareness to think that these things are not, you can't deal with them in a hurry. When COVID is shut down, I wished I spoke to lots of people around us. It's how do we sustain it? We don't need to sustain it at the levels of investment, but maybe tone it down a little and use that vehicle to continue engaging. So there are the advice to the private sector is health is the solution to health problems in small groups is extremely inefficient. So the biggest, most efficient way is the pooling of resources. And the one big thing we have in Nigeria is people. So whether you're planning to provide access to healthcare or whether it's a public health intervention, the more you pool your resource, the more efficient your spend is. And this requires thinking. It's not a brick and mortar problem to solve. So, the more we can bring in our thinking and bring our health sector leaders together to force these very important, intelligent, but sometimes divergent groups together, then we will find the solutions. Let me answer it in that way rather than be very specific on what specific.
Exactly. And I'll get maybe one or two more questions in and we'll turn it over to our audience. Please, if you're participating and you have questions or comments, use the Q&A tab, not the chat tab, but the Q&A tab to post your questions, and that way it's easy for me to get to them, and I'll do full attribution for whomever puts the question forward. But Chikwe, looking ahead, what emerging technologies or approaches in disease surveillance excite you the most, and how might they transform public health responses, especially in Africa where we have resource limitations? What do you see things like AI, doing, and how could they be relevant for us in Africa?
Very good question, Patrick. I'll answer it in three ways. Firstly, before we even get to AI, there are incredible opportunities in diagnostics these days. So with new technology around genomics, around sequencing, there's so much of the previous steps in diagnosis that we can skip by using new sequencing technology. It's a fairly cost-intensive to install, but once it's there, it serves many purposes, and I know the efforts going on at the moment to do that. Secondly, I will get to AI as my last point because it's very important. But prior to that step, you need to bring AI only works on data that is available. If you don't have a pipeline of data coming, AI will give you the completely wrong conclusions on what is coming in. So our systems at the moment are so separate from each other. Very few hospitals are connected to each other. Very few hospitals are connected to labs. And this is not private or public, across. The supply chains are dysfunctional. Everyone is buying his own medicines from individual stores. So it's almost impossible to link the data being collected by these different systems. So I think before we gain the full value of artificial intelligence, we need to invest a little bit in the pipeline, the plumbing, not even the pipelines, the basic plumbing in our health sector and in the other areas in terms of our population numbers, our care providers, and all of that. So I do think, and this is not just for health, I think in many other sectors in Nigeria, to fully optimize the opportunities of advances in technology such as artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stories about leapfrogging, and everyone talks about the mobile telephony leapfrogging the landline era, which I agree there are some examples. But in many other areas, unfortunately, to gain the benefits of new opportunities, we have to invest in some basics. We have to know how many of us there are in Nigeria, as an example, for start.
Exactly. So I have a comment from Pius Okibo Jr. He says, Dr. Chikwe, I thank you for the work you did during COVID. Your comment on strengthening our institutions boil down to ignorant politicians and leaders who don't understand the significance of strong institutions in growing democracy. So my first question is it really ignorance or is it more competence? So that's my first question out of that comment. Then the second question goes back to a point you made earlier on in our conversation, which is really, how do we make the public service work, in an entirety, not just the individual green sprouts we see from time to time. So is it an ignorance or competence issue? And then how do we make this thing work?
If I had the answers, probably I might be heading for a big prize somewhere. So for sure, these are tough questions, and we all live in a tough country. But let me answer by reflecting on one anecdote. One of the people I admire most, and many of us do, is Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who has become a dear big sister to me, especially in the context I am in Geneva at the moment. And so in a quiet moment, in one of my last opportunities to speak with her in a social event, we were sitting in Geneva, and I asked one of the questions I like asking about what, in her so many years of public service, especially in Nigeria, what are some of the things that she's proudest of? And if you read a lot of her reflections or the reflections on her work, her incredible work around debt relief for Nigeria would be one of the items very high on the list, and there are a few others. But she shared with me that it was things like instituting IPPIS, the system through which every public servant is paid in Nigeria at the moment. And so, 30 years of history of having ghost workers disappeared or was at least minimized to the barest minimum. So those institutional changes in the system that eliminates the opportunity of individuals to maximize opportunities for themselves in the system, so these are the things, and it's not like we don't know what they are, but it is, do we have the courage to make these changes to tighten up our systems? If you look in the papers today, Patrick, you will see very few public sector jobs advertised, as an example, right? You can look on The Guardian every Tuesday. You see jobs from everywhere. You will see very few ministries, very few parastatals. So this is not something that the director of one parastatal can come and say, okay, I will advertise my jobs. But with a single policy change, we can stop that in the entire public sector. The fact is that once you do that, it disables a lot of opportunities for the advantages that people have. So my point is that what we need to do in our public service, public sector, none of this is new. We don't need great innovation. We just need to do the things we know we can do that have been done in many other countries. And we will begin to see the change happening. Fortunately, no matter how hard things are, because of the large Nigerian population, we will always find the talent in that pool, because people strive to achieve. So we have a rare, incredible opportunity, but I think the thing lacking, and my brother talked about politicians. I will not make any value judgments, but I do think we need people with courage to do the things that we know need to be done to get to where we want to get.
Fantastic. Another question from Spencer Obiano. So with your experience driving during the COVID-19 in Nigeria, would you say NCDC did great, irrespective of your opinion? What are some of the things you could have done better or would see improved upon in the that NCDC should improve upon today?
So thanks. I'll leave the judgment of how NCDC did to others. We put out this book out there, and I hope colleagues read it. I think ultimately my reflections, I said this earlier, is that too much is left in the hands of our leaders to do good or to do harm. I've managed, and today I manage a budget in multiple times the size of NCDC, right? My latitude in how I can move resource from one point A to one point B for anything is limited. There are so many checks and balances in the entire ecosystem of what you can do. And that is important. None of us is, we're all vulnerable to different instincts, and to rely on each individual's own ethics to drive our public institutions will not work. And we need to put in, solidify the ring fences around the opportunities in public sector leadership and drive it collectively forward, so that we stop talking about as proud of them as I am. We don't want to be referring to the period of NAFDAC under Akunyili or EFCC under Ribadu. We want the institutions to be the things we remember. And when I was leaving SDC, I said my biggest wish was for me to be forgotten, and for the lasting memory for Nigerians to be the institution as it grows from strength to strength.
Fantastic, fantastic. I have a question from Valentine Achum. He said, COVID-19 was one of the most significant public health crises of the 21st century. Looking ahead, what emerging global threats do you believe is being underestimated today, but has the potential to cause a major crisis in the future?
In the work we do, the challenges, these threats emerge all the time. There's never a time where from the beginning that new virus or that new cluster of cases happening in Namibia or in India is the one that will lead to a pandemic. So you have to deal with each incident with the same level of urgency every day. I used to tell people in Nigeria that every day, every incident happening could be the beginning of a new pandemic. So we have to be able to detect and respond. I just came back last week from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we're dealing with a significant mpox, a new clade of mpox that is spreading. Most cases have been reported in Uganda, Burundi, and most of them in DRC. And, these are hard challenges. And this is the context of significant socioeconomic challenges already. So our work is not precise. It's not one thing leads to another that leads to another. So it's fairly complex, and that's why a specialized organization like NCDC is so important for every country to have. Our own is growing. I met it with 70 people. I left it with 500 super motivated colleagues. But it shouldn't end there. We have the equivalent organization in the US has about 20,000 people working for it. So yes, we moved a little bit, but there's still a long way to go and a lot to build, and we have to keep working on this.
Fantastic. Francis Ayomo, the recent funding freeze by the US government to WHO and most US government-funded interventions in countries like Nigeria should be a wake-up call to stimulate domestic resource mobilization for healthcare. How do you think we can get the government and private sector in Nigeria to respond appropriately to get Nigeria less dependent on external financing for healthcare? Dr. Francis Ayomo.
The super, super important question. Of course, I regret, like many of us, the sudden suspension of funding for many global health programs. I think the suddenness of it will cost many lives, and I hope there's a reversal in many of those cases. But the point Francis was making is super important. Why are we building airports for ourselves, but we are not disposed to providing medicines for people suffering from illness or provide our own vaccines for our own children? What makes us outsource our health protection, but have the resource to build airports, flyovers, whatever? I'm not saying these things are not important, but why do we consider it so unimportant that we're not investing in it ourselves? So I do think that the current circumstance must spark an important debate and make us less vulnerable to one superpower pulling out, and then all of us are afraid on the continent on what happens next. So I really regret the events happening at the moment. I do think these big decisions can be better planned and implemented. And if a country wants to reprioritize its expenditure, it's absolutely its own prerogative to do so. But when you've supported a certain thing for many years, lives depend on it. So, but I do hope that this is a wake-up call that for Nigeria and many other developing countries, that we need to take our destiny into our own hands in these things and invest in the things that matter to us if they really matter to us.
Exactly. Question from Chinelo Ugu. Thank you, Dr. Chikwe. Nigerians are known to celebrate success stories without an idea of what they cost. Were there times you were frustrated by bureaucratic, inefficient systems, etc.? If yes, how did you handle those moments? I guess, there could be lessons in here for people who are going through it or may have to deal with it in the future.
Yeah, no, there are many times, and I'm always grateful to my wife, Vivian, and to, my family and friends and everyone that supported me throughout the years in service, because it was a collective responsibility for all of us. And, the same challenges every Nigerian faces. When you're in government, it doesn't make you immune from them. You're still faced with the same challenges. And very often inside of government, there's a lot of trying to find your way around issues that are not straightforward. It's not like you can pick up your phone and solve problems. So it's the challenges that we face. It's nothing protects you from it. Maybe you have a little bit of extra leeway here and there. So I think our government is a reflection of the society that we have created. When we're ready to make hard decisions about the people we choose as our leaders, we will get the government that we deserve. Until we make those political decisions, we will have exactly the government that reflects the country and our values. I know that is an oversimplification of a very difficult challenge, and many people will come back to me and say, yes, but the elections and this and that. But ultimately, I think that we cannot rely on the coincidental emergence of people through good luck. We have to really raise our voices a little bit louder if we want the change that I think we seek in our country.
I have a question here from Chinedu Anarado. Your departure from NCDC was quite abrupt. Some of us who worked for implementing partners were quite shocked, given the successes you recorded from containing COVID-19, the mileage yet to be covered in outlining a disease surveillance playbook, and your ability to mobilize external support. What was the unspoken driving force? I'm sure you get this all the time.
No, it's a tough question to answer, because in a way, my heart is always in Nigeria. I can be out for a while and do other things for a while. But, having done that job for 5 years, and it was a tough role through a big pandemic, and a different opportunity came to serve Nigeria in a different way. So I believe that in the global space I am now, of course, my primary purpose is much broader. I have a global responsibility, but I also think I'm representing us, and I'm conscious of that responsibility every single day. That wherever I appear, wherever I speak, and whatever I do, I carry 200 million of us on my back to support me as I represent you and make sure I try to do that the best I can every day.
Mm. And as you know, I mean, health monitoring and delivery systems are difficult in even saner times. And given that Nigeria has all of these conflicts, going on, this question is from Ndungokolo. How can Nigeria improve its health monitoring and delivery systems in most of its conflict environments? Are there some thoughts you have on how we can do this and do it more efficiently?
Yeah, in all these areas, and I've alluded to this a little bit, we have a context where we celebrate a lot of successes in different in different spheres of endeavor. We're great entrepreneurs, we're great performers, the individuals that drive successful companies, and there's very little space to focus on the hard grind that many sectors have to do to keep the rest of the country working. And I don't have clear answers, but all I can say is that I worked in a context where I saw that it was possible, where people were pushing every day. You come to SCC on a Saturday, you see the car park half full with people. But, it took a lot. And those short periods are not enough. It takes a collective mobilization of Nigerians to make our country work again. So it's complex. There are multiple layers to this challenge, but I left believing it was possible, and not just believing because I believe it can happen. I saw it happen for 5 years, and that gives me hope that with the right leadership, with the right motivation, that we can turn things around in our country.
There's a question here from Henry Wanguma. Where can we buy his book? Any public presentations planned? I can answer these ones. The book you can find in any major booksellers in Nigeria. Many of the bookstores carry them. Roving Heights is always a good place to go. Amazon, obviously, for those who are outside Nigeria. There have been a couple of public presentations, including at Roving Heights, in DC, in London, etc. But I don't know if there are other public presentations planned. Chikwe.
No, we've done a few. We did Lagos, Abuja. So, to be honest, I have a full-time job. I'm not looking to be a best-selling author. I really want, this is important for me, just having these conversations on the book. So please get the book. They're available in Nigeria and Roving Heights bookshops, specifically at airports, on Amazon, globally. And, if there's an opportunity to speak to any group, small, I will always consider the opportunity if time and opportunity come together.
Exactly. Thank you. And I appreciate the time you made for this discussion. And I know how difficult it was to fit it in. And, just to say that we really appreciate it. I have a question from Stanley Ibe. Chikwe's point about approaching reforms in the public sector holistically caught my attention. I wonder if you could share a few ideas about how you might do that as, say, Minister of Health. What are we doing wrong at this time, and what can we do better?
Oh man, this is a theme for a full
session.
A series, actually. But let me give an example, because I don't think any of these things are not hard, but it's courage to do it. In my previous teaching hospital, I studied in the University of Nigeria teaching hospital in ENUGU. I went back at some point And I went to the Obs and Gynae department. At the time, this was a while ago, there were about 25 consultants working in the Obs and Gynae department. I asked about how many deliveries, how many patients are we seeing in a day. I got a number that is completely out of sync with the number of consultants. So, okay, how often are you coming in? Consultants barely come in, some come in for a few days. This is not to criticize them. I'm just saying that at the moment, the numbers don't add up in any sector, right? The number of patients don't add up to the number of doctors that are seeing them. Therefore, enough revenue is not generated. Therefore, the hospital is not sustainable. Therefore, it requires huge subsidies. Therefore, it will never work. You can do the same calculation. Students in Nigerian universities are not paying enough to be taught. Therefore, they're not being taught. Therefore, they're learning outside or managing or leaving 20 in a room. Therefore, our universities are failing. Therefore, graduates are poor. Therefore, we're not getting the human resources to fill vacancies. In almost every sector, you can do the maths. And as long as the maths is not adding up, no miracle will save the sector. If we're not paying appropriate pricing for electricity, companies will not be able to generate, the companies will not be sustained, the sector will not work. So this is not unique to health. My fundamental learning is we have to treat the country as any other endeavor. If input doesn't match output, doesn't match impact, ultimately it will fail. So we need to connect the dots. Once we connect the dots, we will begin a journey towards a country that works. But until we do that, until we have the courage to do that, we will continue to patch the holes and hope that new holes will not emerge. And we know that's against the laws of nature.
Exactly. So I have a set of comments and questions from Pastor Oyewole. He says, Dr. Chikwe, many thanks for your services to Nigeria during the COVID-19. You are highly appreciated. Now, to my question, our primary health care centers are presently in a shambles. The secondary and tertiary health care centers are not enough, overstretched and ill-equipped to take care of the bloated population. Today, healthcare in Nigeria is only accessible to the rich, the wealthy, and the connected, while majority of the masses are dying of diseases that easily treatable but are too poor to afford access to the services. What are your suggestions to improve access to healthcare for the masses? Yes, our political economy might be irresponsible. Even education and housing is a no-go area for the poor, but he's really interested in your comment. And I know you've kind of touched on many of these things, but you can see that the questions keep coming back, that people are kind of looking for you to help crystallize like a step-by-step on what needs to happen so we know how to engage with those who are currently managing the space. And I know it's difficult, but give it a shot.
It's a tough question, but let me address the first point, because there was an insinuation made that if you're rich, you're sure. I don't think that's the case. Yes, if you're wealthy, for some medical challenges that are chronic and you can plan for and you can mobilize resources, yes. But if you have a stroke, a cardiac incident, or an emergency following an accident in most cities in Nigeria, the fate of the rich is as good or bad as the fate of the poor. So there are areas that we have to think really how to drive out of this. I think one good thing is that at the moment I'm very confident with the current Minister of Health, Professor Mohammed Pate. I think we have the right level of intellectual capacity to drive the future of the health sector in Nigeria. It's a complex sector. People look at health in Nigeria as a drain on the economy. And this is a false assumption. In many parts of the world, the health sector contributes or accounts for 10 to 15% of GDP. So this is actually a sector that, if we think about it holistically with the expertise that we have, we can turn this from into an opportunity for our country with the human resources. But in a way, we have to connect the money to the opportunity and to the service. So without going into too much detail, let me just give one example in a way outside of public health. When in my own small family and circumstance, recently, a few years ago, I've gotten health insurance for everyone that I describe as a dependent one way or the other, and mobilize the rest of my family to do the same. Now, you might argue, is health insurance working in Nigeria or not? Maybe it's not working the way as perfectly as in many parts, but it is working to some extent. And it takes a big burden off me. I can plan, I can define the resources I need to devote to this. But the uptake to invest in insurance policies in our country is very challenging, because we have a lot of mistrust in insurance broadly, not to talk about health insurance specifically. So I do think in our country we have a fundamental challenge that we have been let down by government and by collective action so much that we always look for solutions that we can take responsibility for solving ourselves, like building our own boreholes, buying our own generators, and solving for those. Unfortunately, health is the one area that it's almost impossible to do so on your own. You have to work together. And that, in a way, is counterintuitive to the instincts of the average Nigerian, to solve for myself. Without going into specific solutions, Patrick, because we just cannot get there within the context of the situation, is that whether we're working as a collective, whether it's a school, a church, a family, a state, or a country, health is the one area where collective action is necessary to move the needle. We cannot move it if we think about solving it just for myself and my family.
Let me ask this question, Chikwe. Based on your experience at both national and global levels, what fundamental changes do you believe are needed in how we structure and fund these public health systems to better prepare them for future pandemics? So what are some of the things that we should be doing now with our public health funding, to ensure that we are better prepared and we're not scrambling like we did the last time?
So if I were Minister of Health, I'll start by starting a national conversation on how we want to fund our health system, right? So in the UK, for instance, they have a tax-funded health system, right? And they understand that through our collective taxes, we will fund our health system to work. In many other countries, in Germany, for instance, they have a social insurance model. So tax funds are not used for health. Everybody pays, you pay, your employer pays, those funds are pooled and used to provide health services for individuals. Other countries have different models. In Nigeria, we haven't defined our funding mechanism to provide health. So the government pays directly for health facilities. We have basic healthcare provision fund, we have NHIA, we have private insurance, we have a lot of people paying fee for service. So in the inefficiency of mobilizing funds, we have an inefficient delivery of health services. So I think there's a big need to have a conversation on how do we want to fund our health sector. And if we want to move away from tax funded delivery to health insurance, then we should move the money. But at the moment, we don't move the money. If you see a state, it wants to start a new state health insurance scheme, it continues to fund through direct funding of hospitals, then also starts a health insurance scheme. Meanwhile, patients are still paying out of their pocket. So we need to attract the financial gurus into our sector. And at the moment, there's no incentive for the colleagues that understand money to come into health. And you find doctors and nurses trying to solve financial issues. So it doesn't answer the question satisfactorily. I know that, but these are hard questions, and how to bring these two opportunities together.
Yeah, yeah. And maybe another question along those same lines of just really policy and system change. How can developing countries, Africa, some parts of South Asia, better leverage regional cooperations and South-South collaboration to strengthen their health security capabilities while reducing dependence on traditional donor relationships? And this question is important in line with, the Trumpian approach to these issues, and what it may then lead to, where these lifelines are cut off and these countries have to dig deeper to find a way out of where we are today.
Yeah, so this is a good question. We can go have many anecdotes. The current situation is one. I mean, during the pandemic, and something I referred to in the book was, and talked about a lot during the response, was when the Secretary of the Government of the Federation made a public statement that I know he regretted later, that he had no idea of how bad the health sector was until the pandemic started. But I do think we talk about South-South collaboration and opportunities. The biggest opportunity that we have for us in Nigeria, I know you have a global audience, is the human resource in the medical space. There's almost no other sector that Nigerians have been more successful individually, globally, than in medicine and health. But to almost any big center in the US, in the UK, in Western Europe, you will find a Nigerian specialist. My wife was giving birth in London 20 years ago to my first boy. He was attended by a Nigerian nurse. So she was across board. But at the moment, there's no intentional effort to leverage this opportunity that we have to serve our country. I know many of them have come back, and many of them are working. The best private sector hospitals in Lagos are run by Nigerian doctors that have come back to Nigeria. But we make it as hard as possible for every one of them. And these are my brothers and sisters with various groups together. They can tell you how hard it is, from registration to bringing in equipment to setting up to employment, every aspect of it. So what about intentionally setting up processes to attract these colleagues who in their 50s and 60s have probably solved many of their primary problems and want to come? So I think we have to see this as an opportunity for us. And once we start seeing it and seeing not only the opportunities for health, but opportunities for the economy, we will start doing the things that we know. You don't need my advice on what to do. I think we know what to do. But again, do we have the courage to do these things? If I came back to Nigeria as a doctor after practicing abroad, the registration process to practice in Nigeria, you don't want to hear how hard it is. Exactly. Right. Even to locate the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria in Abuja and the office, you need a special navigation system to get to where it is in order to get registered. So I know the current director is trying to solve some of that, but man, we can make life easier for all of us with very simple things.
And whilst they are solving it for doctors, they should be also solving it for entrepreneurs like ourselves, who face.
You guys are better placed, for sure.
We're down to the last minute, and I want to gift that minute to you, Chikwe. I don't know if there's something you wanted to talk about that we didn't get to in our questioning. Maybe you can take the next minute to do that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Patrick. I really want to say two things. Firstly, it's many people ask, you wrote this with your wife. Yeah, this book would not have been written without Vivian's input throughout. I referred to it in the beginning, but also the support throughout the time I served. And secondly, and finally, and we complain about our country a lot, and of course I'm part of that. We will keep doing so. But I just want us to take out of this story, because even though I wrote this book, if you read the book, you'll find the stories of many, many Nigerians I work with. These are normal, average civil servants, right? And the incredible work they did. And it is because of them that I still have hope for our country, because we have something in us that many others don't. And if we can activate that spirit in the right and give it the right support, I think we can create a beautiful country. And so I want everyone on this call session to keep believing, but to go back and do something about it in your own sphere of influence. So thank you, Patrick, for the opportunity.
Exactly, and thank you to you, and thank you to Vivian, and thank you for being very generous in the way you recognized people, including some of the bankers who were the early adopters of what you were trying to do, etc., etc. You know, that was very gracious of you. But to say to everyone who joined us, thank you for joining. This is the first in a series of conversations we're going to have this year. Last year, we had about 23 of these conversations. We're looking
I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, emergency rule in River State causes uproar in Nigerian Senate. House of Reps to investigate killings in Benue State in the last 15 years. Zelensky calls for cooperation to hold war criminals accountable, including Putin. And Favor Ofili may wait 3 years to represent Turkey. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
There was a heated uproar on the floor of the Nigerian Senate on Wednesday over the emergency rule in River State. This followed the presentation and review of the report of the ad hoc committee on emergency rule in River State over the screening and approval of the chairman of the River State Independent Electoral Commission, RISIEC.
Aware that similar attacks have occurred regularly within and beyond the constituency, exacerbating insecurity and fear among communities.
Tensions rose as lawmakers debated the nomination of Michael O'Day, a non-indigene, for Rivers State as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RSEC. These appointments sparked strong opposition from several minority party members. Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro and 2 other senators voiced their disappointment over the appointment. They noted that the early appointment of the sole administrator, who is also a non-indigene of Rivers State, had already generated controversy.
And you know that there were some eyebrows raised when he was appointed administrator. Now he has gone to pick a cross-river person again to become chairman of the electoral commission.
Order, please. I do not see any logical reason why a river man will not chair this electoral commission.
If the argument you are giving me now is that you want to get somebody out of Rivers so that the person that will be in charge of this will be unbiased in any way, that is a different thing. But the people should be carried along.
However, the Senate leader Okweyemi Bamidele and Chief Whip Senator Tahi Mongunu defended the nomination, insisting that the appointment did not violate any section of the Nigerian Constitution.
There is no any inhibition by way of the constitutional provision, which is the ground norm of the land. As a Nigerian, any Nigerian is free to take up appointment anywhere in Nigeria.
All the 6 other members, the 6 members are from Rivers.
but the chairman we are bringing because we need all the neutrality that we can get.
Despite the disagreement, the report was adopted by voice notes confirming the appointment of the RSEC chairman and members.
1. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, chairman. Tobira Lezasi Lenne, member. Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, member. As chairman and members of the River State Independent Electoral Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you, Senator Nengi, for affirming that this is what took place in the Committee of the Whole.
Also at plenary, the Red Chamber unanimously condemned the recent brutal killing of over 200 civilians in Yelewata community in Guma local government area of Benue State, as well as a massacre of 12 people in Mangun local government area of Plateau State. It officially classified the attack carried on the June 18 and June 21 as acts of terrorism and part of broader systematic campaign of violence. The senators demanded immediate and comprehensive federal intervention to halt the bloodshed that continues to threaten peace and security across the country. Titus Zam from Benue State moved the motion under the matters of urgent national importance.
Tragic genocidal massacre at Yelewata was executed in a systematic manner never known before in the history of these attacks. Further notes, the accounts by survivors and rights organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, described the attacks as well coordinated and executed with impunity.
Other senators echoed calls for decisive action and the need to modernize intelligence gathering and security operations through technology-driven approaches.
That the president and commander-in-chief is the one that will deal with the matter decisively. He went to the local Sinquo and saw for himself and ordered security agencies. Let's get them out. Let's get them out and deal with them. In less than 1 week, the IG of police had made his address. 26 people were arrested. This morning, it has gotten to 53.
If the dimension of security policing and monitoring must change, it must fundamentally engaging, and we must deploy fundamental sophisticated equipment that technology devices into management and monitoring.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who led the chamber in a 1-minute silence to honor the victims, said the attack can be linked to state failure.
That with the instruction of Mr. President, the directives that the killers will be fished out, we will continue to work hard in collaboration with the President to make sure that Nigeria is safer than what it is today. The resurgence of insecurity in the country, I hope is not politically linked.
The Senate called for the development of more military personnel to Benue State, particularly to Yelewata and other known flashpoints to prevent further attacks and restore security.
In the same vein, the House of Representatives has resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the persistent killings and crises that have plagued Benue State over the last 15 years. This followed a motion of urgent public importance by Dixon Take, who decried the June 14, 2025 attack on the Yelewata community, which left many dead, thousands displaced and property destroyed. The one that continued inaction could escalate violence and worsen humanitarian crisis.
Aware that similar attacks have occurred regularly within and beyond the constituency, exacerbating insecurity and fear among communities in the area. Further aware that the National Emergency Management Agency and other relevant relief agencies have been called upon to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to the affected areas. Concerned that the scale of the crisis requires immediate and coordinated intervention to prevent further loss of lives and to provide adequate support for the displaced persons affected in the community.
It has urged NEMA, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and other agencies to provide urgent relief to affected communities. It also mandated its committees on Interior, National Security and Human Rights to assess the situation, recommend action and investigate the killings to ensure justice for victims. In another development, the House declared the Kene Shagamu Remo North Federal Constituency seat in Ogun State vacant following the January 2025 death of its representative Adewumi Onanuga. INEC is therefore to conduct a by-election to fill the position. Also at plenary, the Green Chamber approved a sum of 1.1 trillion naira for the Nigeria Customs Service for the 2025 fiscal year. The approval followed the consideration of a report by the Committee on Customs and Excise presented by its chairman, Leke Abejide, during the Committee of Supply session. They also extended the implementation timeline for the capital components of a 2024 national budget from June 30 to December 31st, 2025. The resolution followed the presentation of a 2024 Appropriation Act Amendment Bill seeking to extend the implementation period. The Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, sat in chair at the Committee of Supply when the bill was considered and approved.
This is to notify honorable members of the House of Representatives, pursuant to Section 68 of Section 1B of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, that the seat of Ikeni Shagamu, Remo North Federal Constituency has become vacant. This vacancy is as a result of the death of Honorable Onanuga Adewumi Oriyomi on Wednesday, 15 January 2025, which was announced in the House plenary. She was a member of the All Progressive Congress. This notification is in fulfillment of Section 68, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, and for the records.
There's also passed a bill seeking to amend the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Act for third reading. The bill seeks to increase the duration of a trust fund for continued training, provision of security equipment, and enhance the skills of the personnel of the Nigeria Police. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio has described the recent attack on the Yawata in Benue State, which claimed more than 200 lives, as an act of terrorism. Akpabio, who spoke during plenary on Wednesday, said he was saddened over the incident and raised fears that such violence may have political undertones. He warned that those behind the violence will be identified and made to face the full wrath of the law. Let's take a quick break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. every second, every minute, every day. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A bomb explosion has reportedly killed 4 travelers in Borno State, with many others sustaining injuries. According to reports by local media, the bomb exploded around 3 p.m. on Wednesday along the Damboa-Maiduguri road. The incident involved a car carrying an unconfirmed number of passengers. The road is one of the major routes for terrorists who often plant bombs to discourage other users. Security authorities are yet to confirm the incident at the time of filing this report. The ENUGU State House of Assembly has conducted a public hearing on a bill aimed at checking rising insecurity and ritual killings in the state. Proposed bill, which has passed its first and second reading, seeks to regulate traditional and religious institutions, create local security outfits, and abolish harmful traditional rituals. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegmunam has the report.
The growing insecurity in Enugu State has been a source of concern to both the government and citizens. The latest incident involving the discovery of mass graves in Enugu Council area, where corpses of adopted persons and victims of ritual killings were discovered, appears to be the spark that spurred the state into action. This has given rise to this executive bill that would, when passed, provide legal backing for some drastic anti-criminal measures. The proposed legislation, which comprises 17 sections, seeks to regulate the activities of traditional institutions, establish local security outfits, and eradicate harmful traditional rituals involving human parts. The chairman of the Joint Council Committee on the bill, Raymond Ogoni, said the proposed bill will check the activities of persons who hide under the guise of religion to perpetrate evil in the state.
So to implement the activities of some persons who hide under the canopy of religion to perpetrate all sorts of atrocities. We all know that the Constitution of the Federal Republic, where I think Section 38 permits for freedom of religion. But the same section also provides for a clause where their rights will be limited, especially when they become harmful to society. But the same person, if you are also enjoying your freedom of religion, another person also have freedom to live. And when you begin to infringe on that person's rights, it becomes a crime. That's why we come here to tackle it. Not too long ago, in the Zimbabwe especially, and in the South, a bad news that I never state was open for, united here, where in the first century, we still have news that people are being alive, and a family usually for their kids.
If there's a young man or woman in your community that is brandishing money and doing doings, and you don't know what the person does for a living, you must submit a report that so person came back from wherever he was and had been brandishing money, and you don't know where the money came from. The law further provides that people whose property have been used for kidnapping will have to forfeit such property.
Stakeholders, including representatives of traditional and religious institutions, security agencies, and residents of Enugu State, lent their support to the bill while providing valuable inputs.
We are in support of the bill and we want the bill to triumph so that our community will remain in traditional sacrosancy, so that the moment most of the practices where you use human parts as a sacrifice. If you use human parts as a sacrifice, who and what actually are you trying to promote? We know as Christians, as we all are, that Jesus Christ died for us as a Christian as I am, and we believe in that. You don't need a human life to save a human, and that is what this bill wants to stop.
The Christian Association of Nigeria also make this input that the security, the security agencies should be having meetings time to time with church leaders for security information.
They emphasize the need for clarity on the roles of security agencies to prevent duplication of efforts.
Individuals. Obodo niile na-eti mkpu ogene ka a na-eme ebe a kedu ibe a na-eme ebe a ọ bụrụ mmadụ ka unu na-egbu chee ka m gwa gị anyị chọwa ime ife ka ndị be anyị si emebu ya anyị emebe gị ya ọ bụrụ na unu nọ n'otu unu kwesịrị ịchọpụtacha ụmụ ya ndị arụrụ ana.
And the Christian Council, they are not doing enough to checkmate all these issues likewise with the traditional people. So what we need to do, we need solutions to all these problems. We really need solutions to all these problems. You understand me? Because like them alone, you people alone, you can't do it alone. You will need government backing. You need government to support in cracking down this issue.
They also called for community involvement in security planning and personnel selection and the establishment for an agency to oversee religious affairs in the states.
As another organization, another different organization. More under ENUGU state, no more. So, when we're of two different districts, all recognize the every single all recognize a positive position,
The Joint House Committee with oversight over the bill assured that all relevant submissions from the public will be factored into the bill, while assuring of speedy consideration and passage of the bill in the interest of citizens. Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
Up ahead, Kano residents seek urgent drainage clearance to prevent flooding. Senate approved 1.485 trillion naira Rivers 2025 budget. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Some residents of a Bawangwari area in Fage local government area of Kano State have called on the state government to expedite action on the ongoing drainage clearance to prevent possible flooding following the commencement of a rainy season. A cross-section of the residents of the area who spoke to the press on Wednesday said a call was necessary in view of the fact that the area is flood-prone. One of the residents of the area, Habu Abba, said that for many years the people of the area have been battling with flooding, especially around the Casino Road roundabout. Public Relations Officer of the Ministry, Murtala Shehu, said the ministry had on Friday flagged off the annual drainage clearance at Babangwari roundabout, which is known to be a notorious flood-prone area in the ancient city. He said the measure aims to prevent recurrent floodings and promote environmental safety ahead of the rainy season. The Senate on Wednesday passed the 2025 budget of River State totaling 1.485 trillion naira, for the consideration of a report of a Senate ad hoc committee on oversighting the emergency rule in the state. The Red Chamber passed the appropriation bill after the chairman of the ad hoc committee and leader of the Senate, Senator Yemi Bamidele, presented the report during plenary. In his presentation, Bamidele noted that the bill sought to authorize the issuance of about 1.485 trillion naira from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Rivers State for the fiscal year ending December 31, 2025. Breakdown of the budget is 120.8 billion naira for debt servicing, 187.38 billion naira for recurrent non-debt expenditure, and 1.77 trillion naira for capital expenditure. Speaking in support of a passage of a bill, Senator Abdul Lingi, PDP Bauchi Central, expressed concerns about additional 50 billion naira earmarked for the payment of outstanding pensions and gratuities. Urged the Senate ad hoc committee to conduct more rigorous oversight to ensure that the funds reach the rightful pension beneficiaries without delay. Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, disclosed on Wednesday that requests are being processed in line with relevant laws of the Commission's regulation and guidelines. Professor Yakubu urged Nigerians, especially those interested in registering political parties, to consult the Commission's regulations and guidelines for political parties 2022, available on the Commission's website. Commission has also released a full list of 110 associations detailing their proposed names, acronyms, addresses, as well as the names of the chairman and secretaries. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has reinstated Samuel Anyanwu to his position as National Secretary. At press briefing on Wednesday, Ambassador Ilya Damangum, the acting national chairman of the party, made the announcement. Damangum, alongside Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, former Senate President Bukola Saraki, and other key stakeholders, said the decision to reinstate Anyanwu into the National Working Committee, NWC, was challenging, but ultimately accepted by a majority of party members, led by the party organ. He also announced the cancellation of a planned NEC meeting, stating that an expanded caucus meeting will be held instead, during which a decision will be made to convene a proper NEC meeting. A former Minister of Power, Professor Chinedu Nebo, wants the federal government to embrace geospatial intelligence as a way of addressing environmental and developmental challenges facing the country. Nebo made a call at the annual conference of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors held in ENUGU. Signature TV correspondent Chinemere Mikegbenam has the report.
The event, which brought together surveyors from across the country, has as its theme harnessing geospatial intelligence in the new world, innovation and opportunities for sustainable development. Geospatial intelligence is intelligence about human activities on Earth, derived from the analysis of imagery, signals or signature combined with geospatial information and crucial in mapping. Professor Chinedu Nebo, former Power Minister and former Vice Chancellor of two federal universities, University of Nigeria and University of Oye Ekiti, was the keynote speaker on the occasion. Nebo said Nigeria needs geospatial intelligence to bring about remodeling and sustainable development in the country.
Geospatial intelligence, which is part of our domain, in the new world. Innovations and opportunities for sustainable development. Geospatial intelligence of GeoInc has emerged as a transformative force in global development. Integrating geographic data with cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, remote sensing, and big data analytics.
Secretary to the ENUGU State Government, Professor Chidebere Onye, said the conference would shape the future of the country's environment, development, and national planning system.
Mr. President, this is one of the key things we continue to seek the support of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors to be able to fish out all the people that are involved in surveying practice without the appropriate licensing and prosecute them to deter others that plan to go into that field. The proliferation of unqualified practitioners poses not just a professional concern, but also a threat to public order and safety, leading to land disputes, litigation, and in some cases, violence.
President of the occasion, Professor Matthew Ibitoye, said the strategic application of geointelligence presents immense opportunities for tackling some global challenges, such as climate change, rapid urbanization, resource depletion, and public health crisis. Ibitoye appealed to the federal government to reconstitute the Surveyors Council of Nigeria, which was dissolved in 2023, which he said hindered the council from performing its statutory function.
We use this opportunity to appeal to the federal government so that they can reconstitute this body without any further delay. I want us to appreciate this. Another pressing issue affecting our profession is the recent circular issued by the National University Commission (NUC) titled "Stoppage of Multiple Accreditation of Academic Programs."
Ibitoye, who will be handing over the leadership of the council to Chukwuemeka Eze from Enugu State, assured of his commitment to the ideals of the institution. In Enugu, Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
The National Youth Service Corps has tonight extended the service year for Lagos court member Rita Ogoni, also known as Rai, for criticizing the administration of President Bola Tinubu. Rai became an internet sensation following a public criticism of the present administration, which she described as worsening economic conditions. Ogoni had, in a viral video shared on a TikTok account, expressed frustration over Nigeria's worsening economic conditions, lamenting the high inflation and economic hardship. Ogoni had also criticized the president by describing him as a terrible leader, while questioning the government's efforts to alleviate the hardship faced by the citizens. She stressed that Lagos State is a smelling state and lamented its poor living conditions. After the video had gone viral, Ogoni posted another video alleging that she was being threatened by the NYSC authorities, claiming that some officials of the scheme asked her to delete the video. When contacted on Tuesday, the acting NYSC Director, Press and Public Relations, Carol Embo, said the decision to extend a corps member's service year is made when such a person is passing out. The people of Mumbachi community in Ojiriva local government area of Enugu State on Tuesday came together in a grand celebration that brought dignitaries from Enugu State and beyond. The occasion was the 60th birthday of a traditional ruler of Mbogo Kingdom and chairman of Enugu West Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Godwin Madu, which took place at his Enugu residence. Correspondent Emmanuel Tewase was there and now reports.
It was a gathering of traditional rulers and community leaders, political office holders, business executives, and people from all walks of life from the Enugu West Senatorial District, Enugu State, and beyond, who converged to celebrate the milestone and achievement of Igwe Godwin Madu as it marks his 60th anniversary. The surprise birthday celebration put together by the children of the celebrant was a testament to his enduring impact on the lives of many.
So we decided to throw, a very intimate birthday celebrations. This man here means a lot to everybody. We all flew down for him. So you're amazing. It's such an honor to be your daughter.
The colorful event provided a cherished opportunity to reflect on the profound legacy of the royal father and celebrate his contributions to community development. In a remark, the Grand Patron of the Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Greg Ugu, described Igwe Godwin Madu as a great man who has endeared himself to many through his selfless service and transformative leadership.
You can see what happened here today. That will show you the man is a man of the people. My prayer is that I wish him more years, long life, and prosperity.
The senator representing Enugu West Senatorial District, Ositangu, was represented by a commissioner in the State Civil Service, Joy Odike, who extolled the celebrant's sterling leadership qualities. Odike praised his ability to foster harmony and drive progress, describing him as a bridge builder whose influence extends beyond traditional governance into the political sphere.
In fact, today I was so surprised. You know, when I came in, they told him that it's 60 years. I never knew he had gotten up to that. You can see him very healthy, very strong. So I thank God and I give God all the glory.
Other notable individuals, including Josephat Omeke and the coordinating President General of Oji River and Enugu West Senatorial Zone, Ejike Ilotasie, described Iwe Godwin Madu as a jolly good fellow who has exemplified transformative leadership.
He is somebody bearing the banner, representing Enugu State, representing his people, representing the constituency, which is his constituency of traditional rulers. He is one of those bringing dignity, honor, and prestige to the office of traditional ruler.
It is very, very good that when you attain a certain age, you call people, you thank God, you celebrate with people. And it is not easy. Most of his age mates, they have joined their ancestors. But today, he is seated here celebrating with us. We are happy. All thanks be to God Almighty. He's a man of many paths. If you see him from one side, you describe him for that side. If you see him for that side, you describe him for that side. He's a born community leader, a man with capacity and good integrity. We don't play with him in our community. That's why we are here, to celebrate him.
So today we are here to celebrate him. Even Bob has been a pillar. He has been somebody that knows what it takes to organize a community. I am wishing him more life, years of celebration, and also with sound health.
Reflecting on his 60-year journey, Iwe Godwin Madu thanked his family, friends, and well-wishers for their love and support. He urged people to embrace peace, show compassion, and work towards the development of their communities.
I would say that it's God's gift. It's just God's gift, nothing else. Because if wishes are, you know that everybody wishes to be more than 60. But God grants life as he wishes. So me attending 60 today is a thing to give God glory, and I will always continue to give God glory.
The event was attended by several dignitaries, including the chairman of the Oji River Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chima Achiekwelu, chairman Enugu East Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Ima Ugu, and the member representing Ogu and Nri Oji River constituency in the House of Representatives, Anayo Onwewu. The high point of the event was a special prayer session led by the Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers, seeking God's continued blessings and protection for the celebrants.
Former governor of Kwara State and ex-minister of communications Cornelius Adebayo is dead. Adebayo died at the age of 84, passed away in the early hours of Wednesday. Born on February 24, 1941 in Igbaja, Ifelodun local government area of Kwara State, Adebayo was known for his impactful service in both state and national capacities. He rose to political prominence in 1979 as a senator under the Unity Party of Nigeria. He later became governor of Kwara State in 1983, a tenure cut short by a military coup. Years later, he was appointed Minister of Communications under President Olusegun Obasanjo. Reacting to his death, the Emir of Ilorin, Ibrahim Sulu Gambari, in a statement by his press secretary, Abdulaziz Arubona described Adebayo as an administrator par excellence. Sulu Gambari expressed deep sorrow over his passing. He extended condolences to Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, the people of Kwara, Adebayo's family, and political associates. The Emir prayed for the repose of the late leader's soul and strength for the bereaved family. Still to come, Gazans bid farewell to loved ones killed in Israeli attacks. UK man found guilty of teenager's murder in London sword rampage. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the Council of Europe on Wednesday and urged political and legal cooperation to make sure every Russian war criminal faces justice, including Putin. Zelensky signed an agreement with the Council of Europe to set up a special tribunal to prosecute Russia for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Previously, Zelensky met with U.S. President Donald Trump on the sidelines of a NATO summit in The Hague, after which Trump announced the U.S. will consider providing more of the Patriot missiles that Ukraine needs to defend against mounting Russian strikes.
And it will take strong political and legal cooperation to make sure every Russian war criminal faces justice, including Putin. And importantly, they are also the result of Europe's commitment to justice, to holding evil accountable not just by force, but by law, by courts, by verdicts based on proven guilt. You have set the standard for every democratic nation across the continent. Thank you for that.
US-made Patriot batteries are critical to shooting down the Russian ballistic missiles that have increasingly rained on Ukrainian cities in recent weeks. Dozens of people have been killed over the past week in the capital Kiev and southeastern regional capital of Dnipro.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Palestinians in Gaza City bade farewell on Wednesday to loved ones killed in Israeli attacks, including those killed in Israeli strikes and by Israeli fire while seeking aid, according to Gaza's health ministry. Israel has said its actions were necessary to control crowds that posed a threat to its troops or to prevent breaches of restricted zones. But witnesses and human rights groups say many of the shootings appeared unprovoked and occurred without warning.
We are facing very difficult things in order to get only a kilo of flour. The situation is very, very difficult. Here we are going to death on our feet in order to provide food for our children. These U.S. aid are death aid, not only aid, we go there to die. I say and repeat, and we repeat it 1,000,000 times, these aid points are not aid points, these are death points.
And family mourn Israeli soldier Sergeant Sahab Manoav in Ashkelon on Wednesday, who was killed in Gaza. Manoav was one of the 7 soldiers who, according to the Israeli military, were killed in a single attack in southern Gaza on Tuesday, the military's deadliest day in the territory since it broke a ceasefire with Hamas in March. A lieutenant, 3 staff sergeants, and 3 sergeant members of a combat engineering battalion were killed when an explosive device planted on the armored vehicle they were traveling in ignited the fire, the Israeli military said on Wednesday. Hamas military wing confirmed that it had carried out the deadly attack in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza on Tuesday, said its fighters had also fired an anti-tank missile at another vehicle that came to help. The war in Gaza has isolated Israel from many of its international partners, critical of a military campaign. During the 12 days Israel was fighting Iran, more than 800 Palestinians were killed in Gaza by the Israeli military, including at least 30, among them a journalist, on Wednesday, according to local health officials. U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem met with Costa Rican President Rodrigo Chavez on Wednesday in San Jose. After the meeting, the 2 countries signed a deal that welcomed Costa Rica into the CBP's Global Entry Program. Security agreement was also signed where Costa Rica will screen all goods entering the country through its airports and seaports to curb the flow of drugs headed towards the United States. The second stop during NUEM's tour of Central America. She's expected to meet with Honduras President Xiomara Castro later on Wednesday.
Thanks to the United States and the personal commitment of Madam Secretary, we have a specific plan for Costa Rica to become the only and first country in the world that will scan all products and goods entering through our seaports and airports.
Just a few minutes ago, signed an agreement on global entry. As you know, your economy relies a lot on hospitality and hosting individuals. Many Americans come down here to relax, to enjoy, and I hope that the next time that I come, I get the chance to bring my family and to do that with you. But this is my first trip to Costa Rica, and so I have not had the ability to come here before. But global entry will allow travelers a much more streamlined approach to coming back and forth between Costa Rica and the United States of America. And today we signed an agreement to move forward with that.
And that's the news this hour. Thank you for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Up next is Signature Morning. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Right, market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A very fine morning to you. It's quite a rainy morning here in the city of Enugu. Today is Thursday, 26 June 2025. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oloha. Welcome to Signature Morning. And as always, we have our newspaper headlines and review coming right up, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, and we're starting with our newspaper headlines this morning with the Daily Trust. And on the Daily Trust, we have Tinubu to sign tax reform bills today. Party registration, ADA obedience among 110 applicants, INEC. We have soldiers, bandits in bloody clash in Niger. Many feared dead. That is on pages 3 and 4. PDP, 11 NWC members disown Damangum, reject PDP NWC on warpath over Anyanwu's reinstatement, NEC meeting. You can find that on page 6. And now to Nigerian Tribune. PDP crisis gets messier 5 days to 100th NEC meeting. Acting National Chairman postpones June 30 NEC meeting, reinstates Anyanwu as National Secretary. 11 NWC members counter Damagum over Anyanwu NEC meeting. I was never arrested by EFCC over alleged $7.2 billion fraud, ex-NNPC CFO. 17 soldiers killed, 10 others injured in battle with terrorists in Niger, CDS. Military deploys 800 special forces to combat insecurity. 2027, we have 110 associations for party registration, says INEC. You can find that on page 15. And that is it for our newspaper headlines this morning. And moving over to our review, as always, we have here in the studio Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Michelle.
How are you this rainy?
Well, it says it's very rainy Enugu today. I hope now southeast Nigeria, some other place in Nigeria. If you think we are telling you lies, you just look at how I dressed. It will tell you that I dress warm. It's very cold here in Enugu.
Yes, it is.
But let's go where it's supposed to be. It's not in tandem with the rainy day we have.
First of all, we have Tinubu to sign tax reform bills today.
At last, tax reform up and down, you know, lobby and counter lobby, some agree, some disagree. But then, tax reform for signing today. Good luck to Nigeria. This signing will take place and the new tax law will be in operation in Nigeria, while I bet that 95% of Nigerians do not even know what this tax law means, or this new tax reform means. All they've had was North to disagree, South to agree, West to disagree, tax, the middle belt to punch hole. On this was what we were until today. What we are hearing next is that the thing will be signed into law. As usual, good luck. Let Nigerians brace up. Whatever you see, you take. That is Nigeria. So whatever they start interpreting later, if you doubt it and you are miffed, go to court. That has become a common slang in Nigeria. Anything you do not understand, go to court. But when they were talking about go to court, somebody said government money for government house, case closed. Court in Nigeria. The person who said go to court is also in control and can manipulate things. And so sending you to court is a wild goose chase. You go to court, you come back licking your wounds. Because you won't come out with anything. Because the whole system is linked up. Then would look for me to say it's not corrupt, it's just linked. So one controls the other. There's no checkmate. There's no system that checkmates itself in Nigeria. Everybody is moving towards one side. And that's how Nigeria is tilting towards one party. It's a very different thing. for Nigerian troop in a war situation in one operation to lose 17 soldiers and 10 wounded, as reported by Daily Trust, then this is no more a joke. It means this thing has turned into full-blown war, when they can even face our soldiers and do this kind of harm. Well, we are not told what harm the opposition suffered, or the bandits suffered, but we are worried about our own. Remember the saying, if my dog engages in a battle with another person's dog, I would prefer that my dog wins or even bite the other dog to death. Then they will come and ask me, you have to pay for a dog. I can willingly pay for a dog that mine beats to death, instead of mine being the one that suffers such harm. So we are worried that our gallant young men and women who stay all day, only one thing is in their mind, to defend our territorial integrity. They give their life, sign away their life to defend us. Whenever we lose any of them or they get injured, we are worried. So our soul go with the ones who died in this operation. But now know that the security organization and all the establishment managing our soldiers will now see that the thing is no more. Send operations, go do this, that these people are really battle ready. If they engage a battalion or the troops that were sent to Niger State and they can decimate as much as 17, as official figures told us, then it is no more a joke. Well, we encourage the security forces of Nigeria who are doing their best to protect us. We only say, please do more. Because after God, when it comes to the issue of bandits and terror, it's only our security agencies that we depend on. And when we start having issues and start having doubt, it means that we are back to the state of nature. Every man on his own, go and defend yourself. And some of us that don't even have, all I have here is this Bible, cannot do anything. When I write, some people might feel offended with it, but it cannot kill. But this one is a matter of life and death. So we should always brace up. We should all brace up. So,
all right, another recurring headline is this neck crisis. On the Punch, it says Makinde block revolts as INEC verdict tears PDP apart.
Oh, you said PDP?
We also have issues of Anyanwu's reinstatement and all of that.
Yes. And then, whoever the gods want dead, they first make them mad. Or whichever party the gods want to go into extinction, they first put confusion in their midst. They won't even know which one to recognize. They will have blocks. A party is supposed to be one block. When you come into one party, you have block Makinde, block Anyanwu, block Damagu or Damajin, block Wike, block this, block that. That party is finished. And the days are going. So there is a proverb in my place, they say, Mbada Dalibi, Uludinta. If a hunter goes into the bush hunting and he notices that one antelope is suffering from having heavy backyard or whatever, I don't know how to say that, but they call whether I know the pronunciation of hernia is a sickness, most male, I think even women suffer that. It's a swelling of the scrotum and some kind of. So if you find a hunter going to the bush and find a swollen scrotum antelope, the hunter will say, Abba, Father, here I come, because he will go and catch the antelope by hand. So when there is a sitting party and you are the opposition party and suddenly you have more than 20 wars to fight, the opposition party will just be saying, thank God for such situation. So they will smile home. So, good luck PDP, Makinde block and go. Anyanwu block and go. Damagun, or you can go as far as you're concerned. You have written your will. You have written also your epitaph. Of this, most of the strongest and most peaceful party in Africa before, that here lies the carcass. If you, it's a God forbid, I can never be like my enemy has predicted. So it's not that, why I talk about this with emotion is that PDP seem to want to disappoint. They want to drive home their disappointment. They've already started. We thought it was a joke. And time has gotten to this point. Their members are moving in drones into APC. And they are still fighting blocks. So good luck, fight the blocks. When you finish with block, go to concrete. When you finish with concrete, you can build upstairs and collapse on it. I don't care. Let's talk about what belongs to us. If you say issues of hunger and hardship, I can talk more about for political parties that are designed, have already designed where they are going. They want to just hold on some things to derail and move and join the moving party, the moving boss. They're just telling, this is why you must tell a woman something to get her attention. That's what they are telling us. And we do not care again. As far as you're concerned, PDP, go to any level you want with your party. After all, PDP, divide into blocks. Change it. If you give me one of the blocks, I can take it home. If you can build a one-room apartment for me, I use it. Or, Uche, do you have another block in mind?
Still on the party issue, we have another headline on party registration, ADA, obedience among 110 applicants. This is INEC, talking about...
Yes, INEC is telling us 110 organizations, meaning Nigeria democratic structure is building up. People, I can get up now and say, Uche, what do you think? Let's go and enter Uche and Chris party. The constitution says, if you meet the requirement, INEC should register you. So what's the problem? Why lamenting? Is INEC saying they're overwhelmed? If you're overwhelmed, trim down. They have the knife and they have the yam, as it were. We only say let them be objective. Nothing else. You don't register parties that does not exist. Unless they're telling us all these things they're doing is also linked up. I mentioned the issue of linked up. Is it linked up? By now, they should be announcing to us which one they've registered. If you come out and say 110 organizations applied to be political parties in Nigeria, and in our working so hard, we have registered 20. Hey! 110 has applied. INEC at this time is still telling us they applied. That means they've not even looked at their papers. Because by now, they've been applying since, and they kept quiet. Only when ADA registered, they now come out to tell us 110. Why telling us? What are we doing with the figures? We are looking at the final picture. How many out of this did you register? After all, we are not doing anything with it. If you live in Nigeria, every Nigerian would like to own a political party because the ones in the ground have disappointed them. So I would want to go and register my own political party to see whether I can gain access to Asorok and manage my own affairs because it's now. Register a political party. Get some group people around you, win election, go there, manage your life, leave the people. That's what we are saying. If a member of National Assembly is earning that much, and a civil servant in Nigeria cannot get 70,000, but some of them are going home individually 29 million every month. We all go to the same market. They've gathered themselves to earn money. And they're coming back now. So they wouldn't even want other parties. That's why if it's not linked, INEC would have registered some. Why wasting time? Let INEC not be like what people predicted they would be. Let them not. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. Register as many as you want. If all of them want to form coalition, if the constitution says they all can, why not? The more, the merrier. After all, politics has become the greatest business in Nigeria. Every political party received money in Nigeria before. People do not know that they were getting as much as 50 million. Whether it's monthly, quarterly, I don't know, but federal government gives money to them. But now in Anambra, we have a different scenario because the sitting governor said if you're a political party, you have to pay the state 50 million for if you want to post posters in the street of Anambra for campaign. But they may lose that because some parties who are digital might decide to use digital posters to do campaign. So let's handle all this in very well.
All right, another headline here. This ex-NNPC CFO has come out to say that he was never arrested by EFCC over alleged $7.2 billion fraud.
So the same report. We have read in reports here. If we have seen this before now, we would have bring out the day that they were telling us how this money were found in their accounts and some arrest has been made. The person or one of them or whoever come out and say he has not been arrested. Don't worry, he will be arrested. What else can you say? Somebody say, 7.2 billion dollars is being looked at and you are being fingered. He said, and there's a rumor you've been arrested. He went to the press and said, nobody has arrested you. It means he's confident that the money is not in his account. Probably shouldn't be his account because it should be in a bank account since it's in dollars. If it's naira, go to their soccer pits, go to their overhead tanks. They are always go to their bedrooms, open the ground. This is where Nigerian politicians hide money. Because if they know that if they move Nigerian cash around, it will attract attention. But if it's dollar, they can put it there to be yielding money. But if it's naira, you can find it in large numbers around their houses. We have had a politician who store money in overhead tanks in their house, some bury their own in the underground wells, money, so that whenever they need it, they can employ bullion vans. You know, the issue of bullion vans is unfamiliar. But let's go. That's all I said there.
All right, and we have FG to hold manufacturers and importers responsible for plastic pollution.
Yes. If you use plastics to package whatever you sell, make your gain, it shouldn't be a case of a dog go eat shit, then goat get spoiled mouth. If you use plastic to package your product, to make all your gains and all this, you should also get involved in mopping up the plastic that has taken over every aspect of it. Plastic pollution is real in our ocean and marine life. In fact, the other day, a fish was caught and they opened the stomach of the fish. They find a big flint bottle, the one they used to package water. Those bottles, they call them flint bottle. A big one inside the belly of a fish. What does that tell you? We have plastic pollution. We have petroleum pollution in Ogoni. We talked about that yesterday. We have terrorist pollution. We have bandits pollution. We have hardship and hunger. So many things are polluted in Nigeria that need to be done. So if we are objective and can manage it, it means if you if you get involved in using plastic to package things and you are involved, somehow get involved in contributing some of your gains to mopping it up or recycling it. Because go to the streets whenever it rains, look at everywhere you have flood, menace, it's plastics that have blocked the drainages. And every Nigerian, they don't care if a person drink water in a mobile vehicle, you just put your hand, you hear on the major road. He doesn't even care whether somebody is following. So Nigerians too, in the way they dispose plastics, we begin to pay some tax. So when we collect tax from the man who used plastic, the man who used plastic to package product, the people who also patronize plastic and drop it anywhere, there will be some reduction. And maybe some sanity will begin to return. And the environment will begin to gain life. You know. So that's about it. So I support that idea of the companies using plastic to pay for tax to mop up plastic in our situations.
All right, another screaming headline on The Guardian. Amid weak social services, states take nearly 200 billion naira on renovations.
Politicians are wonderful people and they don't care. Whatever is in their mind, they decide. You can use 200 billion on renovation of a house. It's in Nigeria we use over 21 billion to build a vice president's house or refurbish. We use a lot of 5 billion to refurbish Dodan Barracks in Lagos. We use a lot of money to buy so many things. That's the politicians making the decisions. So if you have weak social services, they don't care. Because when you give contract of 200 billion for renovations, the contract goes to party patrons and allies That's how it goes. It's round robin. To patronize so that at least this man has supported us. What do we do? They concoct to renovation. Even the building doesn't need renovation. Even in some states, we have seen where quota is being poured on a already good road. Why some are in bad shape? You begin to imagine. But they see clearly, politicians, we have given our lives to them. They see clearly from the top where they make the decision. But we on the ground are saying that we don't understand the decision. At times it doesn't make sense to us. Some of the decisions, they doesn't make sense to us. And that is why it has to appear as a daily headline amid weak social services. Health is not there. Tariffs are high. The energy, there somebody using 200 billion to renovate. And that's why I asked in some places, say some people are taking good projects to develop some states. They are not caring about the lives of people who inhabit those states. I said, if you make a state capital to look like heaven, and people moving in it are looking like ghosts, have you succeeded? There should be balance. The life and welfare of the people with the development of infrastructure should go pari passu. You don't face one. That is, you brought a guest here who was discussing development and underdevelopment. How development in their mind brings even 100 or 1 million quadruple underdevelopment. They don't care. They will tell you and put signboards they are working. Ask the people what they want. It's what the people want that will bring you full development. It's not you sit down in your government houses and then if that then becomes a selfish interest, it's a business. Because written or unwritten laws in Nigeria says every state governor you see tarring 1 kilometer of road has 10% of that. Directly in his pocket. Nobody is asking questions. It's his statutes. In fact, it's like his benefit. So some of them, you find them engaged in doing these things, it's just money they will make, especially when such governors want second tenure. Some people will say they're working for who? Before even the second tenure reaches the road that they are using this big money or the houses they use to renovate is already also dilapidated again. So that will tell you is throw away and jump back to collect. But if they look at the social services and the people are good, are looking well, people are sick, they can afford to go to the pharmacies, buy drugs that is off the shelf, or go to hospital. Go to any hospital. Uche, go to hospitals in ENUGU here where we are. You won't find anybody in the hospitals. People cannot afford to pay hospital bills. So they are treating themselves. And that's why you have a high level of death. And a lot of things. So the social services and social services, the essential services that they will give us, they use the money to do renovation. For ghosts. So that brings the question, according to Guardian in this headline, that their politicians are not, they're not showing us that kind of sensitivity to the way we feel. If they do, they cannot commit this kind of money to renovation of already existing structures.
All right, it looks like we've exhausted our newspaper headlines and our newspaper headlines this morning. Thank you so much, Chris, for your time.
Thank you, Chair, for having me here.
All right, and now we'll go on a very quick break, and when we come back, our conversation for the day continues.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, as we know, Nigeria's 2024 capital budget has now been extended twice, and with the yet to begin 2025 budget as well. So now we're going to be discussing budget elongation and delayed implementation and the implications with Ifediora Amobi. He's right here in the studio and he's a development economist. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Nice to have you.
Yes, thank you. Now, seeing how, this budget has been extended twice. First of all, what exactly are the risks of these passing budget extensions without, proper scrutiny?
Well, just the fact that we keep extending our budgets, and we've done this before 6 months ago, and now we're extending it for a second time, is actually quite disturbing. For me personally, I think it smacks indiscipline. It shows that we don't prepare our budgets very, very well, or we don't do enough to ensure that the budgets are done, because you can't budget for what you don't have. Budgets are projects based on expected revenue. And so if for some reason you budget that you're going to spend a certain amount of money before the end of the year, which by law is the 31st of December every year, and mid-year you realize you don't have the funds necessary to execute that, then you didn't really do your homework. And so it's not something that we should be proud of as a nation. It doesn't also indicate that it can't happen. There are very extraneous circumstances where you have to do that. But when it now becomes a pattern, it starts becoming even suspicious, because one can even say, well, maybe this is not becoming deliberate. And so it's not a pattern that we want to get used to and something that we want to see going forward.
Yeah, but seeing as now we're running on both the 2024 and 2025 budgets at the same time, so what would you say are the complications that may arise from this, seeing that we're operating on two capital budgets concurrently?
Well, the first would be accountability. Because now you have, and it's not just only two budgets concurrently, we also have a supplementary budget that had been approved from last year, which is also running. So now we have three budgets, and there's no guarantee that by the end of this year, we will still complete this second extension. So we're going to run into 2026 and start that year on the 1st of January. And so we're going to have, budgets stacked up, year after year. And so accountability, transparency, all those things will not become an issue. That will be the first implication, is that this is what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to have an increase in prices, because the way this works is this. When you stack a budget on top of another budget, you're providing additional funds. And so you're releasing capital funding for this extension on top of what you've already released for the normal 2025 budget. This additional capital is an increase in money supply, which has inflationary effects. So the more we do it, the more we see prices go up, and it's not good for the general public. So these are just, two major implications. There are others that, are a bit minimal, but we have to ensure that, that these things are corrected. And the argument that came up yesterday on the floor was that, yes, we have removed subsidies, etc. So we can't say that we don't have money saved to complete these projects. So what exactly is the reason for it?
But they are saying that the extension, is to prevent a situation of having abandoned projects. So does rolling over the budget implementation, do you think it will ensure better completion of the project, since that's one of the reasons for their extension?
It will, because if you have projects that have not been completed towards the end of the budget cycle and you extend, you give more time to complete that project. However, like I said before, more time comes with more money. More money comes with its own implications. And then, of course, prices go up, etc. And so when we're planning our budgets, we have to plan it such that what we can complete within the budget year, January 1st to December 31st, is what we should plan. I cannot plan to build a 12-story building when I have money for a 4-story building. We can excuse that for specific projects.
Okay.
But not for the whole country's capital budget.
Yeah, so basically you're saying that there should be a reduction in what is being planned,
yes.
that the government has.
Yes,
Oh.
we have to reduce our expectations. It's not a chest-beating exercise. If I go out and say, as the governor or as the president, 2026 budget is going to be double 2025. Anybody can say that. But in reality, when push comes to shove, you find that
yes,
you don't have the funds for it.
But okay, what do you think could happen to like the overall economy if we find we are in a situation where the government is too slow to spend its budget, in other words, and we have a situation where people are trusting if there will be enough money circulating or on liquidity of money circulating?
Yeah, economy-wise, it's not good for the economy because it now impedes planning. It affects execution of the present year's budget. Okay. Because now we already having, we did that in 2023, we're now doing it in 2024. So we already have about, three budgets already stacked, and we're going to enter 2026. So 2025, if it's not completed, will also, stack up to that. And so I talked about inflation.
Yes.
That could affect the economy. We're going to have uncompleted projects. We're going to run the risk of losing count of what we are tracking. And so you're going to have a lot of, what can be referred to as ghost projects that could just disappear under the radar.
Okay.
That will not be audited properly because we're so busy trying to worry about outstanding projects and the new projects that we overlook. So oversight will be compromised, to a large degree.
But do you think that, current treasury system, excuse me, do you think that current treasury systems are also part of the factors that are, reducing the spending and when it comes to the budget?
Now, when you say current treasury systems, are you talking about the fiscal or monetary?
The fiscal.
The fiscal policy side of it.
Yes.
Yes, it does, because it is project driven and it impacts government spending. And so capital expenditure goes this way. You budget, you provide funds, you execute, and then you commission those projects, all within a period. If there's a project that runs or that will run more than 1 year, then you budget for half of the project cycle for that year, and the next year you complete it. That way you know that what you have budgeted is spent on that particular, phase of the project this year. And so, yes, there will be, economy-wide implications if we don't do it right.
All right, and now seeing our oil production and our revenues still remain below the target as it is. So how would you say that this is also affecting when it comes to capital expenditure planning?
Part of what we did when the budget was planned for 2025 was that, and we do that as a practice every year, we usually peg our benchmark oil price slightly below expectation so that we capture any fluctuation in the international oil market. And so, that has been done. However, we also have a deficit when we plan, and that deficit is funded by either borrowing or other forms of capital injection into the economy. And we have been borrowing all this while. In addition to our borrowing, and we're still borrowing, we have been saving, quote unquote, and I'm using saving because we don't have an audited report yet, officially, of what has been saved from the reforms that were embarked upon when the president came in. Foreign exchange reforms, the oil subsidy removal, and all that. So money saved from that, plus what we have borrowed, we can use that to cushion the effect of this deficit. So.
Okay, now in your opinion, do you think that instead of adopting this yearly budget implementation, we can adopt a situation where we have like a multi-year, maybe 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 year budget plan instead? Do you think that would be a more efficient
way of going about this?
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. It could be one of the solutions. Now, the advantage of a multi-year budget is that the funding of the budget is done annually, but the budget is planned over more than 1 year. So if you take, for instance, the Lagos Calabar coastal highway, right? That is definitely going to go into about 3, maybe even 4 years. So it's a multi-year project budget. So for a project like that, you plan it over the 3-year period, but you plan the funding, the capital expenditure on an annual basis. So you know that before the end of the year, you get to this point, and this is how much it's going to cost. And you release, and then next year you budget from here to here, the other year you budget from here to here. It's still the same project, but it's on a multi-year basis. That works perfectly. The national capital expenditure budget can also be done that way if we have projects that run into subsequent years. And so, yes, it could be an alternative solution than having to stack budgets over.
But another fear is also misappropriation of funds, because if, like you said, it will go a long way. But what about situations whereby it is done in that format, and at the end of the day, we also still have issues where
funds are misallocated.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is where the National Assembly, the oversight committees for those, there's a budget oversight committee, there are project, committees. This is where they have to come in and, do proper oversights. And for situations like this in Nigeria, we don't just leave it to them alone. We, as citizens, also have to play a role. we have to also participate and monitor and ask questions and raise our voices so that they are also aware that we are following up on all these expenses, and as well as the projects that the government is executing on our behalf. So civil participation is also as important as the National Oversight Committee. And so, but first and foremost, our ministries, our institutions, from the budget office under the office of the president to the MDAs themselves, have to be not only trained properly, but be aware that when they are producing their numbers or submitting their numbers for next year, it has to be realistic and it has to, be practical. Otherwise, it will lead to corruption. And the reason I said earlier on that there could be a deliberate, factor here is that politicians pad budgets. Politicians have constituency, funding for each one of them. The more money they can pool to their own constituencies, the better for them, whether it's individually or for the benefit of the constituency. And so certain aspects of the budget are inflated and padded. And so when you do this, of course, you're not going to have enough revenue to cover all of that. So it's thrown up, it's stacked onto the previous year's budget. And so there has to be discipline. I don't know who can oversee the oversighters because they also have to be monitored. Yes. Otherwise, this becomes a pattern every year.
Yeah, and already Nigeria spends a lot, repaying loans. It spends a lot of their income repaying loans. So now, do you think that Nigeria can afford to borrow more already with the already high debts that they have and the payments that we have to let off?
Some will argue that we've borrowed enough, but those are mostly sentimental reasons. Now, the Debt Management Office monitors borrowing both at the federal and at the state levels. And so they are the ones who are in the best position to raise the flag or pull the plug and say, no, you can't borrow anymore because you've reached a certain threshold. The multilateral organizations and bilateral organizations that have the money want us to borrow. They want to give us money. They want us to be dependent on them as part of their own policy. So it's what they do. We just have to try as much as possible not to fall into their traps because they will always dangle that carrot and say, oh, 0 interest, right? And we, jump on it. But the only reason why we fall into these traps is because we come up with budgets and projects that are overinflated. And so, a government that comes in for 4 years and has another chance constitutional-wise to do another 4 years can plan properly and not over-exceed. We don't have to take every penny that is dropped in front of us. So that's where the discipline comes in.
Yeah, but okay. Now, talking about discipline, now some suggest, a maximum of 3 months extension into the new year when it comes to this budget. Now, do you think that limiting budget extensions will also help with this discipline when it comes to budget spending?
Personally, the discipline should be 0 extensions.
Okay.
Now, we have to stick to the deadlines. We have to enforce the deadlines, right? I don't care what a person does during the year. New Year is January 1st. On that day, you start a new year. Whether you wake up early or you wake up late, you say a resolution that year and you start your year. It's non-negotiable. So if Nigeria's budget cycle by law is January 1st to December 31st every year, that's how it should be. The budget office has the full responsibility to ensure that the budget process is started at a reasonable time, and all the MDAs are notified and given deadline to submit their budget, time to present and defend, and then time to submit to the National Assembly and for the President to sign off. It should be cast in stone. And once we do that and form that discipline, and we know that before we take our December breaks, the President has signed off on the budget. As soon as it's after New Year, first Monday after New Year, work starts. Funds get released, and it runs from 1st of December to 1st of January to 31st of December that year. And then when it's time for the budget process for the next year to start again, it starts at that time. See, once you start giving these rooms for whether it's 1 week, 1 month, 1 day, 6 months, before you know it, we're going to have 10 years budgets all stacked up.
Yeah,
and it breeds corruption.
Yes. So would you say that the lawmakers are not actually asking enough questions to the point where, the government is actually held accountable enough to stick to that time frame?
Well, the lawmakers are government, and government are the lawmakers. So if they already have an ulterior motive, and they're just doing this deliberately to delay the budget so that they can, they have time to, to pad their own projects, etc., then, there's really nothing you can do. However, institutions like ICPC, like the various anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria, there's so many, even the EFCC, can be part of this investigating why these things are going on and nip it in the bud.
All right, but what about the citizens as well? Do you think there is anything much that we can do as a people to also hold them accountable enough to sit up and stick to the time?
Absolutely. They represent us. So if you're from a certain locality or community in the country and you know your representative, and you know that your representative after election moved to Abuja and has never come back to sit down and say to the people, this is where we're going, what do you guys think, how do I vote on this particular issue on your behalf or not, then they're not representing you. And so as citizens, you must demand that your representatives give you feedback. Even your community can organize a quarterly, monthly, whatever it is, town hall meeting, some type of focal group discussion. And this guy comes back and sits down, and you express, if there are things going on that he or she might not be aware of, you bring them up. Oh, Honorable, there's a culvert, so place that has impeded the economy of our community because we can't get to the market early enough. Or there's a road that has been washed away by the rain, or this. Then when he goes back to Abuja, he tables that. He works with the NEMA and the rest of them, and funds come out, and those things get taken care of. That's why they're there to represent our interest, and they are from the community. So I can't be a member of the House representing my constituency, and I'm using my constituency money to build a 5-story building in Abuja where I would live. Meanwhile, my people are here, they don't have potable water, they don't have electricity, etc. So the people have to, and that's why I said civic participation is crucial. People must participate in one way or the other, even if it means just carrying placards and just sitting down. When the honorable member drives by, he sits, we are still here.
Yes.
That is a
call to action. But do you
action.
also think that there should be some type of rule when it comes to what to spend more on, maybe spending more on development rather than on things like running costs?
Well, both of them are actually important, but development, and we've been battling with this for years.
Yes.
Capital versus recurrent, what percentage, how to, for some subnationals at the state level, for instance, you have, up to almost 90% recurrent expenditure and 10% capital. So for any economy to develop and at least grow, the capital aspect must exceed the recurrent. But especially in today's world of technology, you don't need everybody moving files. You can use IT, etc., and minimize the number of people in government. So you cut down on all that extra expenses and move the money to capital projects. Because as a developing country, we need every penny to ensure that our roads access, that we have good roads, we have running water, we have 24-hour electricity. I mean, why shouldn't we in 2025? So
yes. Now, what, in your opinion, when you talk about transparency now, what would you say are those things or those tools that would ensure some kind of tracking, real-time tracking of the performance of the budget, or how far it is going and how well it is being used?
Yeah, if government is not digitalized, if we don't have like an e-government, if the various processes within government are not digitalized, then we wouldn't be able to do that. And that's why bringing technology into government is very, very important. The whole e-government structure and e-government budget and e-government implementation is to ensure that all these things are done smoothly, both tracking, preparation, execution, auditing, etc., are done, and reporting. And so without, we must invest in technology to ensure that we are able to do this effectively.
Yes. And do you think that, with these repeated extensions of the budget, do you think it reflects or it will affect the way, other investors or like international investors, World Bank and those that we collect loans from and those that want to invest with us? Do you think it will affect, how they see our fiscal system?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. First of all, they're going to say we're not serious. Because an investor brings in money and expects to make a certain return on their investment over a short period of time. If we can't manage our own national capital budget and we keep stacking it up year after year after year, it just tells the investor that, hey, if I put this money in here, it's not going to come out by the end of the year, because the government itself can't even manage its own capital investment.
Yeah.
What about me? Yeah. So yes, it will have negative effects. So the sooner we're able to get rid of this extension, that's why I said zero extension for me is the ideal thing. That way, an investor coming in, whether it is private or domestic, will say, yes, this is a serious government, and I can bring in my money.
All right. Thank you so much, Ifediora Amobi, for your time in this conversation.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we have another conversation for you. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News, Let's Tell Our Story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The event, which brought together surveyors from across the country, has as its theme Harnessing Geospatial Intelligence in the New World, Innovation and Opportunities for Sustainable Development. Geospatial intelligence is intelligence about human activities on Earth, derived from the analysis of imagery, signals or signature combined with geospatial information and crucial in mapping. Professor Chinedu Nebo, former Power Minister and former Vice Chancellor of two federal universities, University of Nigeria and University of Oye Ekiti, was the keynote speaker on the occasion. Nebo said Nigeria needs geospatial intelligence to bring about remodeling and sustainable development in the country.
Which is part of your domain in the new world. Innovations and opportunities for sustainable development. Geospatial intelligence of the Inc. has emerged as a transformative force in global development. Integrating geographic data with cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, ML, remote sensing, and big data analytics.
Secretary to the ENUGU State Government, Professor Chidebere Onye, said the conference would shape the future of the country's environment, development, and national planning system.
Mr. President, this is one of the key things we continue to seek the support of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors to be able to fish out all the people that are involved in surveying practice without the appropriate licensing and prosecute them to deter others that plan to go into that field. The proliferation of unqualified practitioners poses not just a professional concern, but also a threat to public order and safety, leading to land disputes, litigation, and in some cases, violence.
President of the occasion, Professor Matthew Ibitoye, said the strategic application of geointelligence presents immense opportunities for tackling some global challenges, such as climate change, rapid urbanization, resource depletion, and public health crisis. Ibitoye appealed to the federal government to reconstitute the Surveyors Council of Nigeria, which was dissolved in 2023, which he said hindered the council from performing its statutory function.
We use this opportunity
opportunity to appeal to the federal government so that they can reconstitute this body without any further delay. I want us to appreciate this. Another pressing issue affecting our profession is the recent circular issued by the National University Commission, NUC, titled Stoppage of Multiple Accreditation of Academic Programs.
Ibitoye, who will be handing over the leadership of the council to Chukwuemeka Eze from ENUGU State, assured of his commitment to the ideals of the institution in ENUGU. Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
Tensions rose as lawmakers debated the nomination of Michael Odey, a non-indigene, for Rivers State as chairman of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RSEC. These appointments sparked strong opposition from several minority party members. Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro and two other senators voiced their disappointment over the appointment. They noted that the early appointment of the sole administrator, who is also a non-indigene of Rivers State, had already generated controversy.
And you know that there were some eyebrows raised when he was appointed administrator. Now he has gone to pick a cross-river person again to become chairman of the electoral commission.
Order, please. I do not see any logical reason why a Rivers man will not chair this electoral commission.
If the argument you are giving me now is that you want to get somebody out of Rivers so that the person that will be in charge of this will be unbiased in any way, that is a different thing. But the people should be carried along.
However, the Senate leader Okweyemi Bamidele and Chief Whip Senator Tahi Mongunu defended the nomination, insisting that the appointment did not violate any section of the Nigerian Constitution.
There is no any inhibition by way of the constitutional provision, which is the grand norm of the land. As a Nigerian, any Nigerian is free to take up appointment anywhere in Nigeria.
All the six members are from Rivers. But the chairman we are bringing because we need all the neutrality that we can get.
Despite the disagreement, the report was adopted by voice notes confirming the appointment of the RSEC chairman and members.
1. Michael Ekpali Odi, PhD, chairman. Tobira Lezasi Lenne, member. Chidi Ebenezer Holiday, member. As chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission,
Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you, Senator Nengi, for affirming that this is what took place in the Committee of the Whole.
Also at plenary, the Red Chamber unanimously condemned the recent brutal killing of over 200 civilians in Yelewata community in Guma local government area of Benue State, as well as a massacre of 12 people in Mangun local government area of Plateau State. It officially classified the attack carried on the June 18 and June 21 as acts of terrorism and part of broader systematic campaign of violence. The senators demanded immediate and comprehensive federal intervention to halt the bloodshed that continues to threaten peace and security across the country. Titus Zam from Benue State moved the motion under the matters of urgent national importance.
Tragic genocidal massacre at Yelewata was executed in a systematic manner never known before in the history of these attacks. Further notes, the accounts by survivors and rights organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, described the attacks as well coordinated and executed with impunity.
Other senators echoed calls for decisive action and the need to modernize intelligence gathering and security operations through technology-driven approaches.
That the President and Commander-in-Chief is the one that will deal with the matter decisively. He went to the local Sinquo and saw for himself and ordered security agencies. Let's get them out. Let's get them out and deal with them. In less than 1 week, the IG of police had made his address. 26 people were arrested. This morning, it has gotten to 53.
If the dimension of security policing and monitoring must change, it must fundamentally engaging, and we must deploy fundamental sophisticated equipment that technology devices into management and monitoring.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who led the chamber in a 1-minute silence to honor the victims, said the attack can be linked to state failure.
That with the instruction of Mr. President, the directives that the killers will be fished out, we will continue to work hard in collaboration with the President to make sure that Nigeria is safer than what it is today. The resurgence of insecurity in the country, I hope is not politically linked.
The Senate called for the development of more military personnel to Benue State, particularly to Yelewata and other known flashpoints to prevent further attacks and restore security.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
History was made in Ngodo Isuochi in Abia State when the Federal Polytechnic celebrated her maiden matriculation ceremony amid pomp and pageantry. The event was a culmination of intense planning and preparations set out by the Governing Council, management and staff of the Polytechnic, as well as other stakeholders. The school was established in 2023 with a mandate to produce middle-level manpower equipped with relevant skills and knowledge in the fields of engineering, science, technology, and business. Addressing the matriculating students, the rector, Dr. Paul Darlington Ndubisi, assured that the institution is committed to turning out graduates who will be equipped with professional skills to enable them make visible impact in the society. Dr. Ndubisi said that the students will not only be turned into great innovators, but will also be given sound training in entrepreneurship to make them employers of labor who will bring about progress and transformation.
The institution is built on a foundation of values, the pursuit of knowledge, critical thinking, and service to humanity. This explains why our vision statement is carefully articulated. The Federal Polytechnic is such, in such, we want to be acknowledged for academic distinction, character reformation. I charge you to be good ambassadors of our institution's vision, to strive, showcase exemplary character, be innovative, and after your sojourn here, strive to create jobs rather than be a job seeker.
There were also goodwill messages from some guests and representatives.
Let me begin by commending the federal government of Nigeria for, in a nation striving for industrial growth and self-reliance, institutions like this played a critical role in grooming the skilled workforce of tomorrow. This initiative is a bold attempt towards harnessing the immense potentials of our youth and bridging the skills gap that exists in various sectors of our economy.
We pledge to contribute our quota towards the upliftment and growth of this institution for the betterment of Umunochi youths in particular and other Nigerian youths in general.
The present government of Nigeria is committed to investing in our educational institutions and creating an enabling environment for learning innovation. As you begin your academic pursuit today, I urge you to embrace the opportunities before you with diligence, dedication, and a strong sense of purpose.
Some matriculating students expressed joy and pledged to utilize the knowledge they will acquire from the Polytechnic to make the society better.
After my stay here, when I graduated by the grace of God with a very good grades, I hope to be a manager of any company. Then I also employ other people and also enlighten them on the importance of education and other stuff concerning their moral behaviors.
I am praying that at least after my 2 years, I will come out with a good grade. And also my impact to others, if they should be more reasonable, they should be more different in classes. And they are the that they don't do that this is that. So they will up and do, so they will be able to plan the first part of the
Highlights of the ceremony included a procession by the students and the academic community and the matriculation oath, which was administered on the new students by the registrar, Mrs. Ifeinwa Ezenurihe, marking their formal admission into the institution.
On admission into the membership of Federal Polytechnic Ogoni,
I solemnly promise and publicly declare that I will respect and obey the rector and other officers of the Polytechnic.
So help me God.
Some important personalities at the event were the Abia State Governor, Alex Oti, represented by the Commissioner for Tertiary Education, Professor Uche Eme Uche, the Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Nkiruka Onyejiaucha, represented by Chetachi Obinwoke, the Chairman of the First Governing Council of the Polytechnic, Alhaji Suleiman Oduwole, rectors and academics from other tertiary institutions, royal fathers, members of the host communities, as well as parents and well-wishers. The Polytechnic also received support from government agencies and stakeholders, including the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, and the Abia State government, which donated a 500 kVA transformer to facilitate its operations and land for the permanent site of the institution. From Ngodo Isochi in Abia State, Raymond Ken Mbata, Nature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back, and we're still on the Iran-Israel crisis, and we're going to be looking at the implications on global economy and peace. And right here in the studio, we have Dr. Augustine Okolie. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Welcome, viewers.
All right. Now, already the U.S. has called for a ceasefire, but we're still hearing of situations where the attacks are still going on between Iran and Israel. So first of all, how would you describe, what do you think of America's role in all of this? And what do you also think of Iran and Israel's failure to adhere to the ceasefire?
Well, I can say this morning they have adhered to the ceasefire. I think we can call it temporary, but it's stable. I will also want to say that the situation in the Middle East is a long-drawn battle that is coming on. As far back as even when we have the Cold War of Soviet Union and America. This fear of attacks, this fear of people trying to obliterate Israel and wipe out Israel from the map, like they used to threaten. And that is why Israelis are obsessed with Iran acquiring nuclear weapons. Even then, you can see the alliances. This Iran having been attacking Israel through proxies of Hezbollah and this Gaza, what's going on in Gaza, the Hamas, and other terrorist organizations. So Israel, being the #1 ally of America, always are on their toes to make sure that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. And from what we can see, that that threat is real, that if they acquire nuclear weapons, they will tend to use it, even though people acquire it as a deterrent. Most countries that acquire the nuclear capabilities do that to avoid attacks like North Korea and so on. But the situation of the role of America, like us, America is also mediating and also fighting, because I saw them drop some heavy bombs to burst the bunker that is underground where the Iranian people kept their nuclear facilities, some several meters below the ground, the Rocky Mountains. But they still found, they developed that bomb for the purpose of, they call it bunker busting bomb. And Israel has not got it. So when the threat was imminent, according to the Israeli foreign minister, was saying that, look, these people have gotten to the point of nuclear enrichment to the point of almost 80%, that will give them nuclear capabilities of acquiring nuclear bombs and using them. And the purpose of acquiring that nuclear facility is because of Israel. So Israel is always threatening and always fighting. But in the past, America have not allowed Israel to attack Iran, because it could escalate the war and widen the scope of the war in Middle East and the stability of Middle East. But these days, you can see that most of the people fighting Israel before are now Israeli friends, like Egypt, like Qatar, like Saudi Arabia. They have all normalized relations with Israel because they also are, not so comfortable with Iranian people and their, terrorist activities, even though they do most of those things using proxies, like these advanced terrorist organizations. So the situation is that America cannot allow only Israel. They have also been itching to destroy this nuclear capability that Iranian people want to acquire. Remember in those days, in the 80s, when we have, they try to develop the nuclear capability, the ability to, destroy these missiles. The SDI, that's Strategic Defense Initiative by Ronald Reagan. That was far back as 1983. So they have always been wary and wary of Iran and most of the terrorist organizations that are affiliated or associated with them. So others can have that nuclear capabilities, but they may not want to use it. But everybody is afraid and wary that if they allow Iran to acquire it, even if they don't use it directly, they can use it through their proxies. So that is why Israel, on the 13th of June 2025, went to try to attack all the facilities, the scientists, the nuclear scientists, the experts that have helped them and enabled them to get to that point that they are. But that is not enough. They knew that most of their facilities are underground. America came to their rescue. And there is a debate now whether that strike, triple strike at those facilities, at those sites, whether they've actually nailed or obliterated the capacity, like the American president said. But CIA intelligence came back to say that it didn't do much. It can only set Iran back by like months. But recently, maybe yesterday and today, we are getting a different story, that it did a very severe damage that will take years. They'll take Iran years to recover and come to the point they were before the 13th of June.
All right, and also, we've also found out that in Tehran has already voted to suspend cooperation with the IAEA, and is also threatening withdrawal from the NPT. So now, are we seeing a tipping point, when it comes to nuclear arms in the Middle East, especially if Iran exits NPT?
Well, even the IAEA cooperation was not total. They were not given the right information where they are and what they are doing. Remember this doctrine of Obrima Fide. Obrima Fide is utmost good faith. Full disclosure, when you are having arrangements or contract or agreement, you will tell your partner, you will tell your client, you will tell the other party that this is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So the cooperation with the International Energy Agency, like you said, was not fully observed. And that's why they got to this point whereby everybody becomes worried about where they are and their capacity and their threat to Israeli nation that Israel came to be in 1948, that they will send them back to where they are coming from. So, and Israel is also powerful, but is a country at the midst of enemies. If you see Israel's position in the map, you see that around them, from Syria to Egypt, to Saudi Arabia, to Oman, to all the Arab nations, they are just sitting at the middle. And even within the point they are also fighting with the Palestinians. So you can see the issue of Gaza. And all the Palestinians are doing with the help and aid of Iran. That is why even the northern part of Israel or the southern Lebanon, you can see Hezbollah trying to throw bombs and missiles. And those missiles are sophisticated missiles that can get Israel, they're just shouting distance. So Israel feels that if they bring down Iran or if they substantially, incapacitate them, then they will now feel free. Otherwise, they are perpetually under threat. So I can tell you now that it is a fragile peace that they have declared. America is trying to be a mediator and also a participant in the war. So you can see the hypocrisy of Western countries. Otherwise, what has happened in Israel, talking about Gaza, is issue of Hamas coming to Israel on July 7th. And from there, Israel said they are no longer going to observe two nations, two countries under one nation. That is 2-in-1 that people are proposing so that both of them can live side by side and cohabit and have a nation, but each one have their own autonomy. But today, you can see that Israel is bent on sending them packing from there. And to the point of even crossing the red lines, that people were even shouting and forgetting that who was the first aggressor. And to that point, America was monitoring and watching. And today, you can see President Trump has become the #1 ally of Israel, unlike the previous administrations who were circumspect in their support of Israel. So today, Israel have the greatest ally in America. When Iran started raining bombs, succeeded in raining bombs in Israel, even though most of the missiles were intercepted. When America saw it, America intervened and started bombing Iran. At the point, they also declared ceasefire. And the ceasefire they declared, I'm sure that they must have discussed with the Iranians. Iranians are not comfortable with that war. If you ask them, they wouldn't want to go to war at this point in time. And Israel were no longer comfortable, even though they are determined to make sure that they will treat all the threats within and without the Israeli territories. So that is how it is. The only thing that will bring, normalcy, stability, and peace there is Iran to come down from their high horse. Remember, this regime came, communist regime came in 1979 through a revolution that overthrew the Shah of Iran. Shah Iran used to be a very good friend of Israelis and even Americans. During the time that we were observing democracy, they were close until these revolutionists, until they came up with that revolution of 1979 that brought the man here now. At a point now, it was whether they want to take out the man and bring peace, total peace, or whether they should allow him what is going to be the collateral damage to relations, to stability, and to cohesion within the Middle East.
Yeah, now, still on the Middle East, do you think that this conflict is likely to, spark some form of prolonged proxy war, particularly when it involves, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Syria, or Yemen? What exactly are the risks?
Well, I can see Iranian celebrating because the first time they've hit Israel is now. But Israel, I think, from my assessment, is the victor of the 12-day war and the one they have with Gaza. I don't think if they start negotiation using diplomacy, whether they have anything adverse again. I think they have come to the point that have totally decimated Iran. Even the scientists, the experts were killed, targeted, and killed in Iranian territories. And to the point that the community man, the strong man, have to go underground and could not communicate with the people to the point that they were saying they want to take him out. It was America that said, don't take him out yet because you don't know what happened. Remember what happened in Libya. Taking out Muammar Gaddafi brought about the severity of terrorism all over the world, ISIS, and all these, multiple, even the Boko Haram in Nigeria. These are offshoots of that decimation of Libya. And Syria, you can also see what happened in Syria. So what they want, according to them, is not regime change, but for them to reduce their capacity and their capability in the nuclear, in the war. Remember, this is a race, and they call it war race, bringing down war armament. They have some, treaties they've entered. Even though when Trump came, I think it's now that they're recognizing the possibility and the need for NATO, that is North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Initially, he said he don't want any multilateral organization. They only want bilateral relationship, America first. But I think after yesterday's meeting, Trump can see that he's working on a keg of gunpowder. By the way, his foreign policy was zero as far as the Western countries are concerned. In fact, he have even enabled Europe, the euro, to come together in defense of, you see what is going on? They are multifaceted. The issue of Ukraine and the issue of Russia. And Russia cannot come to their aid because already they are fighting a war that they can't win. They invaded Ukraine. They couldn't successfully overthrow the government. They couldn't successfully take over Ukraine as they planned. Remember, Ukraine is the second largest in Europe apart from Russia. So what is going on now is that after the war, they now go into the table to redraw the lines and to negotiate for peace. Israel is now in a strong position to negotiate because they have taken out what they want to take out. What they are doing now is post-war assessment and evaluation of the damage they have done. Whether they know the damage they have done is enough to bring Iranians to the table. I think Iranians are also calling for negotiation now because they have been inflicted enough damage that they cannot do much in terms of wiping Israel out of the map. And America They have abandoned, remember, Iranians are not Arabs. They have abandoned these Gaza people. Israel have been decimating them and nobody said anything because Israel has diplomatically engaged almost all of them. They are now happy and friendly with Qatar, who are the major funders of those, apart from Iran. They are in good cohorts with Saudi Arabia. Israel is also with Egypt. Remember the Camp David Accord and so on. They also, even Oman, most of them are now friendly with Israel, apart from these pockets of resistance coming from Iran using their proxies like Hezbollah and so on. Yeah. So that is why nothing happened. Israel was tactical. This is the best time for them to do what they did. Ordinarily before, America wouldn't allow them because it will trigger off, a kind of general, instability in the Middle East. But you can see that nobody is even complaining from among the Arab because Iran too is a threat to they are looking for who is the major power. So others don't want Iran to take that because they might go on for acquisition of territories. So you can see that America, for them to call for, it was the America that called for truce. Yeah. So they know why they have achieved their aims, and therefore let us go back to the table. And these people have gotten enough damages, and they have actually been brought out from their high horse. And it is time to go on their Georgia, no more war.
Yeah, so now looking at the way the conflict panned out, what does it reveal about the weaknesses in current international and global peacekeeping architecture, like the UN Security Council?
Well, you see, like I said earlier, that Trump is beginning to realize the importance of the earlier existing foreign policies, particularly in the Western world, the recognition of the multilateral organizations. He came, he said America first. He don't want all this he doesn't want United Nations. He doesn't want World Health. He doesn't want NATO. He doesn't want anybody. He wants to stand alone because he's powerful. But I think he has been able to realize now that he can't go it alone. So I'm sure that if Donald Trump have come down to realization that there is need for alliances, there is need for cooperation, there's need for collaboration with other nations. Like he said, I will go all the way with NATO. He has not been saying that before. I think he has realized that he can't go in the world, the stability of the global village now. They have to have alliances because the Warsaw Pact is singularly the superpower now. You can see Russia is no longer talking. Even attacking one small country, the neighbor, they could not even succeed in overrunning. If that's why they want to cover most of those countries, like Poland is at a threat, Ukraine is at a threat, and other smaller countries around are afraid that if they succeed in overcoming Ukraine, they will come for them in the territorial ambition. So that is why they are happy that they didn't succeed. And Europe are now more compact. They are now more close and working together than ever before. And that is good. And Trump will now see the need why he should cooperate with Europe, why he should cooperate with the other foreign Western allies, instead of going it alone and saying he only wants bilateral relations, he doesn't want multilateral relations. I think this is, when you do some war, you come back to peace. You have to win the war, but have you won the peace? So that is the question. So if they want to win the peace, they will go to the table and discuss it.
Yes. Now let's look at, alliances. Now, how do you think this war can redefine alliances, particularly, looking at the growing proximity between Iran and powers like China and Russia?
Well, you can see China, because of economy. Remember, this war is not only war of arms. There is war of tariff. There is war of economic, what they call the tariff war. And China is almost overtaking America in the economic sphere and technology. But their position is reversible. If America begins to work against China, in the next few years, China will go back to where they are coming from. China is prosperous now, but they don't even need war. The issue of Taiwan that is within the Chinese territory, that are proclaiming independence and autonomy. The world wants Taiwan as a country at the United Nations. But China is saying that they are not a different country. They are part of China. And China are itching to attack, just like Russia attacked Ukraine, to attack and take over. But they knew that America will not allow them. America and United Kingdom and other Western allies, that is part of them. And they don't want them to take over, Taiwan. And Taiwan is recognized by the United Nations as a country. And China is saying they are not an independent country. So China cannot proactively go for war and attack America or retaliate. Or you can say Russia could not do that. And you can check the distances. It is a long distance coming from China. They have to develop enormous armament that will travel from China to go to the Americas or Europe. And secondly, China needs them to rebuild their economy. China is interested in building their economy, interested in such wars. They want cooperation, but America is trying to muzzle them, to dictate for them. At a point, the prime minister, was down telling America they are now ready for tariff war. They are ready for any war, but they don't want war. But they cannot run away from being China. So that is a sovereign country. But you can see that if the war and China to talking, because when you think you are strong, you forget dialogue. But today I think they will now use dialogue. The problem is Trump. For me, Donald Trump is one who came up with all these issues. It is Donald Trump that triggered all this. It's Donald Trump that is supporting Israel. Israel wouldn't have attacked Iran without his tacit support. Israel wouldn't have gone all that way in what is going on in Gaza, if not for the type of support, the military, economy, the money they give to them every year. So it is Donald Trump policy that has failed. I think he'll go back to the drawing board and come back with a new foreign policy that will not be saying America alone or America first. You know about the existing bilateral relations America had with other countries, with other groups. You see, they have canceled most of the relationship and agreements, and both NAFTA, both, multi-dimensional,
so
economic.
are you saying that there is some form of insincerity in Americans' involvement, considering that they instigated the war and at the same time they're also calling for...
Yes, using the word insincerity is just begging the question. He is the fomenter of the trouble. He is the enabler of this war. He is the supporter of Israel. Israel wouldn't have gone to us that we used to have Soviet Union and America, or the NATO and the Warsaw Pact allies.
Okay, now let's look at the impact of this war on global economy. Now already we've seen fluctuations in global markets, particularly in oil prices. Iran is threatening to oil prices. Iran is threatening to close down the Strait of Hormuz. So now, how would you say that this war has affected, global oil supply?
Well, apart from oil, the World Trade Organization, DG, have also cried that it is affecting global trade. International trade, and so on. Now, I'm talking about oil. Oil, particularly when we talk about OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, that is the hub. That's Middle East, where you have Iran, Iraq, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and almost everybody, apart from Egypt, is not a contributor, and the channels within the waters where people travel. And when there is war, nobody will risk going to carry his ship, either tanker or oil or whatever goods. So actually it affected the global trade, and you can see the market has responded. Immediately even they take this ceasefire, the oil price immediately yesterday, came down. You can see, I have not gone through the website this morning to see what has happened actually, but I know that it will be green all the way. It is no longer going to be bullish, and it is no longer going to be adversely affecting the global oil market. But what has happened earlier, the past 12 days, that is of 13th June to 25th June, the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, is actually hampered the oil movement, the oil trade, the oil market, and you can see that even our own oil in Nigeria, even when we are supposed to benefit, but we are not benefiting from this, what is going on in the Middle East because of our own bad policies, because of our own bad planning, because of our leadership here. Remember in the 80s, during the first Gulf War, 1980 to 1988, when they have this, that was going to have slush funds. We had so much money because now the price of oil will go up and we benefit from that. But you can see that our economy has been run aground, that we're not even benefiting. Nigeria, who is supposed to benefit from this war, because it will help trigger the price of oil in the international market and will be a major beneficiary. We cannot boast of benefiting anything. Rather, we are now following global trend that if price of oil go up there, we will now also go up with it, and we buy what they buy in the market, and nobody will tell us. You can see opaque way they are running our oil industry and the receipts and accounts. So that is a matter for another day. But for today, I think has responded to what is going on in the Middle East. And immediately they get a ceasefire, or they got a ceasefire, they also responded. The price of oil came down, and normalcy. I think it is still subsisting, like I said, that they are no longer brickbats. There's no throwing of bombs, missiles, and drones. It is everybody will benefit from peace.
All right, but
that is what we call the highest point. What we call there's a situation where if it goes, I can tell you from what I read, is when two people are fighting, they fight to the point that even you just touch one of them, they will just follow you and say the fight is over. But when they have not exhausted and have not tested their opponent, they will be, struggling and firing from all cylinders. But today, each person have seen the vulnerability and short-term effect you have both in their community and in the economy, and nobody wants it. Now, America too have seen that even though they are the master or superpower or whatever, that they will suffer because if they have problem in oil industry, what will fuel and fire the economy will be affected. And Israel have also seen that they might bite more than they can chew. They might defeat Iran, but at a heavy cost. So it is the cost of the war that they will now go to the table and do trial balance, do profit and loss account of the war. So I think that both of them will not continue, it will not collapse, because it's just like self-inflicted injury. There's no other person that will come and stop the war. That is why when two big people are fighting, the grass will suffer. And when two big people are fighting, they will see a point and nobody will come to separate them. So they have separated themselves. That's why America, who is also a participant, called for war or called for ceasefire, and everybody obeyed. But even though, like I said earlier, Iran has suffered a huge loss, a huge damage, a huge injury. Israel have inflicted huge injury. And remember, they will still go on for the next 1 month to assess and evaluate the damages. It's not a spontaneous thing, because these nuclear facilities, all we are praying is that they do not trigger off, the nuclear bomb if there's one, because it will spread all over and even across the boundaries. So they know that if the bomb is dropped there, it will not limit themselves in Iran or in Israel, that even the neighbors, and they know that one, they can't stop it. It goes through the air. So we are praying that they do not escalate the war. We are praying, I think the world is praying that the war comes to an end. Peace is better than war.
Yes, yes. Now, looking at the ripple effect this conflict had on Nigeria already, because like you mentioned earlier, the prices of fuel, increased, and now it's stable now. So what do you think that non-allied African countries like Nigeria can do in the event of conflicts and wars like this, so that whatever is going on over there will not affect them so largely when it comes to...
Well, there is a little country called Switzerland. Let me give you an example. There's a small country called Switzerland. They're one of the most prosperous countries in the world. They are non-aligned country. Even the First World War, the Second World War, they have decided to dissociate themselves from partaking or having anything to do with the warring countries. They are good for it. What do you do as a country, like you say, what happens to Nigeria, is to have a good government, to govern well, to plan very, very well, to bring their people to the fore, to make Nigeria first. Because that is the first thing. Apart from these rogue people that are coming to government and stealing Nigeria blind and wasting our resources and also borrowing money anyhow, those things are not good. If you govern your country well, it is easier to stay out of trouble. And also prepare yourself, because you have your own defense initiative that people will not look for trouble for you. But if you are weak, among the strong, nobody can afford to be weak. So Nigeria have to also be prepared. But you can see we are still struggling with our internal challenges of insecurity here and there. A country that is suffering this kind of insecurity cannot even withstand war 1 year. You have to have a firm grip of your economy, a firm grip of your defense, both internal and external, so that you can ward off. If you are strong, people will not attack you. But if you are not strong, people can now take advantage of your weakness and even send little terrorists to harass you, like what's currently going on. If Nigeria is strong enough, as they have the capacity and capability to be strong in the world, in the global world, then nobody, even these people, will not come in. If they come in, they'll be crushed. But because of internal sabotage, religious and ethnic sentiments, and all the way the country is governed, there are so many ungoverned spaces, they don't care when somebody dies. You saw the other time that when America was kidnapped in Niger, America sent aircraft who came and picked the man in Nigerian forest because the terrorists have already entered Nigerian territory. America discovered that, even with some cooperation with the Nigerian government, picked that single citizen. That's what gives patriotism. That's what enables patriotism. When you call me somebody, I'll call you somebody. But when you say I'm nothing, then you are also nothing. So that is what's going on in Nigeria. If they begin to treat their citizens very, very well, then citizens will become patriotic. It's not forced. It's not legislated. Patriotism is not gotten from force. It is the relationship. And it is their internal domestic relationship that you export as their foreign policy. So when you don't have internal good governance, then you have a zero foreign policy. All the other ones are just gimmicks, rhetorics, and propaganda.
Yes. And just finally, before we go, do you think that economic cooperation can, become some sort of foundation for peace building in the Middle East?
Well, yes. When they go to table now, we know they will negotiate. We now see the direction and the dimension of the negotiations. First of all, if Trump will do the right thing as the senior person or the senior partner in the business, he will first of all have to draw back Israel. Israel is trying to protect their integrity and being obliterated, like they have always been telling them that will wipe you out. When you see one person, like somebody called the Southeast, the dot in a circle, Israel is like a dot in a huge circle in Middle East. So they don't sleep at all. So that is why I don't blame them. Because when somebody is constantly under threat and surrounded by enemies, very virulent terrorists, all of them are coming from the Middle East. And they use this religion and ethnic something. And I wonder why some people are hiding under the bunkers. When they say if you die, you go to heaven. They send people to go and commit suicide. They send people to go and commit suicide. They send people to go to war. But they are afraid of their life. They have all run to Dubai. But now you see Dubai also come under threat because Iran says if anybody, allows his airspace to be used to attack Iran, is a legitimate, war. Is a legitimate person to be attacked too. So even Dubai, all of them closed their airspace, and nobody was entering Dubai as the past 1 week. Nobody entering Qatar, Bahrain, all those contiguous countries around the Middle East. They also suffered when they say airspace covered. No aircraft flies there. Nobody lives there. And some people are even stranded. You cannot even go there. People also waking up European members that America can abandon them in time of need. So the countries like Germany, Spain, Italy, and so on, those countries that have technology, some of them are even the superpowers. There are 5 who have capability. That capability is to enable them to the nuclear bomb. So, and then Israel is making sure they don't get. Israel has nuclear capability, but they know that they can hold themselves, like a responsible nation, instead of throwing the bomb. But if it is Iran that has a nuclear bomb, Israel is afraid. They might use it on them. So that is the irony of it. But the truth is that the world is full of deceit. These advanced Western countries cannot be telling us the whole truth. They will close their eyes and be stealing from you. You can see all these pockets of insurrections here and there. Their hands are there, using their intelligence, CIA, Mossad, and so on. So that's why I'm saying that in the world of the strong, no country can afford to be weak.
Yes, that is very true. Thank you so much, Dr. Augustine Okoli, for your time.
It's always my pleasure to be here.
Yes, thank you. All right, and that is it on our conversation on the Iran-Israel crisis and the implications on global economy and peace.
Peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements,